Good morning and welcome to Thruxton on for Sunday's action-packed day of racing. We've got from Caterham side, we've got the Vertex Roadsports, the Motul 310R Championship and the Mission Motorsport 270R Championship. As you can see behind me, we've got the 310R Championship about to go out shortly. We'll grab some interviews with them in a moment. But I'm joined by Charles. Charles, you're looking after the other championships running today. Who have you got on?
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking after Time Attack, the Formula 4 2000s, which I'm really looking forward to seeing, and also the Junior Saloon Car Championship as well. So, yeah, that should be a really interesting race as well.
Excellent. Well, I'll let you head off and I'm going to go and chat to some of these guys. So, first of all, I'm going to go and speak to Tom Willis. He's a guest driver for this round, so but he did win yesterday, which is fantastic. So I'm sure he's delighted with coming back into it, winning the race. And I've noticed he's still got his lucky charm on his roll cage that he had last year. So let's just grab a quick word with Tom. Tom, I was just saying, it's great to have you back in the championship, and obviously to come back in and win is fantastic.
Yeah, no, over the moon. It's sort of sunk in now and just gearing up for round two. But it's anyone's game today, I think, with setup and everything. So they've called it wet, but is it going to stay dry? Don't know. So I've gone for a sort of in-between setup and
playing it safe. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the guys were saying that the circuit, even when it rains a little bit, it doesn't actually wet it enough to be like full wet setup.
Right, okay, that's interesting. Because I mean, last time I was here, which was 2 or 3 years ago, it was monsoon conditions and it was very wet. Yeah. But yeah, we'll see what happens. There's a bit of drizzle, it probably won't make too much difference. But yeah. Fingers
crossed for a good race. Enjoy. Cheers. Thank you. Right, let's move on down. Going to have a quick word with Harry Cook. We've just got a car. Watch your back there. John, you got a car moving in behind you. Alan Curtis, he had a good race yesterday. They're going to speak to Harry Cook, because obviously Harry qualified further up yesterday, so he will be hoping for a good race today. Oh, sorry. Good morning, Harry. So what's the plan for today's race?
Well, I think just leave it up to the weather and see what happens, but I think I've got a good setup, so I'm pretty confident I can get to the front. I think the yellows disrupted the race a bit yesterday, but I had the pace, so looking forward to it.
Excellent. Well, enjoy. Thank you. Right. Let's have a chat with Andrew, actually. We haven't had much time with Andrew before. Andrew, how was yesterday's race for you?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, enjoyed it. Nice to be back up with the front pack. Hoping for more of the same today. We'll see what the conditions offer.
How do you find Thruxton? Because it looks quite physical. You know, it's quite... I know it's not too many twisty corners, but obviously it's all high speed.
Yeah, it's just absolutely flat out. It's pretty ballsy. It's good fun. Yeah. I like this track. Love it.
We saw yesterday a lot of action where there's like 5 cars trying to go into the chicane. Yeah, 5 wide.
I'm expecting the same, but now it's just started to drizzle, so enjoy.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a bit. Yeah, all our cars are in here now, I think, so that's great. And let's move on down. Let's have a quick word with Graham McDonald. Good morning, Graham.
Hi, Sam. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, okay. Yesterday was a strange race. Lots of incidents and accidents which I managed to avoid, so I was pleased about that. But started 8th, got a good start, and then got balked. So got blocked and lost 2 or 3 places. Today I'm starting 8th again. This time, I'm trying to think of my tactics of which way to go from the start so I don't get blocked. So again, the aim is keep up with the front boys, and who knows what will happen. So I'm hoping it'll rain as well, because that'll be more fun then.
It'll be more fun for us watching as well.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll enjoy it.
Thank you. Yeah, I enjoy it in the wet. So yeah, here's hoping. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks, Graham. Right, the whistle has blown. 30 seconds we've got. I don't know if we'll grab time. I don't want to interrupt anybody getting focused, but we'll just have a look down here. I know. Have a quick word with Wes Payne. Hello, Wes. Are you doing all right? Quick word from you.
Hi, Sam. Yeah, no, all good. Had a last-minute panic this morning. Had to change the A-frame, but we just got it here in time, so I'm ready with 30 seconds to go. So excellent. Fingers crossed.
Yes, excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Thank you. There you go. Quick. There's been quite a lot of work going on this morning, actually, with some of these guys, but they are just heading out now. So we'll just watch these guys drive out assembly, and I'll head back to you guys in the commentary box so you can do a run through of the grid.
And so here we see the circuit, and as you heard from a few of the drivers down there in the assembly area, there is a little spit of rain around parts of the circuit as we get ready for our first of what will be 11 races here today. Myself, Adam Weller, joined in the commentary box for the Caterham races by Caterham racer extraordinaire Chris Hutchinson. Some will know him as Cheesy. But we will talk a bit about the Caterhams in general shortly. But obviously this Thruxton circuit, it's always an interesting package in the dry. As we've alluded to, a lot of flat out. But I imagine a lot of these corners become a lot more like corners once we do get to the wet conditions. Let's quickly run you through the order today. We've got the 710R Championship, the Motul Caterham 710Rs heading out now. There is a qualifying session after this race. We'll catch up with some more Caterham action or some more Caterham thoughts in the paddock during that qualifying session. The Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship will be our second race of the day. The first of two Junior Saloon Car Championship races of the day will be at 12:45 before the Mission Motorsport Caterham 720 Caterham 270R Championship heads out at 1:15. There will be a little bit of a break before the Track Attack race with their varied assortment of saloon cars. We've also got the CRCC Formula 4 2000s, and then we kind of go through the schedule again. More sevens, more juniors, a very, very full day of racing. 11 races total today. Make sure you stay with us all day on BARC Live because we've got some brilliant racing action to come. Already we can see that our cars are heading out on circuit though for the 310Rs, and as we've just alluded to, they are on in a bit of a condition switch at the moment. It might soon get wet. They are on the wet spec tyres. It's Tom Willis on pole position for this one. Jack Sales on row 1 with him. Lars Alexander Hoffman on row 2 with Alan Curtis. Row 3 is the number 9 of Harry Cook and Andrew Murgatroyd in the 84. Row 4 is Alan Cooper in the 71 alongside Graham McDonald, the ex-CEO of Caterham, on row 4. Harry Landy and Ben Lopez Appleton rounding out the top 10 of the grid. Row 6 is where you find Chris Fraser in the 10 alongside the number 22 of Hugo Bush, one of two drivers to receive a 5-place penalty on this grid. Wesley Payne in the 50, Harry Eyre in the 55, Philip Bianchi in the 92, Ryan Lovett in the 28 on row 8, row 9 Taylor O'Flanagan alongside Steve Metcalf, and the top 20 rounded out by Darryl Cresswell and James Hall. The grid is almost finished forming. I will just tell you one last position on this grid, and it's the car you'll see at the very end of the grid. Dominic Mansperger starting from the very back of the order. He will make a lot of ground in this race. They are lining up, so we will just quickly throw to Chris. Good morning, Chris. Mixed conditions in Caterham's. This should be interesting.
Some drivers love this, some drivers do not like it at all. Just spitting. We can see a few spits on our commentary window, but it looks like we're going to start at least in those dry conditions. The second of their 3 20-minute races for the 310R Championship. You can see them all lining up here. We've got a big strong field, the most experienced drivers we've got here this weekend, so it's great to see them out there as they're just about getting lined up. Dom Mansperger, let's see how far he can come through from the rear of that field after being taken out into the club chicane yesterday.
Yeah, Mansperger on row 16 of the grid in 31st place. Let's see where he can go in this race. You can make up positions with a vengeance here at the Thruxton circuit in Caterham. The race gets started. It's a good start from both parties on the front row. We haven't always seen that so far this weekend, but it is the leading car, the pole-sitting car, Tom Willis, that holds the lead in the early stages. Willis from Jack Sales, who of course ascended through the order yesterday to get up there into second place after a poor qualifying. He goes around the outside at Campbell for the first time. He remains in second place. The distinctive red and white Motul liveried car of Lars Alexander Hoffman is there in third position. A little bit of tyre smoke up as they go through Cobb, but I think everybody just about staying out of each other's way.
As this was declared a wet race, you can see a few spots on the camera. They're all running the ZZS tyre today. Yesterday they're on the ZZRs, so got to get used to the new grip levels. They've not been running too much of this over the race weekend, and say no practice yesterday. But Jack Sales takes over from Tom Willis as they head out through the backside of the circuit.
Yep, so all running Avon ZZS rubber for today. Here you see the cars running out of Goodwood and towards Church for the first time today. Village Curve is the brief kink that they're heading through at the moment. This is a flat-out corner in dry conditions. If it gets much wetter, I think a lift may become necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold your breath, though. We're coming to the club chicane. The site of many an action yesterday. We've got plenty more to go, and they're going to start as they mean to go on with 4 wide. Jack Sales just about losing out. Murgatroyd comes through. We've got cars off in the background. That's Harry Landy got contacted. I didn't see who got contact with him. He makes it all the way to the barrier, so watch out for a safety car as all the rest of the field flow on through. Some taking to a little bit of the AstroTurf to make sure they can get round.
Yep, space ran out there for Harry Landy. He was caught up in contact there, went straight on into the barriers. He's getting out of the car okay, but that was quite a moment on the first lap of the race. Also coming past our commentary position slow is Wes Payne in the 50 car, so he's had trouble on the first lap as well. No dramas of that ilk so far, though, for our leading pack. They continue on out once again to the back half of the circuit.
We heard from Wes in the assembly area. He was changing an A-frame of the car, and I wonder whether that's just not happened in time. It was at the last minute, but let's get a replay then of that incident. It was tight coming in. Harry Land, you can see in the Greek car in the background. It looks like that's one of the aluminium cars. Alan Curtis and Harry Cook there along with him. Just got sandwiched on the outside. You can see his exhaust pipe flapping away there as he makes quite significant contact with the barrier there. That's the end of his race for today.
End of his race, and safety car has been declared, so that our race overall will now be paused. Safety car conditions, that message now filtering through to all of the drivers as they go past the marshal post. Conditions worsening as well. You can see a kind of thicker layer of water in the air as they go through church that time. So the race is neutralised, and everyone now into single file. Everyone being very careful, I'm sure, to adhere to that safety car board as it came out, because, of course, we did have penalties for yellow flag overtaking yesterday, but our race leader is Graham McDonald in the number 19 car. So Graham McDonald in the car that started in 8th place. He's managed to get himself up to P1. McDonald with a very good start, and he was one of the few drivers that seemed really quite eager to see the rain. So
yeah, like I say, there's real difference of opinions about rain and who likes to do it. Again, that little replay there's in the background, you can see that sandwich effect. Chris Fraser also sort of pushing out, and it does look like Alan Curtis just clipped the rear of Harry, and he just got Harry Cook was on the outside, nowhere to go, but Harry Landy all the way to the barrier in his green machine there. A shame for his first day, but yeah, some drivers like these slippery conditions, others are a little less keen, but in the 310R most of them are pretty experienced by now to know what they need to do.
Yeah, absolutely right. Once you get to the 310R stage, it's still has its roots in an academy car, but it's evolved quite significantly from the cars we saw yesterday in the hands of the academy drivers, of course.
Yeah, got significantly more power under your right foot. You've got a limited slip differential and all the upgrades of suspension, lack of windscreen. It's a really race-focused car and actually a real driver's favourite. The combination of power to chassis sort of balance is really excellent and a fun car, which is why we see such really good, healthy grids in this 310 year after year. And like you say, this is the same underlying car that they buy for the academy. They just upgrade it each year and they eventually get to this 310R championship, and what a proposition that is.
Of course, you've had the opportunity as well to drive the next step up as well, the 7 UK championship spec car, some will know as the 420R, and that's a very different kettle of fish.
Again, that's now got, instead of the 1.6 litre for Sigma, it's got the Duratec 2 litre engine in that one, and a beast it is too, with a sequential gearbox, fully race focused with Avon slick tyres on it, and an incredible beast. They're not with us this weekend, but they will be out with us at Snetterton the next time out in August.
Yeah, very interesting cars to watch those, very physical looking as well. Harry Landy's car is just being towed away from the scene of the accident at the moment, and the marshals are clear of the barriers as well. I don't think we'll see the safety car in this lap. If we do, it's incredibly efficient work from our marshals down at post 20 and 21 here at Thruxton. That is either side of the club chicane, and of course probably two of the busiest spots for our heroes in orange, our volunteer marshals, to end up. A
great chance to say thank you ever so much to all our Orange Army out there doing what they do for us to allow us to go racing. You know, we appreciate each other, and on behalf of all the drivers, and I say thank you very much to every single one of you out there, especially in the conditions it looks like we're set for today.
Yeah, some of the Caterham representatives were down there this morning buying Marshall's ice creams before we came to racing, and they returned to the post this morning, so Caterham going the extra mile to thank our marshals and also the Junior Saloon Car Club using me as a conduit to hand some cakes out as well. We are going to go back to racing. This time, by the looks of it, safety car lights are out and Graham McDonald is holding the pack now. He is in control. He's the ex-CEO, but he's found his way to lead a pack of Caterhams and control a pack of Caterhams once again, and that was a very good launch by McDonald. He pulled the pin at just the right time, powers away in the lead of the race. Andrew Murgatroyd is there in second place from Lars Alexander Hoffmann. Alexander Hoffmann, though, right to the inside and through into second place. Harry Cook there in fourth will be looking to try and get through also. They head towards Campbell and Cobb for the first time back under green flag conditions, and it's side by side for P2. Harry Cook trying to find his way around Lars Alexander Hoffmann. Murgatroyd losing a couple of positions early doors there. I think he just got caught a little bit napping by McDonald and a couple of those behind him.
Yeah, Murgatroyd seemed to be caught sleeping, didn't he? And Hoffmann sort of making hay while the sun shines. Sales dropped back to fifth from our second place on the grid. Where's Willis? He's in sixth. So our front row people not having such a good run in the early part of this race. And you can see it's a little bit more strung out, these conditions. They will start feeling it. You can see Graham McDonald sliding that car as they head up here in the backside of the circuit, but around Goodwood and on the exit. But yeah, they will start feeling that slight change of condition underneath the tyres, and as they turn, they have a little less confidence until they get to sort of get grip of the conditions that they've got now.
And it's a skill that you develop with experience, and it only a select few can really do it to an expert level. That is anticipating and understanding how the weather is changing underneath you lap on lap. Everybody packing together again behind McDonald. Hoffmann with a nose ahead. Harry Cook all the way around the outside and into the lead. He takes the lead this time by Graham McDonald there, losing a couple of positions, but very well executed by Cook around the outside.
Bravo, he was brave on the brakes into again, not knowing what those conditions are going to be like. It's amazing that he absolutely nailed that. However, he's going to lose out to Hoffmann as they go into Allard this time through Hoffmann, and there's also Graham McDonald seeing we can make it three wide as they come up into the complex. They're flowing through. They're not willing to they're getting used to these conditions, aren't they, as they get more confident on those brakes, but it is still drizzling out there, so it is going to be changing each lap.
Yeah, absolutely right. The conditions evolving continuously. You see their Sales in the 35. He's on the outside of Murgatroyd there. That's for 5th and 6th place. Both of them have dropped down a little bit, of course. They were both running towards the front at points in this race, and you will see that yo-yo effect throughout the top 10 during this race. The cars ascend up the pack and then drop back down. It's going to be the last lap that counts, more specifically probably the run to the last corner that counts in this race. Hoffmann and McDonald side by side. McDonald having a little look through Village Curve towards Church. I don't think he's going to make a move at Church, but he does at least suggest that he might. Harry Cook on the inside for 3rd place there, with Willis trying to go around the outside of him, and here comes the run now to Club.
Absolutely. Sometimes you have to feign the move to the inside just to protect from the cars following. Murgatroyd squeezed a bit towards the grass at that point as they swoop down this straight towards the club chicane once more. Then looks like Cook's going to come out in front. Jack Sales looking around the outside, see whether there's grip there. Willis is there as well. Hoffmann in the middle of that sandwich. We've seen that not work. Murgatroyd's going to have to thread the needle back into the train, and they all do somehow make it. Cooper having to go across the grass, as did Fraser there as well.
And we get a look now at them side by side, or 3 wide going into that corner around the outside there. That was Bush, I think, trying to be involved in that as well. Hugo Bush, always very, very brave indeed. He started 12th place. He got a 5-place penalty for his grid position, so he'll be extra incentivized. Just to loop to Dominic Mansberger, who started 31st. He's into the top 20 now in 18th position. So the driver of the number 25, the German competitor, who's based just outside Hockenheim, is making his way forward.
And he would have been stalled a little bit by that safety car, so he's got a little bit less time to recover. Remember, the finishing order of this race dictates the starting order for the next one, so he really does need to move himself up in this final 10 minutes of this race. As you see them all coming down the back end, it's Cook who's currently got the lead over McDonald, then it's Hoffmann, and going through into Murgatroyd, Sales, Willis.
Yeah, so it's Cook was Cook in the lead last time by. We see the cars now head out. It is Graham McDonald back to the sharp end. So Cook registered as lap leader last time. now trying to find his way back through, but he's got Murgatroyd, Hoffman, Sales all arriving on his rear bumper. It is Cook to the lead briefly, although McDonald has the inside line. McDonald, with the authoritative position on track, manages to hold on to the lead for the time being. It's a train of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cars, with then the briefest of gaps between Lopez, Appleton and then the chasing pack from 11th back. Incredible racing. I saw that McDonald just shortcutted the last element of Club Chicane, though. Needs to be careful of that, of course, because track limits can be punished.
Yeah, the grey bit of the track is where the drivers are aiming, and they're told to. If the marshals see you off that bit of track, then they can call track limits. You have one warning before you then have a 5-second penalty applied, followed by increasing penalties right up until exclusion. So yeah, definitely don't want to be leaving the grey part of this tarmac. So we see them all flowing down then out of the Seagrave and up onto Noble on the left-hand side here. Watch out for them, as they all seem to be now ready to go 4-5 wide into the chicane. They've got a sort of sense of where they are, and it's been that side-by-side through the chicane that caused all the issues we had yesterday. So let's see whether they can do it. That so far they're willing to capitulate and sort of drop back into line.
Yeah, absolutely. It's McDonald who once again leads them towards Church then for the second consecutive lap, making himself comfortable in the lead. However, anything but comfortable being at the front of the queue as they approach the Club Chicane braking zone. They head up the hill, up Woodham Hill now through Brooklands. There's Lars Alexander Hoffman going side by side with Cook as everyone fans out once again. McDonald claims the inside line once more, and once again seems to be in control of the situation. You've got Willis there around the outside in the 81 car. He moves up into second. Going across the curbs there was Murgatroyd in the 84. He got a good run because of it. He's got the inside line for the following corner, but he wisely, I think, backed out of that there, because if he'd inherited second place by going across the green stuff, he would have been in trouble.
Cooper and Fraser also using that same bit of green, and they've done that a couple of laps in a row, so really do need to be careful at this point. But McDonald managing to get that inside line working into the chicane, isn't he? He's managing to get late enough on the brakes that he's protecting from that outside lunge just for the time being. But Willis making good progress back up to second. He had drifted briefly down to about 6th or 7th, so he's come back through the field again.
Yeah, he made up 4 places on that last lap from 6th to 2nd place. That's the yo-yo effect we're talking about. All it takes is a good run out of Church, and of course the slipstream with the almost brickish front end of this car cuts a big hole through the air. The slipstream is massive in a Caterham race, and you can very quickly inherit positions. Of course, that's usually where the fastest laps of the race come in as well, when somebody's got a nice tow through the high-speed sections of a given circuit. McDonald heading through Church once again then with the rest of the field in tow. We're looking further back to the 68 car there. That is Welch down in 24th position in his red livery. The leaders meanwhile have arrived here with us at the chicane, and it is Cook now to the lead. So McDonald has dropped down to second place. Harry Cook is our leader again. He was 9th at the start of this lap.
Yeah, and I've just seen that black and white flag has been given to 10 and 71. That is Cooper and Fraser for using this club chicane in that green, using the green tarmac, which they're not allowed to. But Murgatroyd currently in the lead then, and McDonald's seeing if he can tuck around the inside. But the outside line has seemed to work better, and it is Cook in that position at the moment. So he's going to be the inside as they head into Campbell this time through.
There's a little bit of bodywork down just after the second apex at the club chicane as well. Doesn't look like anything too major, but something is down there at the apex of the corner. One car going off wide, everyone managing to stay in the straight line. The Motol back car you just see there is Dominic Mansperger. He's now in 16th position, so he's on the fringe of the top 15.
O'Flanagan, watch out for him in the yellow car. He's come all the way through, and he's currently running in 7th place. Great for him. You saw him have that incident with Mansperger and Hugo Bush in the chicane yesterday, so he's managed to make his way back through, and he'll be quite happy to see you can see him there in that yellow car just ahead of Hugo Bush, the person he had that issue with yesterday, as they head round then with Murgatroyd leading, McDonald leading Cook.
Yes, so he started 17th today, Flanagan. He's well in the top 10 now. McDonald and Murgatroyd side by side. Here comes Cook on his favoured outside line. We've seen him sweep Willis and Sales also trying to get involved on the outside and inside respectively. A little bit of contact between Cook and McDonald. It's McDonald that leads the way. They fan out Murgatroyd once again over the grass, as was Sales, but it is McDonald that leads for another lap. 4.5 minutes to go, and they're starting to really bunch up 2-3 wide even through Allard.
They tripped up each other so much through the chicane. The bunching continued all the way down over that start-finish straight, but it is McDonald holds true out front for the time being. He's been in those sort of front three positions, and they're the drivers to watch out for. But with 4 minutes to go, it's where even now, even people back at that field can still make their way through. They've got at least another 2 or 3 opportunities to move forward.
So then, still time to go. Really, you just need to try and keep the car in one piece above everything else there. Lock up there for Lars Alexander Hoffman. He had to avoid the back of Harry Cook there. I think he just had to step on the brake pedal to miss the back of the number 9 car momentarily. That's bunched everybody else and given McDonald a couple of car lengths.
Yeah, I wonder whether that was a misgear or something strange going on. It was an unusual place. It should be flat out around the left of Noble as they head out onto the back straight, or maybe just a misjudging the distance in front of them. But as they all come back down towards then Church Corner, one of the fastest, most daunting corners in British Motorsport, see how much the car's leaning as they're heading out here in the academies yesterday. You could see the lean angle. We go Cook onto the grass. He just took himself out there. A little bit of an oversteer moment as he joined the straight, manages to get it all back together again, but that would be well over 100 miles an hour doing that.
Lost 7-8 places in the course of that one. That was very hard to the mouth stuff for Harry Cook. It's a top 18-ish battle, I would say. Everyone in one big pack. One of the cars shedding bodywork there, that was the number 92 car, losing some of its wheel furniture. Philip Bianchi having a moment there. It's all changed again at the front end of the order, though. It's Willis to the lead, I think, for the first time across the line. He leads the way. And O'Flanagan, well, he's all the way up to P2.
Willis, our winner from yesterday, back up to the lead then. He's been on a bit of an adventure this, but with 2 minutes 43 seconds left, he's in the right place at the right time, isn't he? Jack Sales also making moves. Murgatroyd falling back, but we still got, it looks like Mansberger has joined that lead battle now, firmly ensconced, and actually this is closer than it was in the mid part of this race as we come to the tail end. How are they going to make the club chicane this time?
Well, yes, it's getting more and more fraught and more tense each time, isn't it? The real estate space is becoming all the more valuable as they try and find room heading towards club. Look at the sheer amount of cars in this queue. There are 3.3 seconds separating the top 14 out there. Incredible racing. It's Willis in the lead, side by side. O'Flanagan, McDonald, Sales, and now 4 wide because here comes Murgatroyd to the inside line. Harry Cook makes it 5 wide for second place. Willis must feel like he's sitting on a nuclear missile there with so many cars behind him, fanning out behind it. Still Willis in the lead. Cook goes second. Hugo Bush, who's barely really been in the top 5, is now up there in 3rd place ahead of Murgatroyd in 4th. They bounce again across the curbs. There was a wheel arch loose there as well, so they've clipped a bit of bodywork. 1 minute and 31 seconds left to go. This should now be the penultimate lap because we're in the 1:27s.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, that bodywork was left from the last lap and they just collected it as they exited. Chris Fraser going across the grass once more, so he would have picked up that bodywork in the Dutch vodka car. As they head out, and you can see again raindrops on the camera. I wonder whether it's spitting again once more because we're seeing them all be a bit cautious. Jack Sales, I saw, had to get out the throttle on the back straight. Graham McDonald's back on the grass again, but Jack Sales had to get out of the throttle and he immediately lost 4 or 5 places just because he had to back out of the position.
So Willis still your leader. You see there more and more cars starting to show the scars of battle with 50 seconds left to go. This should be the penultimate lap of the race, and it'll be interesting to know how many of the drivers realise that. I suspect they're all looking for those last lap boards on the start-finish line.
They'll all have eyes on stalks at the moment, won't they? They'll be looking. Most of them have a little clock timer on their dashboard, which will tell them how many minutes of this 20-minute race they've got to go. How can they make up? Where do they want to be coming into this last lap then? McDonald currently leads them, but he's going to get swamped as they come into the club chicane for this penultimate time. Willis still to the outside. Harry Cook looking down the inside. The inside looks to have more grip for the braking at the moment. Murgatroyd slips into that 3rd place. O'Flanagan now up into that 4th place. Hugo Bush follows him. We've got sideways Graham McDonald. He's going to have to take to the grass. That's going to cost him a lot of point positions. he's going to have a lot of work to do in this final lap.
Yeah, unfortunate for McDonald, who was leading a good portion of that race in the middle. We have 0 seconds left on the clock now. This is the final lap of the race, and it's led in the early stages by Harry Cook. For Willis, for Murgatroyd, O'Flanagan, Bush, those behind him. Realistically now, for the rest of this lap, I suspect they'll hold station, because realistically, if you're leading coming out of church, there's a good chance you won't be when you get to club.
With this many cars in, so it's hard to judge that one though. It's like, I think you just have to keep pushing forward, but you're right, they will be thinking tactically, where do I want to be following someone onto that back straight? I don't want to be leading. The moment Harry Cook has been pushed into that position, has Willis timed this to perfection? He's currently in that second place, but we've got a whole bunch of cars later on that are going to be looking to see Cook actually drifting a little bit wide there. I wonder whether to let Willis go through, almost like a volunteering act of that. I think it was what it is. He dropped to third place. That might be the wisest move we've seen so far.
I am almost certain that was a chess move rather than a mistake there, as they all go through church 2-3 wide. It is Willis on the inside there at the front, Murgatroyd second. Here comes O'Flanagan, here comes Hoffman. They're all towing each other as they head towards club again. O'Flanagan goes to the outside. You've got Lars Alexander Hoffman taking to the grass to try and get to the inside, and he's loose on the grass. Hopefully he can hold that car together. It's Murgatroyd who has managed to sneak through there alongside Cook. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Oh, and they make contact. Murgatroyd across the curbs, Cook into the wall, and I believe that leaves the checkered flag to O'Flanagan. Yes, it does. O'Flanagan from 17th position on the grid. Taylor O'Flanagan in the 11 car takes the win. Willis in second. Dominic Mansperger from out of nowhere, 31st to 3rd position. The most well-deserved podium you're going to see all weekend long. Sales 4th, and Lopez Appleton managed to ascend up to 5th position as well. But 2 cars into the barrier, our top 2 in the barrier at the end of the race. I think that Murgatroyd managed to get through. Yes, he eventually finished 13th, but Harry Cook remains in the barrier here at the last corner. A dramatic conclusion.
What a shame for it to end like that, with contact and a barrier visit. But O'Flanagan is going to be absolutely delighted after that chicane. So let's have a replay then of that final thing. They're side by side as they go through this left-hand element, and you can see again we just clipped those little rumble strips on one side and then the other. It was Murgatroyd trying to make his way back to the circuit, but O'Flanagan positioning himself in perfect position. Jack Sales again making up positions late on there, but what unfortunate way for those two to end, and it was just those yellow sausage curbs you can see on the screen there that just unsettled the car and meant they have no steering.
Well, what a race that was. It was O'Flanagan, Taylor O'Flanagan, who managed to take the win by just under 0.2 of a second from Tom Willis. Dominic Mansperger from 31st to 3rd place. Story of the race from him. Jack Sales and Ben Lopez Appleton, your top 5. Hugo Bush taking 6th, ahead of Alan Cooper in 7th. Lars Alexander Hoffman, who was skating across the grass on the approach to club on the final lap, he finishes 8th. Chris Fraser in the 10 in 9th, and Philip Bianchi in the 92 rounds out the top 10. Ryan Lovett in the 28 is next, ahead of Harry Eyre in 12th. Andrew Murgatroyd recovered from that collision at the end of the race to take 13th place. Graham McDonald, of course, who had a moment on the penultimate lap, he finishes in P14. In 15th place, Curtis in the 43 car. In 16th place was Metcalf in the number 16. Cooper in the 77 in 17th. Cresswell in the 8, finishing 18th. The 99 car of Michael Curley taking 19th. And Tim Steele rounding out our top 20 finishers in that race. The top 17 cars were split by 3.4 seconds. That is Caterham Racing summarised.
Absolutely brilliant. They were as close at the end as they were right at the start, weren't they? So absolutely fantastic show put on by the 310R, and first of 5 races that we've got for you today with the Caterhams out here today. But yeah, what a great, showing the experience levels there with tricky conditions to understand, and all the drivers are doing a good job. Unfortunate with that contact right at the end there.
I can tell you that Harry Cook is up and walking about. He doesn't look to be in too bad of spirits either. He seems to be okay. Meanwhile, we can head down to the rest of the grid now and get some reactions from the paddock, where Sam will be ready to get some insight on that race.
Gosh, that was absolutely amazing race. That was, you can see on these guys' faces. I mean, incredible recovery drives from these as well. Oh, Taylor's just going to go and congratulate a few people. He's got his family. I'll tell you what, I'll come to Nope, I won't. Dominic's still taking his helmet off. Tom Willis, let's have a chat with you first. Second place.
Yes.
Fantastic. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
happy with that. Yeah, happy.
You'll take that, won't you?
Absolutely, yeah. It was carnage, really, out there. I got lucky, really. Andrew and Harry came together in the last corner, and I went with Taylor. That's racing, I suppose, so
Yeah.
I'll take that every day.
How slippery was it out there?
Not too bad, actually. Yeah, I actually found I was expecting it to be more slippy. There was a bit of drizzle coming, but it didn't make any difference. But it was just getting used to running on the wet tyres, which we haven't done all season. But it was fine. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, it was a great drive. It's great for us. That was a fantastic race for us to watch. Right, I'm going to go and grab Taylor. Where is he? He should be. Oh, here he is. He's over with his family. Taylor, congratulations! Amazing. What a recovery drive. It's got to make up for yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely buzzing, super happy. The last couple of laps could have been anybody's, but yeah, positioned well and yeah, out of the way. Suddenly the finish line was there, so yeah, super happy, absolutely chuffed. Yeah.
Great for us to watch. Yeah, the family would be well chuffed with that. We heard them cheering.
Yeah, I bet. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Well done, Taylor. Right, let's move on through and speak to Dominic. He's just talking to Circuit Radio. Oh, nope, he's moving away from me. Keep chasing these drivers down. Dominic, sorry. Everyone wants to congratulate you. What an amazing recovery drive that was. You've got to be so happy with that.
Absolutely. After I've seen what garbage went on here in the race, that was quite a mess. And I saw the parts flying next to me. But it's quite difficult because everyone is braking so early then because of the whole car train that is like a traffic jam to the corner. So that was quite difficult. I couldn't go my own speed, but thankfully on the podium. So well deserved, and also a big thank to DPR and Caterham for bringing the car back on track.
Well, brilliant. 31st to 3rd. I mean, I don't think that's been done before.
Yeah, thanks.
Well done, Dom. Right, that's it for those top three. So we're just going to go and have a quick walk through. I'd like to speak to Graham if I can find him, because I mean he led that race for quite a bit. So he's got to be quite happy with that. Oh, here he is. He's over here talking to Hugo Bush. I'm just going to try and wiggle on through if I can, and hope he doesn't walk away from me. Right, Hugo. Sorry to interrupt. I'm coming just to speak to you, Graham. I was hoping you were going to be on the podium. You were great restart as well after the safety car.
Do you know what? I was devastated, and I thought I had it under control. You know, I was watching him in my mirrors. I thought I'd wait to the chicane and then plant it, and I pulled out some distance, held it for a couple of laps, and then they caught me on the toe. And then I don't know what happened. I'll have to look at the footage. I don't know whether I got tagged or whether I just got a bit out of shape coming into the chicane and it put me onto the grass. Yeah, gutted. I thought I had the champagne on ice, but I'll have to hold it for another race.
Yeah, your time will come. Thanks, Graham. Right, just going to have a quick walk through and see if I can speak to anyone else. Just going to dodge through. Oh, and here's Jack Sales. Let's speak to Jack. Hello, Jack.
Hello.
How was that race for you?
Absolute chaos. Yeah, mad. I'm glad to survived. No, good fun. Yeah, I was sort of 6 or 7 wide down the straight towards the chicane. Was a little bit hairy. I just kind of the last lap I was kind of behind it, and then Lars just sort of drove onto the grass, which was good for me because I was sort of now at the point in the year where I was sort of laser focused on Lars. So to see him just sort of on the grass was quite. Had a bit of Schadenfreude. So good points to the championship and no damage. So fingers crossed, one more race, keep all my wings, and all will be good.
And your wish may come true. It looks like it might be wet later.
I hope so. It might calm it down a bit.
Yeah, definitely. That was a crazy race for us to watch. I was hooked.
Yeah, I bet it was. I mean, it was like 7 wide, I think, down the. Yeah, it was just like trying to pick where to go, and I think I don't know where I was on the last lap, maybe sort of 7th or 8th, right at the back of the train, and everyone fanned out, and there was literally no space, and then it just a couple of gaps then sort of opened up, and I just parked it on the inside, and then I think Harry and Andrew tangled on the last corner and got through it and finished 4th. So that'll do.
You'll take that.
Absolutely.
Well, congratulations, well done. Right, we're just going to have a little wriggle through. They are going to go to their podium very shortly. Let's have a chat with Steve, actually, Graham's teammate. We're just going to have a come and chat with you. How was your race?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, spent most of the time hoping he was going to win, watching from the back. But I didn't have a great start, but hung on to the lead pack, which is pretty decent for me. Yeah, pretty good. I think maybe made up 2 or 3 places, made up a couple yesterday, so yeah, all good.
Excellent.
Looking forward to a wet one this afternoon.
Yeah. It'll mix it up a bit for you, won't it?
Definitely. I mean, never been round here in the wet, so we'll see what happens.
Excellent. Well, good luck for that one. Thank you. Right, we'll head back to you guys in the commentary box, and we'll be back down to us shortly for the Vertex Roadsport.
So the Roadsport cars are next out there on the circuit, as Sam just alluded to. We have plenty of racing yet to come. The Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship will begin at 12:10 p.m, 20 minutes of racing for them. The second race of the weekend, first race of the day for the Junior Saloon Car Championship at 12:45. The Mission Motorsport Caterham 7270R Championship is at 1:15. 14:20 to 2:20 p.m. we'll have the first race of the day for the Track Attack and its various classes. The Classic Racing Car Club Formula Ford 2000 Pinto category, the first run for this category at 2:50 p.m. UK time. The Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship at 3:25, based on the race we've just seen. I'm very much looking forward to seeing them back out there later on. The last race of the Junior Saloon Cars is due at 4 p.m. Mission Motorsport Caterham 720s 270Rs out again at 4:30, and then the Track Attack Championship will round out or will be the second last race out there at 5:05. The CRCC Formula Ford 2000s will be our last race of the day at 5:35. So then we will now take a little bit of a look, as we have a break in the programme, to the podium, and Sam will introduce that and show us what's going on down at the podium.
So we've now got you down here for the podium, so you'll get to hear the loud screams and cheers and the celebrations from the podium. So they're just getting everyone ready. They like to have everyone round watching. It's a great atmosphere down here. We've got the whole grid watching and all the supporters and family and friends. So very soon they will be brought up onto the podium. But yeah, we've got the Vertex Roadsport Championship coming up shortly. There's a little qualifying session next, but then next race for us is the Road Sports. So that would be a great race to watch too. So as you can see, you've got lots of fans, lots of drivers already discussing their race. They're almost ready, I think. We've got Taylor's got a lot of supporters. It's great. We heard them scream from the pit wall. They're just getting everybody ready.
Right, well, that was exciting.
Simon Lambert there is going to be calling everybody up.
Sorry that we got to stand out here in the rain. It was exciting, less than a second covering the top 10 for most of that. In third place it was Dog! In second place with the trophy presented by his mum Shirley, it was Tom! And it's great to see him back on the top of the podium with the trophy presented by his Uncle Brian. It was Taylor!
So they'll just get some photos together. I'm not sure if they're going to spray champagne because they have another race later, but it depends if they oh no, look, I'm going to move out the way. It looks like they are going to spray the champagne. Oh, poor Taylor. There you go, great atmosphere down here. So we're going to hand back to you guys in the commentary box now, and we'll see you very shortly.
Thank you very much, Sam, and congratulations on avoiding the champagne. As we get ready for the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship, let's take a look at what else is going on in the Caterham family. It's a very busy time for this British sports car brand.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Caterham. Today marks a milestone in the evolution of the company.
Look at this, what a track day car. I keep saying I need to get myself in a Caterham.
I raced Caterhams myself, so but this is an electric one, and this is something that's pretty important going forwards, isn't it?
So then the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship will be out next. Race number 10 of the weekend, race number 2 of the programme. As you can see, the Pinto Formula 4 2000s are out there on circuit at the moment, but the Roadsport Championship will be our next coverage. Another 20-minute race for the Caterham Roadsports. Obviously, to talk about the ladder of Caterham Racing, the academy that we saw yesterday split into 2 groups, that is very much the beginner level. That is where we get started as we have a spin on track there. Ben Stiles and the number 18 Pinto entry 4th currently on the timing sheets, just went purple in the first sector on this lap, and it's ended with him in the barriers there at the final turn. So as that happens in this qualifying session, we'll talk about Caterham Roadsport. It is effectively the step up from Caterham Academy.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the ladder in general. I mean, if you're sitting on your sofa watching all this action thinking, how do I get involved? Well, Caterham do the Caterham Academy and a whole motorsport ladder based on that car all the way through. We saw the Academy yesterday. They do a single 20-minute race, 1 per race weekend, and then they upgrade their car at the end of the year to continue their racing, and they make it into what we call the Roadsport car. So it's effectively, from the outside, looks very similar to the Academy car, but they strap on the Avon ZZ S tyres, and that gives them extra performance out on track, and it's each step of the motorsport ladder gives them extra speed and race focus. So the Roadsport cars still very much, as their name implies, absolutely road legal, and they are but it's a very minor upgrade, like strapping on the tyres and having a rear anti-roll bar, but they can continue on for another 2 years in that same car. So once they complete the Roadsport season, so their 2nd season of motorsport, they will then go into the 270R Championship, and gets really race focused, and it's no longer road legal. You take off the windscreen, you take off the lights, number plates have all gone. You have a wider track front suspension and stiffer suspension all round, really race focused car. And then finally you can upgrade it once more to the 310s, which you saw a little bit earlier on today, and great action they were. They've got even more power under their right foot, so each year you upgrade, but it's the Roadsport's, the coming of age championship really.
And what's exciting to me as well, potentially, with what we've just seen in that VT package that we just showed of the Project B car, given Caterham's motorsport heritage, when you see them develop a new exciting sports car like that, your first thought is, okay then, when and where are we racing it?
Yeah, not only that, we've also seen the EV7 as well, the electric vehicle 7 going up there, Goodwood Festival Hill. I mean, they've obviously got to keep relevant, they've got to keep developing, they've got to keep with the times, and EV7 is a project which shows that you can have an electric model out there. But for the foreseeable future, the ladder is in really good health. We've got really strong numbers throughout Caterham Motorsport, really good to see, and as you can see, the action is absolutely fantastic.
As much as I know it's a point of blasphemy among certain parts of the classic car community, I could really eyeball the EV7 project and then some of the older Caterham 7 chassis that are out there and think resto mod to an EV car would actually be quite an interesting proposition. If your original engine has just launched itself, that could be an interesting way forward.
It's another way of maintaining your car. At some point, parts, engines, and all that are going to be disappearing off. But future times is everyone's got to keep an eye to the future, and that's one of them. And exciting times, and the car itself is fantastically balanced. And they're organising it so that it's. The design is that you can go for a 20-minute track session, you can then spend 20 minutes charging your car and then have another track session. So that's the idea and concept between it.
Yeah, absolutely right. I understand that we can now head down to assembly area where the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship cars are starting to arrive with Sam Parker. So Sam will give us some insights now from the assembly area.
Welcome back. We are in the assembly area now, ready for the Vertex Roadsport race. And obviously, as you can see, I've got my umbrella up, so it is coming down a little bit more than it was before. So I think it is going to get quite wet on that track very soon. For these guys, obviously, they're on the same tyre anyway, but they don't have to change for a wet tyre. But we're going to have a little wander through, try not to get in the way of any other cars coming in. But as you can see, there are quite a few cars coming in. They're already in here, rather. Actually, I do want to speak to Dan Hope, so let's have a wander over here. He is just next to his car at the moment. Hello, guys. Dan, just wanted to have a chat about your car's been having some, a lot of work going on this morning.
Yeah, unfortunate incident yesterday between Lino and I in the last corner of the last lap, which was very unfortunate. So, a few repairs, starting at the back today because of some grid penalties and things, but we'll see what we can do from here. There's been some crazy results right from the back, winning the race, so you never know what can happen.
I was going to say, I think judging by the 310 race, anything can happen.
Yeah, it looks like some great race, and the rain looks like it's coming down, so that always makes racing interesting. Hopefully we can get a good result.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Sam.
Wish you all the best.
See you later.
Right, let's move on down. And Lionel Tolmesh there, just doing his tyre pressures with one of the driver holding the umbrella for him. Lionel, just quick word from you. Obviously, yesterday, wasn't a great race for you. You've had some, good races this season so far.
Yeah, it was a bit frustrating. I think it was my own mistake earlier on, but then I managed to get back up, and I think there was a bit of a mix-up with yellow flags, which really messed everyone's race, as I think that can be seen by the significant mess-up in the grid. So sort of plan for today is get as many people as possible. Hopefully a bit more rain comes through, because everyone seems to get a bit more nervous, especially as we've not had rain yet, ever.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
I mean, it'll make it a bit more interesting.
That's right. We've hardly had any wet races.
I know. I think Academy seems to get a lot of it this year, but whenever we seem to be around, we seem to miss out on it. I think even today we seem to be missing out on the bulk of it. So I don't know if it's unlucky or lucky.
No, I mean, I suppose you just want consistency as well, don't you, really?
Yeah, it's quite hard to get consistency, but I think the changing conditions will make it very, very interesting. I think the few that have to get through the grid, I mean, you've got myself, Cozzy and Kennelly all quite far down the grid where we're not really used to, so it's just going to be interesting to see how we can find our way through. I think because the main pack ahead are a bit closer to us, we'll be able to pick up with them before as they work their way through. But I think hopefully Rob will be able to work away from the front and get away from them.
Yeah.
Nice to see him win a race.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you very much for talking to us. I'll let you get back to doing your tyre pressures. Right, let's have a look. We've got past me on Oliver's car there, on his number plate. Zach Lower. Let's have a quick word with Zach. Hello, Zach. So, changing conditions today.
It is, yeah. We weren't quite expecting rain, but well, it was always on the cards. But yeah, we came out not really thinking it was going to rain. But we'll see.
I think the rain was I thought the rain was for more this afternoon, actually.
Yeah, it did look it. I think luckily this track the rain's slightly less effective than other tracks. It's such an aggressive tarmac that the rain shouldn't be too big a factor. Yeah. We'll see.
Fingers
if it
crossed.
stays light like this, especially.
Yeah. It doesn't look like really dark, threatening clouds, is it? It's going to throw really heavy rain down.
Yeah, not for us. Maybe later on. So we'll see.
Maybe for your brother's race.
Maybe for Charlie. Yeah, not wishing it on him, but makes it exciting.
Yeah. And then we saw him having an engine, a gearbox change this morning. So how are they getting on with that? Have you seen?
They're on track with it, but a bit of a last minute rush, I guess, especially for Dan. He's plugging away at it right now. I think it's gone back in though, so should be done soon.
Brilliant, great stuff. Well, enjoy the race.
Thanks, I will.
See you in a bit. Everyone's being told to get ready, put their helmets on now, so I won't interfere too much with some of them while they're getting there. Oh, so hang on. What's Andrew Bailey telling me?
You need to go and speak to Guy. He's in 4th on the grid today, and I think he's done really, really well. I think he deserves a shout out on YouTube. Our mate Guy is down in number 4 if you get a chance.
Yep, I'll work my way down there now.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
No.
Have a good race.
Thank you very much.
So let's go and have a little walk down this way. There he is, Guy Crossman. He's almost ready, so we can talk to him. Hello. So we come to talk to you because this is a great position for you.
It's a new one on me, yes. So finished 13th yesterday, went to bed expecting to be starting 13th, came in this morning, and because there's been a few penalties and things, I'm up here. I've got a bit of a nosebleed really. I've never been up this file, so exciting. Bit of rain as well, great.
We like to make it eventful for you.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, we'll see how we go.
Yeah. So how are you enjoying Thruxton?
It's good. It's a bit of a weird one because obviously you only sort of brake twice, so the rest of it you're just hanging on for grim death and hoping you get your lines right so you can carry the speed. But and then it always makes you very exciting, especially into last chicane when you've got like 5 abreast and you're thinking. Yeah, but no, it's good. It's a good fast track.
I think we saw 7 wide in the 310 race going into that chicane. But somehow they made it all through single file. Yeah. Well, not every time, but sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Well, that's it. Sometimes you just got to slink it in and hope for the best. So yeah.
What are those sausage curbs like? Because I see a few people mount them. They seem quite aggressive. They're quite. You don't really want to be going over those.
No, I did go over them yesterday by accident, and it was a bit of a bumpy ride. Absolutely. So yeah, try and avoid them because, as I say, if there's a few of you as well, you can throw you into another car or whatever. So yeah, try and avoid them as possible. Yeah, bit of a bumpy ride. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Enjoy.
Can I just say, if he's listening, Charlie Hazelwood's not with us the rest of the season. So if he's watching, hello.
Oh, lovely. Yes. Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to move on around. Have a quick word with Harvey. Harvey, great starting position for you. What do you think you can do from here? Because anything seems to go here, doesn't it, at Thruxton?
Yeah, anything's possible here, especially with the wet weather. So hopefully a podium maybe, but I don't know. The weather's going to change it all around a bit, I think.
Yeah, it probably will do. I mean, it doesn't. I think the rain is getting a bit lighter actually now. It's not really committing to full rain, is it? It's sort of very drizzly and then it blows away.
Yeah, hopefully it eases off a bit. Yeah. Makes for better racing, really. But yeah, see what I can do.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, enjoy the race. Thank you. And then I'm just going to have a quick word with Henry Littlejohn. I've got Darren just making sure his belts are done up properly. I think they will be going out shortly because there's a checkered flag for the qualifying that's just been out. Henry, just wanted to have a quick word with you. How looking forward to this race?
Yes, I am. A bit nervous. It's our first wet race and it's the highest up the order I've started, so there's a bit of pressure on for today. So just going to try and keep it clean and on the track and see what happens.
Yeah, you'll be fine. hopefully those nerves will turn to, your skills. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Good luck. And then we've got Robert Lowe starting in pole position. I'm going to come around this side. I love the bonnet, Robert. It's great colour scheme on this car.
Thank you very much. It seems to have made all the difference this weekend. Having upgraded colour schemes, I seem to have upgraded about 10 places from normal. I'm just going to go out there and have as much fun as I can.
That's what it's all about, though, isn't it? You've got to enjoy it.
Absolutely. If I don't enjoy this, then I might as well go home.
Yeah. Exactly. Right, I'll let you go because I think they might be calling you out any moment. So I'll let you get in the zone. Good luck. Yeah, that's cut there. Other cars are coming in from the track now, so I'm not sure if I still need my umbrella on. I can't figure out, is it raining, John? Let's get a nod from the cameraman if it's still raining. It is, yeah. Okay. We might just walk into the middle a bit, just in case they are called out any second now, so we don't get in the way. And hopefully this will be a great race to watch. I'm sure it will. It's a big grid. Got Ed Cozzy nodding at us there. Maybe we'll go and have a quick word with Ed, shall we? See what he has to say about yesterday's race. Ryan Wilby and his lovely bright coloured car. Hello, Ed.
Hello.
So, ready for this race?
Yeah, I'm hoping the rain comes down.
Yeah, it's not committing, is it? It's not,
No, it was scheduled to come out just as we're finishing, but yeah, it'll get a bit interesting if it does get out there. But yeah, look, just fight forward.
Exactly.
That's the goal. So, yeah.
And enjoy.
Thank you.
See you in a bit. Yeah, so as you can see, people aren't in the same positions as they were where they finished yesterday, because there were quite a few penalties involved. So it's going to make for an interesting race, because there's people that are, middle of the pack that are not normally there. They're normally at the front, and they will want to be making their way up to the grid. So we're going to have a little walk along, and here's Ben Timmons next to me. I think they are going to go out in a minute, so I'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box, and then you can run through the order.
So then the Vertex Caterham Roadsport cars will be out there shortly. Now, before we show you the grids, I would quite like to name some drivers for you. Number 3, Edward Cozzy. Number 8, Ben Timmons. Number 68, Darren Butler. Number 72, Tony Ballard. Number 99, that is, I'm just looking for the 99 car. It's Daniel Hope. 93 car is Craig Boyle. Number 10 is Alistair Davidson. Number 33, Zach Lower. Number 66, Oliver Kibblewhite. And number 88, that is Ryan Wilby. What do all of those share in common, I wonder? Well, the answer is a 5-place grid penalty, which is why this grid is so jumbled up. I think there was a lot of overtaking under yellow flags yesterday, unfortunately. Yeah, we saw how much of a clump they were all racing around in yesterday, and just as one of towards the end of the race, actually, there was some debris through the middle of Club Chicane, and there was a yellow flag thrown and a lot of cars moving around, and I guess when they arrived there it was complicated. I know they all had a chat around it this morning, but yeah, 5 grid penalty for all those drivers. They've got a bit of work to do from midfield.
So 10 cars of the total 23 on the grid are at least some degree of displaced, and as the cars start to head out onto the circuit for their formation lap, we will now talk you through the grid in just a few seconds as these cars make their way out onto the circuit. The Vertex Roadsport cars still very much in full-on road legal specification, of course, just one step up with adjustments such as an anti-roll bar added to the rear to differentiate them from the Academy machines. The slower cars even more conducive sometimes to pack racing than the big 310s.
Yeah, so these cars have the windscreen still on them effectively, so the blunt end of a Caterham has even more surface area, and those windscreens do have to push the wind aside, and that means that the tow is even stronger. Interesting to see the procedure here for assembly. They get a 60-second board, a 30-second board, and then get whistled away. The timing's not always exactly that precise, but they're all communicated by whistles, and all race meetings have all these procedures. All these drivers have to learn them. So we talked about the Academy yesterday, and now the Roadsports. They're still early in their career, and all these things they learn. turn as they just go along.
Depending on how rushed the schedule is at the end of the day, sometimes the gap between the 30-second board and the 5-second board is about 3 seconds total. The cars head out then onto the circuit, led by, in his mind, surprise pole sitter Robert Lowe. Robert Lowe in that number 44 car is going to be our pole sitter. Of course, grid position, we've proven a couple of times already today, isn't everything. The driver started from 17th and 1 just now in the 310s in the form of Taylor O'Flanagan. Mansberg came from 31st to a podium. But it is always a confidence boost to have just a couple of cars or maybe just clear road ahead of you.
Yeah, Rob Lowe starting 4th yesterday and managed to make his way, even though he dropped places, all those grid penalties means he moved up into that pole position, having a really good weekend. Isla Lowe, his wife, was racing in the academy last year. It's his turn to do the Roadsport, and we saw his bright yellow roll cage, and that was because last time out she couldn't spot him on the live stream, so he's painted his roll cage bright yellow this weekend.
So Robert Lowe on pole position, Henry Littlejohn alongside him, cars 44 and 87. Harvey Lawrence, the 77 car, in 3rd place alongside Guy Crossman in the 55. Row 3, Tony Jenner in the number 5 alongside Craig Boyle in the 93. I believe Craig is the first of those with a 5-place penalty. Ed Cozzi on row 4 in the number 3 alongside Ryan Wilby. Toby Ballard in the 72 and Ben Timmons in the 8, rounding out our top 10 on the grid. Row 6 is the number 31, that is Andrew Bailey alongside Darren Butler in the 68, 31 and 68 on row 6. Row 7, Zach Lower in the 33 alongside Alistair Davidson in the 10. Oliver Kibblewhite in the 66 on row 8 alongside Graham Finlayson in the 49. Row 9, Gary Cross in the 23 alongside Lionel Tolmash in the 22. Nick Bryant on row 10 in the 28 car alongside Ian Bettis in the 18. Row 11, Daniel Hope in the 99 alongside Mark Soden in the 60, and the 12th row with one occupant, sole occupant, Rob Kennelly in the number 14 car. So 23 cars scheduled to take the start, and 20 minutes of racing for the Vertex Caterham Roadsports.
Yeah, watch out for Kennelly. He was involved in that lead battle, as was Hope yesterday, so they've got a lot of work to do from the back of this field. They only have 2 20-minute races in the Roadsport Championship, so this is the final race for them this weekend to see what they can get up and get doing. But like I say, lots of interest in the midfield, and watch Ryan Wilby on the right-hand side there in that sort of orange rollcade car. He drifted back on the grass initially and then came back right through at the end to take a good position. Okay, he's taken a few grid penalty points, but nevertheless he is there and ready to go. Harvey Lawrence, lights on in the middle there. In fact, a number of the drivers running with their headlights showing this time. How long can Rob Lowe stay out in front there? And Henry Littlejohn, as we spoke to him on the grid, he's looking to see whether he can stay up there as well. And let's see if Guy Crossman can hold on to his 4th place starting position. Nice colourful grid here for the Caterham Roadsports as they head into their 2nd race of this weekend for them.
So then 20 minutes of racing is about to get started because the green flag has waved. Racing is due in just a few moments. The red lights will go out and it will be Robert Lowe who should try and lead them away. But of course we've seen fast starts from the 2nd row take the lead on several occasions. It's not a good start from Robert Lowe. Too much wheel spin for him. Henry Littlejohn on the outside then takes the lead in 2nd place. I think that'll be Harvey Lawrence in P2 in his almost Brawn GP front end. In 2nd position. 3rd place, I think that could well be Guy Crossman, but Robert Lowe just not getting the start that he needed. He spun up the wheels. He's got to lock up further back in the pack there. A couple of cars under rotating their front tyres. Cool conditions, cold tyres that have just sat for a couple of minutes. Those first braking zones must be tricky.
Yeah, they can be. You've got to get your tyres and all the drivers up to speed. Lots going on around you. So brake pads, brake discs, all those things need some heat in them, and that would have been sapping away as they waited for the start. A little bit of a lock-up. It's Ryan Wilby just locking up on the inside, but he managed to get it all hauled up and ready as we look at them coming round this Goodwood corner then. And it is Harvey Lawrence, I think, out front with the lights ablaze, and then he's got the Ryan Wilby in 4th place there. There's a little bit of a gap back now. That's what you've got to watch out for. If you're Ben Timmons starting deep in the field, you want to make sure you're on the right side of these gaps.
Yeah, absolutely you do. You can't take too much time or you can't sit there at the back of the pack and hope that you can work your way up. You really do need to make sure you're in the front pack, because it could be 4 cars as it looks at the moment. It could be 17 at the front of the order. Who knows? Almost 3 wide on the run down to Club. Let's see who's leading by the time they get to the corner. Brave, adventurous outside lines being taken once again. Nothing changes no matter what Caterham grid is out there, but it's Harvey Littlejohn that remains in the lead. And then it's Ed Cozzy, isn't it, up to second?
Cozzy in second, then Ryan Wilby made his way up to third, already taking to that green escape route there through the chicane. I think it was Jenner, was it, in the number 5, as he dropped all the way back there. But Ivor Lawrence having that work to do. There's Ben Timmins in that purple machine. He is now part of that front pack once more, so he's the job done as far as being involved in the battle. Championship leader coming in here. He's not off the podium until yesterday's race, so he's got a bit of work to do to keep it going. Harvey Lawrence drifting backwards a little bit with Boyle going around the outside. We saw Boyle taking 7 places on the back straight yesterday. In fact, then losing 7 places, didn't he, to return the favour. But early on, they're all kind of threading that needle and having to deal with these conditions, which are just slightly changeable under their tyres.
What a start from Lionel Tolmash in the 22 car. He started 18th on the grid. He's already up to 7th position. He has had a scorching first lap. Must have done a very good job negotiating his way through the first few corners. I think he was potentially too wide there, further back in the pack, but it is still Little John in the lead.
Yeah, Little John continues to lead out front ahead of Cozzy. He's had to sort of sink back and watch him go. We've seen Robert Lowe drifting backwards in that last set, so Tolmarsh made that massive move up, but Lowe lost 10 places by the end of that lap. It's unfortunate for him as he heads around. He's deep in this Roadsport field, all running nose to tail out of the Church Bend and heading down towards Club. Again, fanning out as they head towards Club Chicane this time.
All fanning out in a big way at the front of the order. That pack that was 3 or 4 cars strong a lap ago is now much, much stronger than that. And look at Little John. He's now fighting outside the top 5 all of a sudden. He's got Guy Crossman Harvey Lawrence just behind him as well. Our new race leader is the number 93 of Craig Boyle, who started in 6th place. Wilby has held strong though in 2nd position, but the order shuffling massively in the second half of that lap.
So all those drivers that were in that midfield where those 5 position grid penalties are now sort of fought their way to the front here, so it's all stations even. The only usurper really was Little John, but he's now drifted back behind Timmins in that order, and Harvey Lawrence also drifting away just slightly, just not able to keep that. Butler we saw having an airborne moment through the Club Chicane last time as he launched over one of those the sausage curbs.
Little John has actually managed to get back past Timmins by the looks of it. They were side by side going through Seagrave and going out towards Noble. It's very, very close and tight as they go through Goodwood for the 3rd time in this race. But Timmins, of course, we alluded to it yesterday, is one of those drivers that likes to manage the race from the front, which he usually gets the luxury of doing, of course. Now he's having to work his way up there.
Yeah, a bit of a different challenge for him this race, isn't it? He's got cars in front of him working out where does he go and what does he do, what time does he do it. But it is still, Ryan Wilby up the inside there, looking like he's going to take that position over. Boyle's now drifted back to about 3rd or 4th, so it's all that sort of shuffling that we saw yesterday. It's all reignited itself. Boyle round the outside though. Timmins looking to the outside of Cozzy. It was those two that sort of had that coming together yesterday, so they'll be watching out for each other if they do manage to get it all about single file as they head through the Club Chicane this time through.
Bouncing over the curbs there, the number 10 car of Davidson, Alistair Davidson, who started in 14th. He's still just outside the top 10 by the looks of it. Boyle leads them across the line from Cozzy and Timmins, who are almost as one as they go through Allard Curve to begin lap number 4. You can see there a little bit of haze. There is some rain still very much in the air. The conditions ever changing, ever evolving. A few drivers, of course, including Cozzy in 2nd place, kind of saying, you know what, I want it to rain, I want it to start really battering down.
Interesting, the history of these drivers. Academy last year, dry, every single event they had, and all the way through Roadsport so far, they've had dry conditions. This is the wettest it's been, but at the moment we've only got slight spots on our commentary window here, so the conditions are definitely nowhere near wet yet, but they are limited in experience if the rain does come down, which is predicted.
And is it the same situation here with ZZS and ZZR tyres? It's the same spec tyre no matter what the conditions, isn't it?
That's it. The only decision they have is whether they run brand new tyres and therefore have got big tread blocks to move away, shift the water and spray, or whether they run slightly lower tread blocks, which generally give you a bit more grip in the dry.
There you go, interesting. So there is Boyle still holding them off 2-3 wide coming out of Church Bend and through Brooklands towards Woodham Hill and Club. Boyle was our leader. He's no longer our leader. It's Thor wide as they head towards Club, wincing beside me from Chris. We know what this can turn into sometimes. Big flailing of the steering wheel there from the driver of is that the number 3 that's gotten through into the lead? No, it's not Cozzy in the lead, is it? We're going to have to... It's Tolmash, goodness me. Tolmash in the 22 car, who was in 18th at the start of this race, is already into the lead with less than 7 minutes completed. I thought it was a car with a 3. No, it's the 2-2s. The 22 car of Tolmash has managed to get up there.
Brilliant driving from Tolmash to make his way all the way through. He is a man on a mission today, isn't he? Taking one of the only other wins we've had this season, so he is one who can finish on the top spec. But Harvey Lawrence also moving forward there. Butler making good progress in these mixed conditions, and Robert Lowe also sort of recovering some of his previous positions that he lost. But the battle's going all the way back down here into that kind of 12th, 13th place on the grid. Amazing.
Yeah, that is very, very good work from Tolmash. Of course, one would expect he's not going to hold that lead for the duration of this race. However, he does have a couple of car lengths over Ballard there in second place, side by side now as Timmins, well, almost side by side, having a little look to the inside line, approaching Church. Isn't going to get that done. Now everybody will latch on to the back of the 22, and once again they will fan out towards Club. Boyle, who was leading this time a lap ago, running down there in 6th place. That tells you just about everything you need to know about how these races end up. Good run there from Ballard in the 72. He's got a nose ahead as they approach the corner, but Timmins later on the brakes on the inside. They're going just about everywhere. Every inch of Thruxton currently in use. One car spinning. It's the 68 in a spin. Butler sent into a spin there, or did he do that mistake himself? I think there may have been a little touch.
No, there was no touch. He just carried far too much speed, and he was around the outside as they went through the club chicane, went over the bobbles of those the sausage curbs and just spun him around. He just lost the rear end. I was saying he was on a mission and he's looking very quick, but unfortunately you can see here the sausage curbs just upset that car up onto 2 wheels, and the rear of his car stepped out and away he went all by himself.
Really unfortunate stuff there for Butler, but quite easily done, and his car will continue on. He managed to avoid the barriers, but he'll continue on way down the pack. Timmins then crossed the line as our race leader, 3 wide there, heading towards Noble further back in the field. But it is Timmins now back into more familiar territory at the front of the pack. Let's see what he does this time. Yesterday, of course, every time he lost the lead, he'd fight back no matter where he was on track.
He's just quietly moved forward step by step, hasn't he? No dramatics, just moved forward one position at a time, knowing that he can move and make that stick. And he is currently off the front of the head of Tolmash there, and Harvey Lawrence has dropped back to about 3rd place again. So Timmins, we saw him yesterday, he held on for most of the race. It was only at the end. There's Tolmash now working with him. Maybe this pair can pull away from the group behind and following. But you can see the following pack are still, they're in fact more nose to tail this time, so they won't lose as much time going through the chicane this time through.
And as you've alluded to, it's a bit different from, I don't know, oval racing, even karting, where it's the common thought is to, well, just stay behind the person you're working with. You've kind of got to exchange positions to try and get away from the pack.
It's an extra 7-8 miles an hour, as we heard, maybe even 10 miles an hour with this headwind. If you don't use that extra speed to then leapfrog you forward, you don't gain the benefit that everyone is getting behind with that tow.
One can't bump after Caterham, is what you're saying.
The radiator's right at the front of the... Okay, people have tried. Unfortunately, the first thing you contact is your radiator, and that is race over.
Oh dear. Okay, it's much like a Porsche in that regard then. Tolmash then, the race leader once again. He was ahead of Timmins at the line. As they continue to jumble and shuffle through the order, you still see that rain on the lens there at Seagrave. It is still just occasionally throwing a spit at us, but it's not at that point yet where it's really, I imagine, it's psychological rain, isn't it? It doesn't look greasy out there.
That's exactly the phrase. You've just got to actually believe and trust in what you're feeling underneath, but you must be aware, because they can quickly have a downpour, and you must be therefore on edge each time you come to a corner. But right now you've got to actually trust yourself to ignore it. Just feel the grip you've got underneath you, turn the wheel, and it only react once you start to feel the tyres sliding slightly differently.
Here they come then through Church once again. The leaders heading to the chicane, everybody pretty much still in one pack, at least within the top dozen or so. Here is Timmins, he's got a nose ahead now, he's back to the front of the pack, and Boyle, who dropped from 1st to 6th, is now back up to 2nd place, so he's worked his way up there nicely, side by side further back, as the 87 of Little John has also made up some positions too. the to and fro nature of this race really evident towards the second half of the top 10.
Yeah, they are stringing out very slight. That normally means one of the quickest people is at front, and that is true. Timmins is out there. It keeps looking at other tracks. We might be sort of threatening these gaps as they appear and disappear at the front, but around Thruxton, especially yesterday after that headwind sort of shenanigans down the back straight, I don't think we can trust any gap that's showing. Certainly they'll pull it all back together. They've still got 8 minutes 39, so we're only just over halfway. Plenty more action to come in this Roadsport race.
Yeah, definitely. This first 12 minutes of the race has flown by, and Timmins has flown his way forward to the front of the order. Tolmash, though, with the story of the race right now, from 18th to 1st, and now challenging still for the lead, well within the top 3. Here they come now then. It is still Timmins just about there. Tolmash in second place as the pack goes flying through. There is our yellow caged car to make sure the friends can see. And here is our leader, though, Timmins, with a distinctive purple and yellow side by side for the lead. Tolmash carrying a lot more speed there through Church, partly the slipstream slingshot working in his favour, and partly sheer speed through Church. 3 wide, 4 wide potentially, as Boyle again goes to the lead. So for the second time in this race, the 93 of Boyle heads to the front, but Timmins, I think, getting a slightly better run there out of club. He will now challenge potentially into turn 1.
It looked kind of like a vague efforts of cooperation there, with Timmins pulling out to the side so that Tolmash could go through, and then he could drop back into the slipstream, and it's worked for him as far as he crossed the line in the lead. That's the most important sort of barometer. It doesn't matter where you are most of the lap, it's where you cross the line. So he will have learnt what he needs to do maybe at that point later in this race to see what he needs to do. Ryan will be there, hot on the tail of Davison there. So Davison doing really well to hang on into this group, and in fact position himself in that 6th place. So great result for him. Little John has faded a little bit, hasn't he, to 9th, still not fully out of this battle just yet.
No, I don't think anyone in that top 10 can be counted out right now. 2.3 seconds covering the top 10 in this race at the moment. Still very, very close quarters with 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. It's Timmins who leads them towards Church once again. He's got maybe 2 car lengths over Boyle, over Tolmash, I should say. Boyle side by side there with Ballard in the 72. He's been a little bit quiet. He's been up there in the top 3 occasionally, but he's yet to get to the stern.
Yeah, he had an early stint, didn't he, where he was a bit higher up, but I say, same position again though. Timmins let him go, ready for the second half of this straight, I think. That's what it looks like. Each time he's done that, he's working, gives him the benefit into the club chicane, and I'm saying I think there's a vague hints of he's trying to work out what he wants to do later on in this race.
Right, the way the car kind of juddered a little bit there as he lifted off the throttle, I thought he might have had a gear issue or something of that nature, but no, to your point, it does look rather strategic on reflection, doesn't it? Ballard there in 3rd place now then, so Boyle and Davidson side by side. Alistair Davidson, who's up from 14th on the grid, of course, another driver who's made up some good positions. Looks to me like it might have slightly heavier rain towards the start of the lap.
Yeah, so again, still it's hard to judge, isn't it? It's hard to know. The commentary box windows aren't giving us the good signalling, but we are seeing spits, and they are bigger raindrops as they are hitting the windscreen. Cozzy there behind Boyle at the moment, looking to see what he can do. He's never happy to sit there, and he will be looking for his way forward. But again, this shuffling order every single lap, every single time through, we'll be there with the fastest lap, 1:30.35. Lap record is 29.4, and therefore they're about a second back down from the lap record. So the conditions really not slowing them down very much.
Very interesting, isn't it, to see how this works. Now let's keep an eye on Timmins this time then, because he's coming towards Church once more. Lap 10 of the race, 5 minutes left to go. Now let's see if the 8 car lifts off again to kind of allow Tolmash to get through, only to take that position back. He's again gone shallow into the corner. To your point, he is, I think, very much playing the strategic game there. One of the cars going off circuit, the number 3 of Cozzy, Ed Cozzy, having a moment there. We go back to the front of the order though, and it is still Tolmash in the lead. I can see what Timmins is trying, but I'm not convinced he should do it on the final lap.
Yeah, it's hard to know as we see plenty of other drivers using that escape route there. Bryant jumping over the inside there. Yeah, if he was absolutely flat out, he'd be using all the edge of that track, and he's tucking to the inside each time, saying that in general he's trying to learn whether that's it. Tolmash obviously now could be reacting differently to that same situation, which is maybe why we're seeing it not working quite the same. But nevertheless, I think there is some tactics going on there, and it maintained the both of them in that lead for the last 2 or 3 laps.
So there is the top 5, top 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's about 15 cars in the lead pack at the moment. There's the 99 car. That is the 15th place machine in the hands of Daniel Hope. So it is 15 cars pretty much in this field, covered by 5.4 seconds. So on average, you've got a car for every 1/3 of a second out there on circuit. Almost no distance between some of them. The closest interval of all looks to be between the top 3. Now let's see what Timmins does this time through Church. Has he abandoned this approach, or is he once again going to take the narrower line? It looks like he may be going narrower a little bit, but looks a bit more committed through the turn that time. He will now get swallowed up again. I'm not convinced he didn't lift out just a little bit there. Tolmash, though, going to the inside, 4, maybe 5 wide. Brace, brace, and brace again. To the outside there is Wilby in the 88 car. We haven't seen him up there for a little while, but he goes to the lead. Wilby makes up places, but then goes a bit too wide through the second element of club. Compromises his run through the end of the corner, but he still crosses the line as your leader. Timmins in second place. He's trying to go around the outside now. Allard again never likes to be anywhere other than the lead.
Yeah, and he's managing that situation quite well at the moment. He went fully on the back straight and in the lead that time. Still manages to be second as he crosses the line, only 1/10 down. Wilby now takes that fastest lap of 30.3. So now they are only but it's 0.03, sorry. So only sort of half a second down from lap record pace. So really strung out and fast in this second. The Little John and going out wide. We've got a spin there. Is that Cozzy? No, it's not. It's the number 44. That's Lowe, isn't it? Robert Lowe from our pole position. So he's not having such a good end. Didn't see how he ended up over there, but nevertheless, that's going to drop him down the order for now.
Unfortunate there for Robert Lowe, and you see how far back he has fallen back. He will be down in 15th place now and a long way away from the field that he was in. He was already outside the top 10 at the time of the spin, of course, as was his front row mate Little John. Both drivers who were maybe not expecting to be on the front row were falling through, and maybe 44 just pushing a bit too hard.
Yeah, it just looked like he lost the rear end again. It could be just there's a little bit more moisture, or he just took a tighter line and the rear end just stepped out and him nowhere to go. Here comes the clump racing that we talked about yesterday as they head into the chicane once more. Timmins on the inside. We've got Ryan Wilby on the outside. Harvey Lawrence back up to the lead on the outside line. Does swoop across, so Harvey Lawrence back into the lead of this race. Saw him a little bit earlier on. Is that Bryant up into second place? I'm not sure, but it's one of the other cars. Boyle going out wide. He's going to lose a lot of positions. Cozzy trying to manipulate his way through as well. It's an absolute car park out there.
It is just about the final lap as well, as they cross the line with just about 1 minute 26 to go. We're doing 1:30s. This will be the final lap of the race. It's Lawrence in the lead then as they circulate this 2.3 mile Thruxton circuit for the final time. The outline of the Thruxton aerodrome is what forces this, or what created this layout. As you can see there, Bryant in the 28. They're in second place, so he's managed to intervene. We haven't really mentioned him much, have we? The car number 28 of Nick Bryant, who's up there from 19th on the grid. So much like Tolmash has really made his way through the order. Just looking to the inside there of Timmins, who's got past him on the run towards Noble. But here we are, Last Chance Saloon, Clomp Racing ahoy.
Yeah, the only time we mentioned him was he's flying over the chicane here at the club chicane a couple of laps back, but he's managed to stabilise it all, and he's right back in that battle. Harvey Lawrence to the outside, Timmins to the inside, and we've got Bryant on the outside again. So who's going to manage it this time? They're all ducking and diving. They're trying to work out who wants to go where. Timmins is going to lead onto this back straight. Can he manipulate and maintain that? We've not seen anyone be able to do that. A little bit of a wing flies off as they all look to see what they can do, but Timmins is holding firm, but it's Tolmash down the inside currently as they head towards the chicane this time.
4-5 wide, they once again cycle. Will be on the outside line trying to find his way into the lead, but he's not quite going to do it. It's Tolmash with control as they go into club. He should be able to get there, popping across the curbs as Wilby to desperately try and hold on to P2. It's going to be Timmins that gets her into second. He's not quite going to get to the lead though. Our winner is Tolmash in the 22. Lionel Tolmash with a brilliant drive from 18th on the grid to victory lane. Tolmash, it's the 9th row of the grid. Both of our winners so far in the Caterhams have come from the 9th row of the grid. Timmins taking second place, Wilby in third position. Another brilliant spectacle of Caterham racing.
Yeah, Wilby just wasn't able to hold it through the chicane. He lost the rear a little bit, went over the sausage curb, and Ben Timmins did really well to tuck under him just in the run up to the line. Tolmarsh, though, was down the road. He made that great braking. He must have been absolutely on the limit of that braking going in the final time. About 4 or 5 wide all the way through that front clump as they headed through. Cozzy ended up in that 6th place. Bryant, though, held on in that 5th place. So some drivers really coming through in this second 20-minute race. So you see that coming over the line there is Tolmarsh. You can see Timmins just making it in front of where I will be sitting in the driver's seat. That's so frustrating. And just behind Ballard, you can see him just leading that second pack of cars with Bryant and Cozzy just coming along the line. And then even closer with Lawrence there, just heading Davidson. So Davidson hanging on well with Boyle. It's fading away just a little bit at the tail end of that race to drift to a 9th place.
Just to mention the 14th place car with a 5-second penalty. Crossman with a penalty applied to his result, 5 seconds for track limits. Lionel Tolmarsh, though, takes the win after 13 laps of racing, 0.5 of a second clear of Ben Timmins in the number 8 car, who just outdragged Wyan Wilby to the line. Toby Ballard taking 4th place in the 72, Nick Bryant in the 28 finishing 5th. Edward Cozzy didn't quite get the rain that he wanted in that race. The number 3 car finishes in 6th. Harvey Lawrence in the 77th is 7th. Alistair Davidson, the number 10 car, in 8th place. Craig Boyle in number 93 in 9th. And Zach Lower rounding out the top 10. Rob Kennelly, who started at the very back of the grid, he came through to 11th place ahead of Henry Littlejohn in the 87 in 12th place. Daniel Hope in the 99 finishing 13th place ahead of Guy Crossman, who would have finished just ahead of Henry Littlejohn in 12th, but with a 5-second penalty for track limits he was demoted to 14th position. 15th place was the number 31 car of Andrew Bailey. The 44, the spinning entry, the pole sitter Robert Lowe, down to 16th by the end. Kibblewhite in the 66, Oliver Kibblewhite in 17th. Butler in the 68 finishing 18th, 19th for Cross in the 23, and the only other 3 cars rounding out the top 20, the 49 of Finlayson, Bettis in the 18 in 21st, and in the pits after a few laps was the number 5 car of Tony Jenner, who did not take the checkered flag. And with that we can now head back down to the pits with Sam, and we'll get some reactions from another exciting race in the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship.
Well, Thruxton is proving to give us some very good Caterham racing today. So let's move on to speak to the guys. Lionel Tolmarsh, fantastic, from 19th to 1st. Absolutely brilliant drive.
Bit of a surprise. I mean, I had a plan, but I wasn't expecting to be in the position I was in out of the first lap, really, which sort of set it up for the rest of the race. I think the last lap board was not really held in plain sight, so Timo was expecting to fight another lap, but I guess it was, I think everyone else raced really fantastically. From what I could make out, it was quite a clean race. I mean, a couple of wings here and there, but a little bit better than yesterday. But after yesterday's disappointing performance, it's quite nice to be back on the podium.
Back on the podium, your 2nd win of the season. Absolutely brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well done. Let's go and have a quick word with Ben. Where has Ben gone? He's behind me. There he is. Well done, Ben. Congratulations. Got to be happy with 2nd.
But yeah, absolutely. It was a lot better than yesterday. I didn't even. There wasn't one where I didn't see it. I didn't see the last lap board, so I thought I was in kind of the right place going into what I thought was the last lap, and it turned out to be the end. So yeah, very very pleased, and well done to obviously the other guys on the podium and Lionel for another win. And yeah, good. It was a bit better today than it was yesterday. I think we had a few incidents yesterday, so yeah, enjoyed that. It was really really good fun.
Excellent. It was great for us to watch as well, as always. Thank you, Ben. Right, Ryan Wilby, another podium. Congratulations. You must have got to be happy with that.
Happy again, yeah. It's my usual parking spot this weekend, so that's fine. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it was quite a clean race from what we could see.
It was for me. I saw a few wings flying off, but I'm really just trying to keep it clean to the end of the season, and we managed to do that, so it's good. I was leading into last chicane and then just got swamped with the two either side, so but yeah, very happy with 3rd.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. Right, there you go. You've heard from our top 3, so we'll hand back for the next race. Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much to Sam. We now switch focus away from Caterhams for a little while and on to Citroën Saxos. The Junior Saloon Car Championship is due out on the grid soon, and earlier on today we heard from some of the drivers and personalities of the JSCC paddock.
Well, welcome back. Second day here at Thruxton for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. You saw race 1 yesterday, and we're just about to get race 2 underway. Before we do, I'm going to grab a quick word with some of the drivers. Alfie Briggs here, and his dad Steve, if he wants to come in and join us now. You guys have mostly been using this weekend and a few other weekends in this championship to, I've heard, go on to better things as of 2024. What's the plan for you guys?
We're trying to do this just to get some points to upgrade our licence. With the licence we've currently got with karting, if we do this year, we can get a international licence for next year, and then we're hoping to go on to LMP2. So at the end of the year, we've got a couple of tests lined up for LMP3 testing.
Oh, fantastic! So that must be very exciting for yourself to jump straight into LMP2 and LMP3 stuff.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I can't wait.
How are you finding it, just sort of being out there and making sure you finish as opposed to actually giving it some in the racing? Because you know what it's like being a racer as much as I do. You never really like conceding at all, do you?
No, it's difficult. It's like a battlefield out there. Everyone's just trying to kill each other. But no, it's really good fun.
Well, as long as you guys are both enjoying it and having a good time here in this paddock, is there anything you want to particularly say to anyone at home?
No, thank you to the sponsors who help: ZLX, Lifeline, ATL, ATEC, Motor Oils. Who else? It's the good thing about this is it's a nice relaxed championship. You know, we come here and enjoy it. We're not coming here to try and compete and win. If we wanted to, we could try to, but we've got a different end goal. But as a championship, it's great. It's well run. It's really fair. Everything's checked. It's just a really good championship to start at, and it's really good value for money.
Oh, fantastic. Well, best of luck for today, and have a good weekend, guys.
Thank you.
Right, so I just quickly want to grab a word with one other person before I head over or send it back to the commentary team. Hopefully he's around. You got time for a quick word for us?
Yeah, I do.
Fantastic. So I saw yesterday you didn't have an ideal race at all. Way out of position by the time you got to finish in. You reckon you're able to climb a lot of those positions back today?
Yeah, I mean that's the aim. Just try and catch up from yesterday, and obviously didn't really get much racing in yesterday, but I got a lot of clean air and the time to just focus on just my driving and my racing, trying to get quicker lines and later braking. So I think carrying that into today, I think that'll be really helpful actually, and taking it on a positive instead of on the negative.
Yeah, for sure. I can sympathise being in that sort of position before. It's never great, but like you say, there's a lot of positives like that you can definitely take out of it. I'm a little bit short for time, but quickly, can you just talk us through the main sponsor of your car and the autism awareness, which is what you can see with all the jigsaws?
Yeah, so the sponsorship is the Junior Saloon Scholarship, so that's Dave Beecroft and the championship that fund the racing, and then the National Autistic Society, the Chestnut Tree House and Teenage Cancer Trust are the charities that the championship support, so the car is just to promote those charities in a basic sense.
Fantastic. Well, wish you all the best with the racing today. Hopefully you have a much better race too, okay? Yeah. And speak to you later on.
Yeah, cheers, see you later.
Right, so the race that's just finishing off is just finishing off, so I'm going to throw back to commentary.
Thank you, Charles. As you can see, the JSCC cars now a few minutes later are here on the grid. Let's run you through the grid, as much of it as I can, before this 15-minute race gets started. It's Cameron Pratt-Thompson on pole position in the 37 car. He's alongside Dare Flock in the 22. Row 2 of the grid is Jack James in the 53 alongside CJ Morgan in the 59. Jonathan Moore is next in the number 12 car on row 3 alongside Oliver Kerr in the 222. Row 4 of the grid is Will Fallon, who we just heard from in number 30, the JSCC Scholarship winner. He's joined by Kieran Roberts, the 78, on row 4. Row 5 is Will Butler in the 70 alongside Charlie Constable in car number 6. Row 6 of the grid is the 11th place car. That is Jude Cooper alongside Harry Smith, cars 4 and 10. Row 7 is Josh Salvadori in the 110 alongside Oscar Dix in the 11. 16th, Caleb McDuff in the 38, alongside the 29 of Alexander Bergbaum. Last car's just being registered up. Alexander Mostav in the 888, alongside Kyle Wells in the 448. The green flag waves then as we get through the first 9 rows of the grid. We are going to go racing. It's Cameron Pratt-Thompson on pole position. It's Dare Flock alongside him on the front row. Will they get a good start from the front row of the grid? Well, in the case of Dare Flock, certainly yes. Cameron Pratt-Thompson he bogged down a little bit, but the second phase of his start was actually very good indeed, and he may well lead as they go through Allard Curve for the first time. It is Pratt-Thompson with a nose ahead as we go around towards Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave for the first time. The 37 car still with Dare Flock though on the outside. Flock trying to carry the momentum to take the inside line for Cobb Corner, not quite able to do it. Third place there, that looks like CJ Morgan in the 59 car with the yellow wheels. And Jack James in the 53 in fourth, and contact and spinning further back in the pack. The number 70 car sent into a spin, others scattering over the grass, but the main loser in that was Wilf Butler, who started in P9. He got sent into a spin, and everyone else did very well to avoid his car. The Junior Saloon Car Championship is always fraught, particularly on that first lap, and Wilf Butler unfortunately losing out big time there, and you can see the huge gap between 8th place and the rest of the chasing pack as everyone else had to take evasive action there. Some windscreen wipers going as well. Still looks to me largely to be psychological rain rather than any serious impact on the grip and the adhesion. There is the number 12 car of Jonathan Moore leading the second quartet of machines. It's side by side for the lead with Dare Flock though on the inside line. He's got a nose ahead and he's into the lead of the race. Dare Flock then from Pratt-Thompson, CJ Morgan, and then the 53 of Jack James. Your first 4 cars on the grid are still your top 4 at the end of the first lap, and that hasn't happened very often so far this weekend at Thruxton. We complete the first lap with the field very much split into 2. Wilf Butler with the spin, kind of bottlenecking everybody else. We'll get a replay of this now. Now keep an eye on the 70 car. He is just on the inside of Cobb there, and as they approach this corner now, we should see a little bit of contact, or in fact it was a contact triggered further ahead of Wilf Butler. He tried to avoid a moment between the 78 car there of Roberts, Kieran Roberts, and I think that may have been maybe Charlie Constable in the 6 car. A pair of cars colliding in front of the number 70, and that's how Butler ended up in a spin, just trying to avoid the contact that was going on up ahead of him. So then the second lap of the race ongoing. Top 2 not really breaking away. Last time out in the first race here yesterday afternoon, really the top 2 started to separate away from the rest of the field. Safety car is out on the circuit. Safety car, you see there, has been displayed at the marshal post, so safety car has been declared. Also getting word that we are potentially getting a little bit more rain around the circuit as well. Don't know how connected these two things are, but a couple more rain spots making themselves evident. We don't appear to have lost anybody through the first 2 sectors of the lap, so the safety car might be just isolating because of the wet conditions. One car didn't get to the end of the first lap, however. That was the 23 machine in the hands of Cooper. I'm not convinced he took the start necessarily, but Cooper in the 23 is missing. But with 11 minutes left to go, the race is isolated under safety car conditions. So we are running under safety car, and it is the number 22 of Flock. There is one of the cars, it's the number 4. I apologise, it's the number 4 of Cooper, not the 23. He's in 23rd place, is Cooper. So I read the wrong number, but the number 4 car is the car that's come to a halt. Jude Cooper in 11th place, unfortunately. So Jude Cooper, who started 11th, unfortunately not able to complete the first lap. I think maybe taking evasive action because that's down towards Noble, that car is stopped. So that would imply maybe just getting into the barriers after taking evasive action to avoid the spinning Wilf Butler. Of course, this brings Butler back up to the pack, of course, a safety car, so that will be a small mercy, and it is a small mercy for him. So a third of the race has already elapsed. The car's heading past there on the way towards Noble, and you can see it's on the inside of the corner as well. So I thought it was up against the barrier, but actually the 4 of Jude Cooper is stopped on the inside. And we now understand that it's just to the right of shot here, or just to the left of shot I should say, on your screen. So just to the left of shot is where that car is situated. It's to the right of the track, of course, but the car we can't quite see that with our camera coverage, but we did get a look at where the car is. So it's just around Goodwood and Noble. That car has come to a halt, and we now await a return to green flag conditions. Of course, it's quite a long way away from the paddock, so it might be a bit of a lengthy recovery. I'd expect at least one more lap under safety car. In fact, well, we can guarantee one more lap under safety car. The Thruxton Marshals will be doing all they can to only make it one more lap. So, with the rain certainly getting a little bit worse, I am noting that some of our marshals out here on the posts have switched from orange jumpsuits to orange ponchos. Orange waterproofs have been deployed, and that's always a good sign that it is indeed getting wetter out there on circuit. The marshals, of course, we already alluded to it today, the volunteer marshals, the backbone of motorsport in this country and around the world, and we thank them for continuing to contribute their hours, their time and their knowledge. They train extensively to become marshals. We thank them for the efforts and making motorsport possible. Some damage on a few of these cars. I see a lot of wing mirrors out of my window down here at Club. There are a half dozen or so cars already that have shed a wing mirror, or at least on the verge of shedding a wing mirror. One of them being that number 78 car, of course, of Kieran Roberts, the neon green machine that just went through shot. He was one of the two, of course, in the initial collision on the first lap that sent Wilf Butler into a spin. There is Alfie Briggs's car just ahead of the number 70. Of course, Briggs, we just heard from him. The objective very much drive around at the back, get the signatures and move up into LMP3 cars. Alfie, a very, very decorated karter, has won championships around the UK and has also been racing karts in Europe to success, and is focusing more on a career in sports car racing than junior single-seaters. And you see a lot of that throughout the junior racing scene these days. A lot of the drivers here in JSCC aspire to BTCC or the TOCA paddock at large, or perhaps GT racing. JSCC and championships similar to it, very much a doorway not just to potentially moving up into a single-seater car and trying to get up to Formula One. For a lot of these drivers, it's more about getting into a tin-top machine of some description. So 6 minutes and 20 seconds of this race left to go. I'm keeping an eye to see whether or not the safety car lights are extinguished this time. Still on at the moment as they head towards Church, but they've got a couple of corners left before they have to extinguish them. And certainly I noticed that Dare Flock is just dropping off the safety car a little bit, just in case those lights go out. Flock seems to be anticipating a safety car restart. We'll wait and see whether that proves to be the case. Just over 1/3 distance remaining in this one. It's a 15-minute race, so it does fly by quickly. And let's see whether or not the lights are out. They are out, so we are going back to racing conditions this time. Dare Flock is now in control of the field and will pull the pin at some point. Of course, he'll be wise to not pull the pin too early, because the last thing he wants to do is drag everyone with him on the approach to the club chicane. They shouldn't overtake going into club, coming back from a safety car restart, but things happen sometimes. I think he'll wait until he's in the middle of the club chicane to punch the throttle and go. Less than 5 minutes left on the clock then. It is a proper dash. Lap times in the 140s, low, maybe high 130s in these cars. Therefore, this is going to be a very short and sharp race. I expect 3, maybe 4 laps. Dare Flock has now pulled the pin, and we are going back to racing conditions. Pratt Thompson still behind him in second position as the green flags fly. The pit boards are shown to the drivers. You've got 4 minutes and a half left to go. Let's go and see what you can do. Go position hunting if you can. For Dare Flock, it's not position hunting, it's position preservation. The number 22 car is your race leader. Pratt Thompson to the inside line. Dare Flock drifting wide there. CJ Morgan having a little bit of a look as well. Oh, the number 30 car having a moment. Will Fallon going out wide there. The JSCC scholarship winner wearing the National Autistic Society livery on his number 30 car. The jigsaw pieces displayed on numerous other cars as well. The JSCC Championship and the organisers have a close relationship with the National Autistic Society. It's a cause close to many hearts in the JSCC paddock, and that's why they've made sure to give exposure to the autism awareness cause with the livery on Fallon and several other of the cars as well. 3.5 minutes left to go, and they approach Church once again. The 78 car, one of those battered and bruised machines, as is the number 10 of Harry Smith. It is now Pratt Thompson in the lead, so he's managed to sneak his way by, but here comes Dare Flock. Let's see if Dare Flock can get to the outside line. He's not quite going to be brave enough on the brakes. Jonathan Moore, though, he very much is up into third place there. He's been in the top 5 all race long, but he's just snuck his way into the podium positions for the first time. The Saxo VTRs once again providing exciting racing. Hopefully we get to go green flag to the finish here. James to the inside of CJ Morgan for 4th place at Allard Curve Turn 1. Morgan still with James on the outside as they approach Campbell and Cobb. And James just holds on to 4th place there in spite of CJ Morgan's best efforts. Another car drifting out wide there. I think that might be Fuster in the number 7 machine. So Elliot Fuster just trying to find some space through Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. The rest of the field come storming through. Note that the 70 car has made up a couple of positions as well. So Butler up into the top 20 again after his drama on the first lap of the race. He won't be happy, of course, that they've lost so much time in this race. That means he can only make up so many positions. He's only got so much time to try and get through the field. With 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock, this is the penultimate lap of the race. So next time by, they will begin the final lap. And Cameron Pratt Thompson, since getting past at Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave a lap ago, has seemingly just started to manage this race. He's keeping Dare Flock at bay. It's 3 wide for 3rd place. Into 3rd place goes Jack James. Jack James up into 3rd. Jonathan Moore there. You saw him go defensive towards Club. Really exaggerated move to the inside of Club, but still couldn't make the position stick. Oh, skittling across the curbs go some of our cars further back. Fuster losing a bit of time over the sausage curbs as they go on to the final lap of the race. Final lap of the race, and Cameron Pratt Thompson is your leader. Can he hold on, or will Dare Flock find some magic on the final lap? Pratt Thompson finding a little bit of a lack of adhesion on the apex at Campbell. Just about keeps the car gathered together, but will have scrubbed off speed, and that's critical because from here on out it's basically flat out until we get to Club. That will be really disappointing for Pratt Thompson, and that could leave him liable to attack from Flock and James. The race leader will be under immense pressure as the rest of the field files out towards Seagrave and out towards Noble Corner. We now resume looking at the leaders. Pratt Thompson has managed to hold on to the lead in spite of that sideways moment. Dare Flock, he's still about half a second behind. He's going to need a tow. I'm not sure if he's going to get one that's significant enough on the run to club. We'll have to wait and see. It's close for 4th place as Moore and Morgan fight for that position. But has Pratt Thompson done enough to take the win? I certainly think he could have done. Cameron Pratt Thompson heads towards club for the final time. Dare Flock is closing. Is he going to get close enough for a move? He's looking to the outside line. Cameron Pratt Thompson to the inside. He does hold the lead, drifts a little bit wide, but does make it through the corner nicely. It is going to be a win for Cameron Pratt Thompson. Pratt Thompson it is that takes the checkered flag and the win. Brilliant drive from him. Dare Flock taking 2nd place. 3rd place for Jack James, and 4th place was held on to there by Jonathan Moore, just ahead of CJ Morgan. Pratt Thompson, once he got through with 2.5 or so laps left remaining, he managed to manage that very, very nicely. A doff of the cap certainly to Cameron Pratt Thompson, who did absolutely everything right in that race. Of course, it was CJ Morgan that took the win in race 1 yesterday. So 2 different winners in 2 races here at Thruxton, and Pratt Thompson crosses the line to take a win in the 37 car. Very nice driving from him. Pratt Thompson winning by just 0.2 of a second. Dare Flock in 2nd place ahead of Jack James in 3rd. Jonathan Moore and CJ Morgan rounding out the top 5, split by just 1.5 seconds. Charlie Constable in the 6th car, finishing in 6th place. Kyle Wells in the 448 in 7th ahead of Oliver Kerr in the 222. Will Fallon in the 30 taking 9th place ahead of Harry Smith, who finishes 10th in the number 10 car. Caleb McDuff in 11th in the 38. Kieran Roberts in 12th position in his number 78. Elliot Fuster up in 13th place in the number 7 ahead of Oscar Dix in the number 11, finishing 14th. In 15th place it was the 317 car. The 317 car in the hands of Jack Harrison. The rest of the order, Butler in the 70 taking 16th ahead of Bergbaum in the 29 in 17th place. Mosthav in the 888 in 18th. The 88 of Kersley in 19th. Alfie Briggs in the 47 rounding out the top 20. Crudson in the 17 in 21st. Baldry in the 33 in 22nd. And the number 4 car, Jude Cooper, obviously the cause of that safety car, didn't get to the end of the first lap. With that, we can now head down to the Parc Fermé, and we can now hear a little bit of reaction from the race that was for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The car's just heading into pit lane now. Well, we will just give a second for the cars to actually arrive, which is probably a wise decision. The leader has just come past me, Cameron Pratt Thompson, taking a sedate run back to the pits. These young drivers, they're usually pretty quick to the paddock at the end of a race. However, on that occasion it was rather easy driving, clearly just relaxing after a very intense 15 minutes of racing. Charles Boniface will be down there momentarily, a racing driver in his own right, of course, so he'll be able to give us some insight during his interviews with the leading drivers of that Junior Saloon Car Championship race. I understand that we are now in a position to go down, so cameraman John and Charles will be down there now with the JSCC grid.
Well, that was a thrilling race, wasn't it? Quite a lot of action from start to finish, and even a safety car. I'm here with the race winner, 3rd place yesterday, top step at a podium today. How did you find that?
I mean, that was great, to be honest. That's what we've been waiting for. You know, I think we've deserved it. So many more rounds. It's just not really gone our way. So for it to finally happen here in such tricky conditions in a tricky race, you know, had pressure from start to finish. Finally got the start right for once, and it paid off.
Fantastic, yeah. And like you say, you've mentioned those tricky conditions. Can you try to explain to the guys watching at home, like, what you have to do to manage everything in those conditions, especially with the safety car restart as well?
Well, when the safety car came out, the rain started to properly come down, so it was just about managing the tyre temp, making sure you've got enough so when you do get going again, you're not sliding too much. I don't think I did a great job at that, but I'd like to say my car control's pretty decent, so you've just got to manage the slide from there on up.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again. I know you've been very happy. Jumped straight out of the car and all over the team, so all the best for the final race this afternoon. Right, I'll try and grab the second place man, who has wandered off. Flock. So sadly another disappointing race for yourself. I can kind of say it's been consistently 2 second places, so 2 good races this weekend so far for you, but what can you do to try and get to that top step in the final race?
Well, I won the last race. CJ just got a time penalty, so I was able to get the win in that. And then this race, it was good between me and Cameron on the first few laps, and then I got by him into the chicane, and he just judged the conditions better than me on the first lap. I was just taking it not easy, but I just didn't want to go too far and then break too deep into there where he just went and got by me. So there's a few places where I could have gone for the move, but I just didn't feel like, just didn't want to take the risk because it's second, still good points for the championship, so there's no point risking it and then being a DNF. So yeah, exactly. Very smart move, very wise, head on young shoulders, clearly thinking about the championship already. Apologies, I didn't know the results have been updated since yesterday, so congrats on that one. So brilliant start from you as well. Really managed it until the safety car came out. So I think without that, you probably would have gone on and taken a second one. What can you do to really try and maximise the chances of you picking up a win in the final race this afternoon? Well, I'll get a better start. 'Cause that was a good start, but just unfortunately, I missed second gear. So when I went to do it, it just wouldn't go into second. So yeah, it's my fault, but get a better start and just try and go, really. That's all I can really do.
All right, well, best of luck with that final race, and hopefully I'll be speaking to you later on then.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, let's grab third place man. Right, is this you guys in third? No. More? Where is he? Right. Could I quickly grab you?
Yeah.
So, first podium of the weekend for you.
Yeah.
Third. How was that as a race? Pretty hectic from where we were looking.
Yeah, no, it was pretty hectic. I mean, when the safety car came out, I don't know if you saw, we kind of pulled away as a 4, and I thought, this is our time to have a proper crack at the win. But safety car came out for 2 laps, and I thought might get quite scrappy. But then, as the weather changed, there was some nervousness going on in front, and I just thought, I'm just going to send it through and see what happens, and it came out with a 3rd. So I mean, I'm over the moon.
Yeah, it's a fantastic result. Like you say, send it is always the best way of doing it, isn't it? So obviously one more race coming up this afternoon. What do you think you can do from starting from 3rd now?
Well, it's done on qualifying time, so I'm actually starting on the front row for the last one. So we'll see what we can do. I mean, if the weather stays like this, it could either go to plan or not go to plan. Hopefully, it's the first one, and we can have a crack at the win. But I do really love this circuit. It's a brilliant track to drive. So I mean, we'll see what we can do.
Right. Well, congratulations again, and best of luck for this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Right. That's you've heard from the podium finishers. I'll fire it back to commentary.
Thank you so much, Charles. 2 green flag laps for the Caterhams out there at the moment. The 270Rs already out on circuit. Let's hear from some of the drivers of the 270R Championship.
Right, I'm down in the assembly area with Toby Boys and Gareth Lucas. Sorry, I was looking at a different car then. How's the weekend going for you guys?
That's been fantastic. I didn't test on Friday, so I was a bit straight into qualifying, having not been here for 3 years, so it's been a bit just learning where you go straight away. But it's been fantastic. I mean, the racing is amazing. Yeah. Just watching some of the other races, you don't even get to watch your own race, but you get to watch the others, and it's terrifying watching them come into the chicane. Who's going to go in first?
7 wide we've had so far, haven't we?
It's not okay, is it? It's nothing good about that.
No.
Yeah.
And Gareth, how's it been for you?
Yeah, very very different type of circuit, to be honest. Really good fun. It's very strategic, I'd say, because of the heavy toe. So very much planning many corners in advance. So quite different from other circuits. So yeah, good fun. First time I've raced here, so enjoying it so far. So now we have some rain for the second race. So add a bit of fun into the mix as well. So.
That's it, just to make it interesting, just for us to watch,
Of course, yeah, absolutely. We've got to make it fun for the fans, haven't we? So.
That's it. Excellent. Well, I wish you both a good race. Enjoy it, and we'll see you on the other side.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm with Giles Perry in assembly area. It's raining quite a bit now. Do you mind the wet?
I'm not a great fan of the wet, if I'm perfectly honest. Done a lot of practice with Daz at DPR, so hopefully we can make that pay off today. But yeah, traditionally I'm not a great fan, but it'll be all right. Be what it'll be.
It will. And you're the third member of, well, not necessarily third, but we've spoken to the other two of the Wolf Pack.
Yes.
You are part of the Wolf Pack with Theo
yeah.
and Matt Larvey.
Yeah, it's just we are. It's just a bit of fun. We came up with at the beginning of the year, sort of, like Theo mentioned, sort of 3 middle-aged men trying to be young again. But yeah, it's just a bit of fun, which is what it's all about, really.
It is, and you guys seem to have a great time every weekend.
We do, to be honest with you. As much as we love the racing, which we do, we adore it all. The social side of it, being with your mates is a huge part of it. We have a lot of fun.
And you do make a lot of good friends in this championship, and you go through each category together, don't you?
Yeah, very much. I mean, it's when I first came into it, people said to me, "You will make friends for life," and you think, well, maybe, but you do. Really strong mates for life. You're doing something that you all love together. You have that in common, and yeah, it's great camaraderie in all of it. Absolutely love it.
Excellent. Well, I wish you best of luck for this race. Enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Stay as dry as you can.
We'll certainly do our best. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers now.
The Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship grid. We'll try and run through as many as we can, maybe just the first 5 rows here. Charlie Lower in the number 21 car on pole position alongside Freddie Chiddicks in the 66. Row 2, Matt Larby, one of the Wolf Pack, on row 2 alongside David Rook in the 45. James Cook is next in the number 15 on row 3 alongside Mark Kendall in the 35. Young Duncan Mallet, the number 4 car, in a 7th on the grid alongside Rod Patke, the number 29 car. Row 5, Mark Jones in the 2 and Gareth Lucas in car number 10 in 10th place. So then that is our first 5 rows of the grid. We can't really get through the rest because we've already got a green flag, I think, about to be shown at the back of the field. The marshals have got the cars into position, so let's get ready for racing. The 5-second board has been displayed, so let's get this underway. In just a few seconds we will be racing. And we are underway. It is a good start then from Freddie Chiddicks. Freddie Chiddicks on the outside of the front row. Has he got the momentum required to go around the outside line for the lead? I'm not so sure he does. It's still side by side between Lower and Chiddicks. Charlie Lower with the inside line. Surely he can get it done into Campbell. No, he didn't get a really that good of a run approaching Campbell Bend. And it is Chiddicks into an early lead as I'm rejoined by Chris Hutchinson.
Yes, just ready for this 270R grid, and they've had sort of light rain since we last spoke on for the Caterhams, and they're trying to discover these conditions as we go around on this opening lap. They've had 2 green flag laps and they took them at high speed to figure out where the grip was, but it was Chiddicks who did get there better at the start, just as he did yesterday, and his red lipstick car, the red nose cone, is out front just as we left, and he's still there with Charlie Lower in second. Kendall then comes along, followed by the Rook, and then it's I think it's Cook followed on from Rook.
That does sound a little bit like a nursery rhyme, doesn't it? The Rook-Cook connection, always a trip of the tongue. They were 4th and 5th on the grid. It is Freddie Chiddicks, though, that leads the way as they approach Church. But here comes Charlie Lower. Got a little bit of toe coming out of the corner. Now takes the head of the queue, but now Chiddicks will draw back alongside again as Mark Kendall says, well, I'll have a bit of that. No, however, doesn't get close enough to the top 2. Charlie Lower remains in the lead. All panned out rather nicely for him there.
Whilst it has been raining since we last spoke, it's not been very heavy and the track's still not kicking up any spray. Few of the drivers sort of losing a bit of grip through the club chicane, but I understand from the drivers earlier on that even in the wet this track offers up some really good grip, and they just race it like it is a dry track, and you can see that happening. They're still late on the brakes as they come in. Charlie Lowe able to really carry the brakes through and carried it all the way into the start finish straight. Again, Charlie Lowe and Chiddicks looking like they might be starting to try and work together, see whether they can eke a gap out in front in these sort of changeable conditions. I think we're heading for heavier rain as well, by judging by the radar.
Yes, well, they gave 2 formation laps to this grid because they felt the conditions had changed sufficiently since the last time they were on the circuit yesterday. So a wise move, I'd say, from race control. And yes, heavier rain certainly seeming evident there out on the circuit, not just out of our window, but also the back half of the circuit where they're currently going through Noble and Goodwood. These corners will become more like corners, of course, as the wet conditions continue. You start to notice, oh gosh, I'm going to have to lift out of Church after all, aren't I? Lower, though, with a nice lead over Chiddix as they turn into Church. He's, I think, been a little bit braver on this lap and really built himself a few car lengths.
Like I say, he was absolutely flying around those 2 green flag laps as if they were just full-on racing laps to feel where he's got grip, when he hasn't. Also fully confident in that car. He's a 3rd step of the motorsport ladder, so these experienced drivers, and he is happy. I'm not sure whether he's out testing on Wednesday, but nevertheless he has got the conditions that we are find them now under control as the rest of the field sort of slither their way through the club chicane. You can tell they're having to take a lot more care, getting a bit more understeer. Theato making up some ground, but having a bit of a mistake out there and running a bit wide, losing out a little bit of time there.
Yeah, Theato just being tripped up, had to drop 4 or 5 places back there, didn't get the turn in he needed. Charlie Lower in the 21 car, the leader by half a second. Chiddix in 2nd place, and then the pack very evident from 3rd down to about 6th. All kind of scrumming behind the 45 of Rook. There's the 15 of Cook. Oh, that old nursery rhyme coming again. Kendall has actually dropped to 5th place there, hasn't he? So Kendall losing position slightly. The number 20 car trying to find some room as well further back in the pack. That is Empson, James Empson, who started in 15th. He's actually lost a couple of places.
And we saw him fighting in that lead group yesterday, so he's been up and down the field, as has a lot of these drivers as they head out round the backside of the circuit. Again, the rain again evident on the windscreen, but Charlie Lower has got that little bit of a gap at the moment. You've seen plenty of those develop though and disappear as the time has gone on, but Chiddix is still trying to follow on. Rook is nicely in the wheel tracks of Chiddix, taking that toe, and like I say, Kendall losing out just a little bit to Cook, and Larby is next up, and we saw Mallet and Lucas also sort of just a little bit of a gap in developing in front of them as well.
Yeah, slight gap developing there, as you rightly say. We're at almost 1/4 distance, 20 minutes of racing, and we are just completing lap 3 of the race, this time by 15 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. You see there a bit of a gap ahead of Mallet in 7th place as well, so Mallet has lost a car length or 2 on this lap, but he will be hoping to draw himself, Patke, Lucas and Jones in. As we've seen before, sometimes a group of 3 or 4 in a space of about a lap will turn into a group of 10, maybe even more than that. It doesn't take much for a getaway group to suddenly be inhaled back into the field.
Just as soon as they go nose to tail, that's what happens, isn't it? And interestingly, nose to tail at the moment, Larby, Mallet and Patke, they're all the drivers that were in last year's academy, skipped out Roadsport and decided they'd go straight into 270s, and they're running line astern 6th, 7th and 8th.
Yeah, some deciding to continue up the ladder.
Yeah, so we got the race coming down the back end of the circuit then, and Lower is still heading out. He was trying to weave out the way of Chiddix there a couple of times to see whether he could shake that toe, and in fact the 3 of them are breaking away. They have got that kind of slightly developing lead there, but Lower is still out front and seeing what he can do to actually adjust and manoeuvre those drivers out of his slipstream. Remember, that adds about 7 to 8 miles an hour speed. I was looking at the rain and the wind direction, and they are still getting that headwind as they head down this. Seeing Lucas there under attack from one of the padlock cars, I think there. It was Jones, so he's making his way through, but it is now a twin at the front end with Lower and Chiddix back in the action.
Those 2 have very much been the story, haven't they, so far this weekend? So Lower in 21 and Chiddix in 66 have felt very much like the 2 favourites around this Thruxton circuit. They are also kind of up there as well, aren't they, in the championship standings, but still open at this stage of the season. Of course, we're a million miles away from crowning champions, and any misfortune, any good performance could yield new contenders.
With 3 races per race weekend for these cars, there are plenty of scoring opportunities yet to come. We were just trailing that sort of trailing pack there on Friday onwards. Friday, Boyles, Merritt, Theato and Empson. There is that chase pack. They've got a bit of a gap in front of them, haven't they? But they are still capable of closing that. Still got 13 minutes, not even at the halfway point. You can see the yellow cross there on our driver. So that's merit, isn't it, that we said yesterday. He's not quite got his 6 inches. He can remove his novice cross as they go through. But there is our leaders once more. Charlie Lower still leads Chiddick, still leads Rook, and those three are out a little bit clear and free, and they're all running in their own clean air, really.
Yes, it is fanning out, isn't it? Definitely fanning out at least a little bit. There you see the number 72 being demoted to the outside. Theato trying to go around the outside. They're almost 4 wide going into church. No likey, thank you very much. Lower and Chiddick's, of course, the top 2 in this championship right now. Just getting away from the rest of the field. But Theato and co fighting for 13th place. That looks really fraught. And I must say, it is looking actually greasy and wet out there. More so lap and lap, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Out the window I can see the rain as bigger drops, and they're all starting to lose the rear of the cars as they scramble their way through the club chicane. You can see them all scrabbling for grip, and it's certainly the conditions are deteriorating. I think we are going to be in what we would consider full wet conditions by the end of this lap, but it's still Lower, Chiddick and Rook still maintaining their sort of second gap, and then Cook following on behind with Larby. The pack racing is still intense in this second chase pack there. Malik, we can see on our screen now, just trailing them, just seeing what's going to go on. Again, they didn't have any wet weather driving last year, so they are learning as they go, learning induction of fire in this 270R championship.
That's exactly what I was about to point out. Them and those who came from Academy into 270 in their second season, this will be a new experience, a brand new world opening in front of them at the moment in these wet conditions. One would assume Lower and Chiddick have maybe had a couple of bites of the cherry in wet conditions before. And again, it comes down to that anticipation, that understanding of how a track evolves in the wet conditions, isn't it? You've got to really be on your toes and aware of what's going on around you, underneath you as well, lap on lap at this point.
Yep, there's experience really counts for a lot in those conditions, and also just the trust of the feel that you're getting back through the steering wheel. And again, experience counts for that as well, and learning what a track and the kind of characteristics of a track you're on. If you've got a lot of races to pull from, you can actually, bring something forward, give yourself that confidence. But as they head towards the club chicane once more, it's still Lower in front. We're watching Larby heading Kendall, heading Patke, and Kendall sort of injecting himself in the middle there, followed by Cook, who's Cook losing out a little bit in that last lap.
Yeah, Cook losing a few positions. A bit of a squeeze there from Lower to Chiddick as we saw them go through Allard Corner at the start of the lap. Of course, some of these drivers may have gone for a slightly less stiff anti-roll bar on the rear as well. Those that have maybe set up their car softer because of anticipating these conditions, or maybe those who have a preference for a soft car in general, they will come up trumps as it gets wetter.
It can do. Again, characteristics of tracks change, but if they weren't testing on Wednesday, then they've not had a chance to see what it feels like in the wet. So the standard change would be to lower the rear rake so the angle at the rear is, and also soften off the suspension very slightly, as you say, to give yourself a little bit more mechanical grip. But this Thruxton circuit with its bobbly tarmac really does give you some great grip even in these wet conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite a well-weathered surface, isn't it? Although there has been resurfacing in recent times. You can see on the racing line at Club Chicane, for instance, there is a notably less weathered line, and in these conditions that's probably not the optimal line. It's very much a 3-car train now for the lead, with Rook homing in side by side for the lead. Chiddick goes to the front. Can Charlie Lower respond?
They have got a good gap over that chase pack. They can manage this through so long as they can keep it all pointing in the right direction and all in one piece. Chiddick's around slightly the outside line. They almost do come together. Charlie has to use some of his amazing car control just to keep that car in control, and Rook is sort of just following on, watching them at the moment. Duncan Mallet also sideways through the middle of the club chicane, but Chiddick currently leads the 2 Hardline Motorsport team, so the Boss sponsored car out front at the front of the quadlock car of Charlie Lower right now. And from that sort of what looked like a really comfortable lead a little bit earlier on, the front 3 have now compressed into one group, and they have still got quite a nice sizable gap over that chase pack, which is currently led by Larby, as you see coming through here, Kendall and then Patke.
Yeah, 3 cars breaking away. It's the first time really today in a Caterham race that we've seen such a small pack distance itself significantly from the chasers. And of course, in every Caterham race so far today, our winners have come from the 9th row of the grid, 1/17th, 1/18th on the grid. Doesn't look likely that that statistic is going to continue.
I would say unlikely at this point in the race, and say it's still mizzling outside the commentary box. The big raindrops have disappeared once more. Chiddick's right to the edge of the track there. Charlie Lower disappearing right to the inside, shortening that track, and Rip coming along for the ride. Like I say, at the moment he just looks like he's happy to be trailed around, and why wouldn't you be? The two fastest drivers of the championship season are dragging you along and away from your most close rivals. Why wouldn't you do that? So it'd be a great result for him to finish in that podium positions. You can see that battle pack forming behind, but at the moment it's Charlie Lower takes over from Chiddick's then. Rook now is going to come up and push himself into that second position. Chiddick's is happy for him to do that. Again, he can look in his mirrors and know that they have got a little bit of a comfort blanket, but it's not that long, and we've seen gaps disappear so quickly over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. The gaps can really ebb away in record time. You saw there Kendall losing out a little bit in the green 35 car, so he drops down to 8th place. He's just ahead of Cook in the 15 as well. Theato up into 11th place as well, so he's actually managed to break away from his pack. We just got a little brief glance of him going through the first corner. He's broken away from his chasing pack and maybe trying to join the guys fighting in the second half of the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you're looking for all those opportunities, but as we come down with 7 minutes to go, you've got to start making a move now if you want to do it. And it does look like we're settling into pack racing today. So not clump for this race. It's going to be pack racing with the pack of 3 out front. Then we've got the pack of about 5 or 6 or 7 cars and trailing on, and then a little bit of a gap back to the cars following on behind them as well. So here is that lead group then. Chiddick's is alongside or just behind Rook, and Charlie Lower has managed to develop himself a nice little gap there again. So Rook not quite able to hold on to that speed, and Chiddick's will be seeing his main championship rival disappearing down the road. Chiddick's came in here as the championship leader, but he's losing out at a couple of points at the moment to his championship rival as they head down to Club Chicane once more.
Every point counts at the end of the season, of course. You don't want to drop anything at all as you get into this stage of the championship where, you know, we're certainly not at the point of deciding a champion, but what we do know really is almost certainly which 2 drivers is going to be between. Lower and Chiddick's very focused on each other. Kendall there again falling through the pack, running on to the wet green painted curbs. Really got to be careful once you get onto that in these conditions as well.
Absolutely, you know, you hear it often, but it is like driving on ice. As soon as your wheels touch those curbs, they spin up, and that will immediately unsettle the car. It happens so quickly, but around something like the Club Chicane, you almost have to use some of that and sort of angle the car correctly to make sure you can use it, because otherwise you make this track at least 4 or 5 meters longer than it needs to be, and therefore you lose time. So it's all about balancing the car, getting the dynamic energy of the car in the right direction so you can take those curbs without unsettling the rear. Here is that chase pack though.
Yeah, it's shuffling about, isn't it? I think that was Merritt in 12th place, leading a big gaggle of cars running in the teens. There's our top 3 running by. 4th place Patke in the number 29, the distinctive pink liveried car on that 29. Let's see if he can hold off the chasing pack. The top 3 once again heading towards Club Chicane. Lower maybe coming under a bit of pressure from Chiddick's. Chiddick's comes dragging past Rook, not close enough to be a factor this time. Chiddick's through into the lead once again. Our championship leader coming into this weekend resumes the race lead, but he's still got 4.5 minutes to go. I'm sure Lower has a few overtakes left in him yet.
They have a sort of different driving style. Mallet, they're alongside, just banging wheels a little bit, sort of doing the right thing though, getting his car out of the way of that one so he can continue the battle. But yeah, Lower and Chiddick's do set up their car differently, and so therefore they'll benefit and fall back depending on the conditions and all that. But at the moment, it doesn't seem to matter that their setup's different. They are still absolutely side by side as they have into the complex, with Chiddick's hanging on around the outside there. Remember, in the wet conditions, normally the outside lines start to get more grippy. Maybe we're seeing that transition.
Maybe so, yes. We are seeing the conditions evolve lap on lap. It's getting wetter slowly but surely. Of course, after this race, we have our lunch break ahead of the afternoon programme. Without the cars running around the circuit, it may only get wetter. I don't think it's meant to stay wet all afternoon long, but these conditions are only going to worsen after this race. For the time being, though, it is Chiddix and Lower and Rook, our top three. You just get the feeling that Rook is keeping the powder dry, don't you? There's something in the back pocket there, I feel.
Yeah, he's definitely doing a watching brief. Like I say, he is being pulled away from his main rivals in the championship by just clinging onto the coattails. We did see him move forward, but he wasn't quite able to keep the speed. So I think he will just happily watch until he gets that opportunity a little bit later in the race. I say little, we've got too much left to go. No spray came off the wheels, though, such as the tarmac here at Thruxton, that there's still no spray being thrown up. So at the moment, still not absolutely what we would consider really wet conditions, such as the tarmac that allows absorbing. I'm just seeing out the second pack sort of having a trouble, but here is another pack as they head down towards club.
Yeah, battle for 12th once again, with Merritt leading that in the number 11 car, the white-nosed dark red car, sneaking through and past him. One of the others, I think that might be Mott potentially. No, it's not Mott. I think it's Boys actually in the 99 car there, who went straight on across the chicane. They've got to, of course, be careful about that. And again, these different conditions breeding different races. Empson, who you mentioned, being up there in the leading pack yesterday, still down there in the teens in 16.
Yeah, can't make an impact, can he? And track limits apply just in the wet as they do in the dry, so as they are taking to that escape route every now and again, they will have to be careful and that doesn't get called in. There is Peter Mott in that, it's got a kind of light show kind of colour scheme. You can't really see it in these conditions, followed by Empson in that 20. And yeah, not able to push forward, but still having a battle royale here deep in the field here. So we're talking around the sort of 15th to 20th position on track here.
Touch and go as to whether this is the final lap or not. I believe it will be, as the top three now approach Church Bend. It should be the final lap, because we will tick to about 1 minute 30 as they come around the final chicane. It is Charlie Lower in the race lead, with Rook now coming alongside him. Freddie Chicks dropping a little bit off those two around the circuit this time, and it is Rook that surges into the race lead. Charlie Lower tries to pick up some slipstream to retaliate in kind. He won't do so this time. They round the penultimate corner and the final corner for what will be the penultimate time. We start the last lap this time by then, with Lower in second place and Rook for the first time to the very front of the order.
Are they using Rook tactically here? Have they put him out as the sacrificial lamb going down the back straight? Yet to be seen. Or does he have a lot of pace that he hasn't been showing earlier in the race? He's not won a race yet. He's been, I think, in second place, so it'd be great for him to take that win. At the moment, he still maintains that lead, and in fact, Lower behind lost the rear end of the car very slightly. He managed to get it all back under control. You can see the conditions are maybe not suiting Lower's car. Chiddix right on his tail, and Rook does look like he's got a little gap.
Looks like a snappy rear end, doesn't it, on that 21 car. Pat Key also holding off Jones and Larby in the battle for fourth position. The conditions certainly worsening noticeably around the front part of the circuit. 30 seconds left to go. When you say Rook is the sacrificial lamb, will it be bar red sheet, will you shut the door, going into Club Chicane on the final lap? They approach Church Bend. The two fighters, the two combatants at the head of the championship, are in second and third place. It's a car length, maybe two, maybe even three for Rook as they come out of Church Bend.
Is it enough, though, as they come down to Club Chicane? They are going to be gaining that extra speed. Can Rook hold on for his maiden win? These two behind are in their championship battle. They've got to think each other. Chiddix going down the inside. It was Charlie did manage to catch up, and in fact Rook has been absolutely swamped, but who's going to be late on the brakes? Lower looks like he's got it done.
Charlie Lower has managed to negotiate that brilliantly. Freddie Chiddix fighting the car every inch of the way out of the corner. Can't quite get the line, can't quite get the speed that he needs. It is Lower that crosses the line to take the win. Charlie Lower with victory in the second race for the Caterham 270Rs this weekend. Brilliant drive from him. Chiddix takes second, Rook takes third. Pat Key does hold on to fourth place. That's very good going from him. He had that position for much of the closing stages of the race. You see there that Merritt has been swallowed up by a few of the cars in that battle for 11th place. Theato also fell from 11th down to, it looks like 19th towards the end of the race, maybe 18th position for Theato, because he's just crossing the line now. We also have Lydia Gould as that in the Wall, the 65 car.
Yeah, so Lydia looks like it's just in the chicane, so just gone straight on into the barriers there. We saw Harry Landy in that sort of position a little bit earlier. Looks like she's okay though, as she's moving around, just waiting for permission to the marshals to do what needs to happen. But nevertheless, what a they they had us questioning, didn't they? Did Rook have enough time? Well, he didn't have quite enough gap over Lower and Chiddix, so he just managed to take that win.
So then it was Charlie Lower that took the win in race 2 of the weekend for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. Very well executed by Lower. Freddie Chiddix, his closest championship combatant, though, not dropping too many points. He takes second place ahead of David Rook in the 45 in third. Raj Patki in the number 29 taking fourth ahead of Mark Jones in the number 2 car, who rounds out the top 5. Matt Larby in 6th position. Duncan Mallet crossing the line in 7th ahead of Mark Kendall. James Cook and Gareth Lucas 9th and 10th position. Toby Boys in 11th place, the 99 car ahead of Giles Perry, the 71 in 12th. Stephen Merritt in 13th position in the 11 car ahead of Peter Mott in the 96. Empson in the number 20 car finishing 15th ultimately ahead of the 84 of Friday. Deason in the 22, Theato in the 72, the 63 of Andy Palmer, and Bateman in the 23, rounding out the top 20 and the finishing order after Lydia Gold failed to take the flag. So then, cars heading back down to the paddock, and we will now hear once again from the Caterham drivers, some of them a little bit soggy. I'm sure Sam Parker has her umbrella. Let's go down to her.
Well, I think you can probably see behind me there's some very happy people to be on the podium today. Obviously a hard line, first and third for their team, and the rain is coming down quite considerably now, but look at those guys hugging. They're so pleased for each other. Let's grab a word with Charlie when he gets his helmet off. But goodness, they actually managed to break away in that race, which I hadn't seen in a Caterham race this weekend, so that was quite impressive. But yeah, we'll grab a word with him in a moment. He's trying to do it as quickly as he can. How was that? That looked amazing.
That was great. That was so much fun, and it was great to have David on the podium as well. And Freddie raced up remarkably, and yeah, it was epic. Another one to add to the win list. So extremely happy.
Was it getting quite slippery halfway through?
Yeah, the grip was changing every lap. You know, it was like I was thinking to myself, I'll note that for next time. And it's hard because we haven't got a windscreen. The water hits and disintegrates off your helmet. You don't have a record of how badly it's raining. So like Academy and Roadsport, if you didn't use your windscreen wipers, you see it's starting to build up. But actually, you don't know if it's old spray, new spray, or what. So it was hard to tell if it was getting slipperier, but it changed constantly.
Excellent. Well done, Charlie. Let's go and have a word with. I'll go straight to David because Freddie's free now. He's free. Let's go and grab a word with Freddie. Congratulations, Freddie. Sorry, Matt. Sorry. Well done. Fantastic racing as always. It was nearly a win for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, another good race. I mean, the whole 20 minutes, I think the three of us were thinking, where do we want to be on that last lap? Where do we want to be coming out the last corner? I was where I wanted to be. It was different to where I was yesterday. I thought it might work, but didn't work. But yeah, happy to have another really good 20-minute race battling with these guys.
Yeah, excellent. Well done.
Thanks.
I'll go and have a word with David now, who is going to be delighted with the podium. He's walking behind. Nope, he's there. He is. David, congratulations on the podium. Fantastic race. I mean, nearly a win as well, wasn't it?
Well, again, as we said all weekend, it could have been anyone's game. I mean, the main priority was for Charlie and me to get these two cars on the podium, so that is job done. The car went really, really well in the wet conditions. It just came alive, so really good. But yeah, I got ahead on the penultimate lap and got towed down into the bottom straight, so... Couldn't be happier.
The three of you broke away from the pack, which I haven't seen in any other Caterham race this weekend.
I think there was a little squabble behind. I think they just had a little bit of a wobble on, and then Charlie and Freddie were going really quickly, and we just all hooked up and went. And I was so pleased. It's so nice to look in the mirror here and not see someone chasing you down.
No, it takes the pressure off a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you can focus on these two ahead, which they're far too fast.
So are you though, because you were up with them.
Delighted with that. Delighted.
Excellent.
So good.
Well done.
Thank you very
Congratulations.
much. Cheers.
There you go. Very happy, guys. We might have a little wander through and see how everyone got on. Let's see if we can find someone to talk to. Matt Larby's very happy over there with his family. And let's go and speak to... Nope, they're walking away from me. Toby, how was it for you? Obviously, we spoke to you before the race.
Yeah, you did. Amazing. Yeah, I think I got 5 places and 1 corner. It was absolutely incredible. I mean, the wet made it extra dynamic. Yeah, it was sort of getting progressively wetter, and you could see everyone slowing across the track, but it was fantastic. Yeah, I've no idea where I came by. It's such a riot. What? I'm getting some grief from the side, bit of hackling. But yeah, it's absolutely fantastic race. The guys were brilliant. I can't say how we was close, wheel to wheel, sliding sideways. It's just fantastic. Yeah, best day.
Excellent. Well done.
Just need to go get dry now.
And here's Roger. Let's have a quick word with Roger. Roger, you had a great battle out there, didn't you?
Yeah, I did with Matt Larby. It's really good to be racing with him again. Yeah, Mark Jones as well. So it was fantastic. And the changing conditions it was just, it was quite difficult to work as it went dry, then it went wet again, and then it got really wet. And just watching different lines that people were taking and kind of adapting as we went through. It's the first time that I've driven in the wet. Academy 22, which is the cohort I've come from, I've never seen a wet race. So, yeah, first time in the wet, and really pleased.
Excellent. Well done.
Thanks, Sam.
Right, there we go. I'll let these guys go and get out of the rain and get to the podium as well. So we'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box. It is lunchtime soon, but we'll be back for some paddock action, I think, in a bit.
And so while our marshals and our drivers find a dry place and, just stay away from the rain for a little bit before the afternoon's racing, we're going to take a little behind-the-scenes look at some of the action from our various paddocks and our various categories on the Saturday here at Thruxton. There's fun and games far beyond the racing surface itself.
Right, we're down here with the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and we've got a very special challenge for you. Now, we know these drivers aged between 14 and 17. We know we've got the guts to go fast. They've got the bravery, they've got the speed. But do they have the knowledge? Yes, you have to have the brains as well to go racing. Now, we're at Thruxton for the first time for the Junior Saloons. I've got Harry and Cameron with us. First of all, guys, you've done practice, you've done qualifying. How was it out there?
I struggled in qualifying because my teammate had car issues and we were supposed to tow off each other, but because he had car issues we struggled to keep up with each other, so I didn't manage to get a tow, unfortunately.
How about you?
Yeah, not too bad. 2 poles and a P3 for race 3, so yeah, all good. I think if I can get the starts right this time, we'll be in a bit of a better place. Good pace on my own as well.
Fantastic. Right, well, we're going to help you then in this, because what we're going to do now is, as you can see, we've got 5 metres of rope right there. I'm going to show these guys. This is Thruxton. That is how Thruxton looks. That's the layout. We're going to get these 2 gentlemen here on the ground to see if they can copy this layout to the best of their knowledge, having done practice and qualifying already for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. So, Harry, Cameron, if you're ready, off you go. Now, this is a test as well of rope management, a bit like tyre management. Let's listen into them.
Yeah, so then it starts to curve around this way, and then we'll come up to the chicane, which goes left, then right, then it goes left again onto the start straight. So then
straight has a bit of a curve, this one, don't it?
Yeah. So we'll curve it a little bit, and then we'll say, because it has a left kink, no, right kink, then a left kink, and then it's the complex.
Yeah, right, left, right.
And then left. Okay, and then it'll go right, and then it curves round.
Yeah, it keeps going, so we've got to get to there.
Okay, so we'll say if that bit's the
Remember
green
your
apex,
rope management, boys.
Yeah.
Remember the rope management. It's a bit
Okay.
like tyre management.
We'll say that's a green apex, and then it's a left for the inside curb towards Goodwood, and then we've got to connect it around there. Okay, so say if this bit, oh, we're gonna run out of rope. Okay, that's fine. We can adjust it after. So we say that, and then with Goodwood or Luke somewhere run that way. And now, now we've got the problem of connecting it all up. I think. Actually, I think if we can pull it down, and now we just adjust it. Okay, so if that's the back straight, that's the back straight, and then it goes right, then the left, then the right, and then the straight curves around a bit. Yeah. And then goes right, then in the left into.
The first corner's a bit more 90 degrees than what it feels like when you drive. So, but I think it's this bit we're mostly wrong.
Yeah.
I think this left needs to be
Okay.
a bit more.
So say first corner. then
Right,
it's the
chaps,
left
you've
kick.
got 30 seconds left.
Okay, okay.
30 seconds
That
left.
Left kick.
Right, this needs to change as well.
Yeah. And it's the left kick. Then it's the right. And then it goes out left. And then it curves right all the way around that way.
Yeah, and then we've got a bit of a left hander there.
Alright, I think
that's as close as we can get.
Right, there we go. Time is up. Harry, Cameron, come join me. What we're going to do is put the map of Thruxton down in the middle there. Now, what do we? How do you think we've done?
Okay. Well, if we if we say this bit is
Yeah.
Brooklands,
Okay.
then I don't
Yeah.
think it's that inaccurate.
Okay.
We may have messed up a little bit, but it's not.
So Brooklands, by the way, is this bit here.
Yeah.
So there we go. So this
So
is
then
Brooklands.
it's got the
So actually,
in
it's
there.
down like this, then, isn't
Yeah,
it? So
yeah.
if we bring the camera round, this is how it's supposed to be. I'll tell you what, it's not terrible.
The worst. That bit is a bit inaccurate, but all the rest. This bit is quite good. It's just that.
You've got a really nice straight down here, which doesn't exist, does it? But well done, guys. What we're going to ask everybody to do as well, if you can comment out of 10 how you think Harry and Cameron have done. So 1 is we don't even know what that is. 10 is they've got it absolutely spot on. Don't think we're going to get any 10s, but you never know how everybody else is going to do it. Okay, well, you are race drivers, so yeah, there we go. Comment in the comment section. We're live across the Bark YouTube channel as well, and next week on the Bark social media channels we will reveal our winner. Harry, Cameron, thanks so much for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Thanks for doing that as well.
No worries.
And if you win, we'll let you know, but don't hold your breath, lads.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Right, here we are. It's the Thruxton Summer Festival, although it's not actually that sunny today. We have had rain, although we have come down here, Sam, haven't we, to the ice cream van. Sam from Caterham Motorsport. We're going to give people a bit of a look behind the scenes, aren't we? I think
We are. So, ice cream wise?
Yeah, ice cream. Right, I would go for... it's got to be a twin with a flake, isn't it? What are you going for?
Well, I've just definitely a 99, but one of these.
Oh, yeah.
I like the sprinkles.
Which is your favourite?
The one with the sprinkles, definitely.
Have you sold many today?
We've sold a few, but because of the rain, it's a little bit slow. So hopefully now the sun's coming out, it's going to be a lot better.
I hope it gets better for you. Thank you so much. Sam, let's just take a walk, shall we, and talk, because we're walking up to the Caterham Hospitality, but there's so much going on. We've had, obviously, the Classic Modern Motorsport Club, the junior saloons are here, Track Attack, you name it, it's all happening, isn't it?
It is. It's all go this weekend. From the Caterham side of things, we've got 4 of our championships with us this weekend. We're just missing the Caterham 7 UK Championship cars, but we have got Academy back with us this weekend, which is great. We've got 2 full grids of Academy cars, so they're the complete novices. So it's great to have them back with us. They've had about 4 rounds already, and obviously Thruxton being such a fast track, it'd be interesting to see how they get on with that.
And of course we know the weather's a little bit unpredictable too. Is there anybody over here? Is that Alan Curtis? Do you think he would like to... Is that Alan? Do you think he'd like to have a quick chat with us? Shall we? Shall we? Let's go. I'll
dive
give you the
in?
mic and you.
Thank you. Just going to dive in and interrupt their chat. Good morning.
Oh, yeah.
How are you doing?
Yeah,
How's your
fine, thank
weekend going so far?
Not too bad, not too bad. I was quite pleased with yesterday. Good fun in the dry. First time really in a long time now since we're on the ZZR tyres. So yeah, it was good fun.
And so looking forward to the race this afternoon. Do you think it's going to be dry?
I'm praying that it's dry because I know certain people like Jack Sells are praying that it rains.
He is.
So and I've not had any practice in the rain really here on these tyres, so I'd prefer it was dry.
We haven't really had many wet races though in Caterham this year, and not many last, was it?
No, we haven't. I mean, I've still got my set brand new over in the corner, and to some extent, that's nice because when we went to Zandorf and Son, I would not have wanted to be in the rain there. So yeah, I've been enjoying the dry.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, let's move on down. We've got Caterham Hospitality coming up on our left.
Do you know what, Sam? I've got to say, I'm a little bit disappointed because I thought we were going to get a free ice cream.
I did. She wasn't giving in, was she?
She wasn't going to give us one, was she? She wasn't. If anybody's never been to Thruxton before, it's the fastest circuit in the UK. It's quite unique actually because there is an active airport right in the middle too, isn't there? We've seen a number of helicopters and planes going off, so if we get a chance we'll show you. But here we are, we've come to the Caterham Hospitality. I don't know about you, my tummy's rumbling a little bit. I want to see what's on the menu. Shall we go?
Let's go in.
Look, shall we? Right, what do we think we've got on the menu today?
That's it. Well, I had porridge this morning for breakfast, like I always do, but they did great porridge with blueberries. And a full English as well, if you want that.
Yeah, I visited the Golden Arches. Of course, other places are available for breakfast too. Right, what have we got here?
Oh, pulled pork.
Look at that. I don't know if you can see that. I love a bit of pulled pork. I have to say, it looks really good as well. There you go. That is what's on the menu here at the Caterham Hospitality. If you don't want to see that, you actually want to see it. Yeah. Look at that. Check that out.
I can't wait to have lunch.
Is it too early? It's not too early, is it?
No.
Right, we're going to keep making our way through here. So this is where everybody comes down to just to relax. And this is for everybody involved with all the Caterham series, is that right?
That's right. But I tell you who I've just spotted. Our very own commentator, who's always behind the camera. He's never on the camera. I think we should go. He's just having some lunch. He won't appreciate this. Chris. Very sorry to get you on the camera.
You got me right in the middle of dinner.
Sorry, but we thought he's there. He's normally the one we only hear the voice, never see the face. So I'm very sorry to get you while you're eating your lunch.
Come and say hello. It's good to be on camera with you. You know, so often we're just like chatting through earphones and stuff like that. So it's really good to see you.
Yeah, it's great. We've got Ian over there. We've been doing a bit of a walk and talk, going through what's happening in Caterham Hospitality.
Yeah, so I'm just getting the lowdown from Jack here. I'm always listening out to what's going on. Jack's a bit further down the field than he might want. So yeah, we're trying to work out who's doing what and where. And as you know, this is the time where you get all that information.
It is. It is. Well, I'll let you get back to your lunch and let you get back to get in the goss. Sorry, Chris. So there we go.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Right, we're making our way out the back now. What cars do we have here?
So here we have got our Roadsport Championship. So they all just run themselves in Roadsports. And then a little bit further over on the grass, we've got the Caterham Academy guys, and they all look after their own car as well. So you're not allowed team support for these guys.
Okay. Right, let's take a little look at some of the car show as we make our way down. The clouds starting to come over a little bit. It's unpredictable, the weather. Who knows what it's going to do. I was here at Thruxton a few weeks ago for the trucks, and again, the weather was all over the place. And I imagine it's, of all tracks that you can go racing at, when it rains, Thruxton's probably the most fearful, shall we say, because of the speed.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and you're going piling into that last chicane, and it's quite tight through there. Caterham's are small, but it's tight.
Yeah, but one thing we like about Caterham's is that the racing is close. But I imagine the slipstream probably pays a big price here.
That is huge this weekend. They will, but you could be. It doesn't actually matter where you qualify because you could be. If you're in 7th place, you could still come out the corner first. Yeah. It's so strong here.
Now we'd love to show you more, but there's literally nothing behind us other than tarmac and parked cars, so we're not going to bore you with that any longer. A lot of racing action still to come this afternoon here at Thruxton. Yes, it's the summer festival, but we just want a bit more sun, don't we? That's it, we just want some sun. Please come out. Oh, back to you guys in the studio.
Good morning everybody, welcome to Caterham. Today marks a milestone in the evolution of the company.
What a track day car, and I keep saying I need to get myself in a Caterham.
I raced Caterhams myself, so but this is an electric one, and this is something pretty important going forwards, isn't it?
Right, as you can see, I've got 2 more willing volunteers, or perhaps not quite so willing, but we've managed to drag them out anyway. CJ and Will here from the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Team 2 in our Thruxton layout competition here. We've seen Team 1. Don't forget, do go back and comment your score for those guys. This is the Thruxton layout here, as you can see. CJ and Will are now going to take their turn in doing the best possible job that they can. Gentlemen, over to you. Get started and talk us through it as you're doing it as well.
How long do we get?
You get 3 minutes in total.
3 minutes, that's fine. You grab that then. Right. Start off this straight. Right. Yeah, do the 2 meeting points where the start finish line is. Well,
So say we have the start finish straight there.
Start finish line's right here. Yeah.
You've got 5 metres to play with there, guys.
Pull it more.
So remember, it's like time management, it's rope management.
Come down. Round to the right like this.
Yeah, but it's not that much of it. It's only about that. And then it eases over to the left, and then we have the chicane, don't we?
It eases over to the left. Like that.
Yeah, and then
like that. And then come round like this.
A bit more of the,
like
that. I'd say that's a bit more of an aggressive turn there as well.
Yeah. Then it kinks to the right like that. Coming round.
So we've gone through the chicane here.
Coming up.
So end of the straight, turn right, then going through the chicane.
Last corner.
And then we have the right
little
hand.
kink right, long left.
So look, it's left up. So you have the chicane, the kink right, and then
it's
the left.
a right kink before the left.
Yeah,
it comes to the right point.
A little bit. It's very slight though. Right, so we're at the kink at the right there then.
Kink, long left, and then.
But why is this all twizzled up?
Doesn't matter.
It's got to look nice.
Don't worry about it being twirly, guys.
So that's the kink, the long left.
Yep.
Then the little straight, and then really long.
Down to the bottom of the hill.
Yeah.
Down there.
It's really long.
And then we're coming up.
So then straight.
So then down the hill, turning right. Straight up the hill. Back up the hill.
No, church first.
Up the church.
This is church. This is the long one before.
What, going down the hill?
No. Yeah. Long right, and then you go down the hill on the straight. Through church, and then up the hill. Through church.
So through church. Church is more of a substantial right-hander though, isn't it?
Like that.
Yeah, like that, yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's pretty much a straight line up the hill.
And then the chicane.
So, and then it kind of comes out wide, doesn't it?
Comes like this.
Yeah, it kind of
It's a
comes
little
out
kink up the
wide.
hill, isn't there? And then it comes
And then
like that.
like that. And then
start finish straight. I'd say we've smashed.
Okay, guys, are you happy? So
that's supposed to be straight.
That's meant to be like.
okay, so this is start finish straight here. Right, let's pop the map down there and let's show the camera, shall we? And see what there we go. See what everybody thinks of this one. Again, same as before for CJ and Will. Please comment out of 10 how you think these 2 gentlemen have done. So remember, 1 is absolutely terrible. 10 is they've absolutely got it spot on. Tell us what you think in the comment section. Let us know. You found it easy, guys?
That was not very easy.
I think the hardest bit was just working with the rope.
The difference in like driving it to seeing it, it's mental.
Especially shrinking it down, trying to get like the right tightness of the corners on a smaller scale. I mean, that's the tricky part.
I just hope when you're out there, you're not just seeing orange rope as you're going around.
This layout, yeah.
So yeah, if we're driving this, there might be a few red flags now, but hopefully we'll be able to remember the track right.
Track limits. Guys, thank you so much for doing that. Team 2 here, CJ will comment below out of 10. Remember, 1 is dreadful, 10 is they've absolutely nailed it, and we'll find out our winner a little bit later. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Perfect.
Cheers.
Right, here we are. I've got Jonathan and Wilf with me now. It's Team 3 in our Thruxton Layout Challenge for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Guys, you ready for this?
Yeah.
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 Right, now, I think you guys got a bit of an advantage, actually, because you might have seen the other two teams go, so no excuses now, guys. You've got 5 metres of rope here. You've got to lay out the Thruxton circuit. Off you go. 3 minutes, here we go. Talk us through it as you're doing it as well, boys. To stand on that for you.
Are we starting pit straight? Yeah, pit straight. Yeah, pit straight. Then go to the toilets.
How do we think they're doing? Comment below and let us know how we think we're going. Don't forget, this is Team 3, Wilf and Jonathan for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. I'll tell you what, very meticulous here. I'm very impressed with this. It's looking good. This could be the one. I'm not so sure Team 1 or Team 2. Well, I'm not too sure what track they were doing. You've only got 5 metres, boys. This is also a bit of a rope management. Think of it as tyre management, boys. Think of it as tyre and fuel management. Well, you have to worry about that in sprint races. But no. This is looking like the best one so far. So you've still got time, lads. You've still got another minute. So if you want to adapt it, feel free.
Right.
Which I think you might need to.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yes. Okay, guys. What do we think? You let us know when you're ready. You've still got 20 seconds left.
I think I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Okay. Right, guys. Stop the clock, everybody. Right, now, are we taking this as Brooklands down here?
So this is pit straight.
Okay.
Pit straight, Allard, First Complex, Noble, Goodwood, Church, Brooklyn, Rushgate, pit straight.
I'll tell you what, that's not so bad actually. Again, please comment below out of 10. 1 being it's absolutely dreadful, 10 being they've got it absolutely spot on. For me, you guys so far look like you've done the best job, but it's not up to me. Yeah. It's not up to me, it's up to you guys watching. So do comment below. Guys, just a quick note on the weekend. First time for the Junior Saloons at Thruxton. What have you made of it so far?
It's a fun track. I mean, you're literally from the first chicane to the second, you're flat for a good 45-50 seconds. So it's a fun track, but it's you really gain more time from lines than anything else, because obviously you're flat, you don't gain anything, can't brake any later or whatnot. So it's literally just trying to scrub as little as you can, munch as much curb as you can.
Your right foot's going to get tired today, isn't it? Yeah. Being flat to the floor, right, Wolf?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. It's a very fast circuit, I'd say, and certainly be a lot of overtaking up into the hairpin chicane. But yeah, Co's worth a lot as well.
Yes. Yeah.
I think I found about 7/10 with toe, just down into Rushgate. Church of Rushgate, 7/10 with toe.
There you go then. That's how to do it. So ride the curb, get the slipstream. You could be on to a winner. Will Team 3 be on to a winner as well? We've had Teams 1, 2 and 3 that are all done now. That's the competition over. Comment below for these guys. Let us know what you think out of 10. 1 being it's absolutely dreadful, 10 being it's absolutely spot on. We'll have a look through the comments and find out our winner. It will be announced across the BARC social media channels, Facebook. We'll put it on YouTube as well, Twitter, everywhere. Just head over to BARC wherever you're watching this on the socials and you'll find out who's 1 out of 1, 2 or 3. Guys, thanks very much. Best of luck for the races. Thank you.
So I'm here with Chris, our wonderful commentator. I've dragged him out of the commentary box to come and have a look at the cars for himself. We're just outside Hardline's little awning here, just seeing what's going on here. But how's your weekend going so far, Chris?
It's been funny. Occasionally they let me out, don't they? And I'm here in the Thruxton paddock, and it's all bustling this morning. We're a little bit later on today, so it's 11 o'clock. We're starting with our action, and these guys aren't out till a little bit later. But we're just by Hardline Motorsport and Charlie Lower's cars having a gearbox change done, which is kind of a last minute thing to do. You can see all the action. There's lots of interest. We've even got Ian Miller here, our chief scrutineer, looking to check, and obviously Caterham, it's all about making sure everything is even and fair, and he's checking to see that everything is in place that should be there, and all the seals are all there.
So how long does that take? Will this take to do a gearbox change?
I think normally you'd want to give yourself half a day to do this, and so it's pretty tight. We're talking 4 hours ish is what you'd probably want to give yourself. It's a lot of kit to move around, and you can see the engine hoists on there ready to go. They've obviously taken off all the hoses and everything, but and it's for a clutch change they're doing, and that's obviously an important part of the component. So the first start we're going to see from Charlie Lower later on is going to be with a new clutch, so we'll see how that all goes. But hard at work there, and you can see Ian Miller's just having a check that all the seals are in place before the engine comes out, having his thing. All the last minute drama that happens in the paddock on the morning of the race meet, and you see them all lined up on track, and you don't sort of appreciate everything that goes into getting all those cars out there, all the teams.
Yeah, exactly. And the weather today, it's quite overcast compared to yesterday.
Yeah, it was sunny day. We did have a sort of rain shower, but today the threat is coming, and I've seen the radar, and the rain is coming. And whether it's going to hit before our races, the 310R, which is first on, they've already been declared a wet race, so we'll see. I guess we're going to see whether they will have the rain out there. At the moment, that's because they're ZZR tyres and the ZZS tyres. They have to, if it's a wet race, they have to go on the ZZS tyre. So they'll be, on their other alternative tyre, which is meant more for the wet.
Yeah. So not as tricky for these guys with their other tyre.
No, they're stuck on that. It's just whether they have a high tread block, so you can have, a brand new tyre, to get rid of that spray, or whether you have a sort of more cut down tyre, which will give you a bit more grip in the dry. So that's what they're looking for. And you can see on Charlie's car, actually, the tread blocks are quite high. So he's kind of maybe expecting that wet weather for his race a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, excellent. Well, great. Thanks for joining us down here, Chris. I know you've got to head off very shortly into your box, and we'll look forward to hearing you soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd love to be back here for the next one. See you in front of the camera once more.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Caterham. Today marks a milestone in the evolution of the company.
What a track day car, and I keep saying I need to get myself in a Caterham.
I've raced Caterhams myself, but this is an electric one, and this is something pretty important going forwards, isn't it?
As you can see, it's still a very wet scene here at the Thruxton circuit as we get ready for the afternoon's action. We still have a very full programme of racing to come. We have some 7 more races before the end of the action here today on Sunday with the BARC stream here at Thruxton. It's the Track Attack Championship due out at 2:20. I understand that as of now they are intending to abide by the programme. However, this might go a little bit ahead of schedule. 14:20, 2:20 local time is when the Track Attacks will be out for their first race. The CRCC FF2000 Pinto category will be out following them for their first of 2 20-minute races. The Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship will be out following that at 3:25 p.m. They, of course, had an absolutely sensational finish, 7 wide, going into the final lap earlier on today. The final race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship will begin at 4 p.m. They'll have a 15-minute race before the last of the Caterham action, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship at 4:30. Just after 5 o'clock, 5:05. The Track Attack cars due out there at 5:05. And at 25 to 6, 5:35 p.m, the CRCC FF2000s will head out again for what will be the final race of the day. I was originally told we're sticking with the programme, but I do understand we've already got cars down in the assembly area for the Track Attack Championship, so it sounds like we could go a little bit ahead of schedule here. We wait to see any definitive word from Dan Blake and the other BARC officials in the hospitality area? No, the stewards area. I shouldn't say they're in hospitality. Some of them might be right now. But we do understand that we have the team getting ready down in the paddock area to speak soon with some of the drivers from Track Attack. The Track Attack Championship, we haven't seen them out so far this weekend. The Track Attack is kind of a merger of many different saloon car championships as one. You've got the Deutsche Marks cars, the German cars, largely the domain of BMWs. You've got the Peugeots and the Renaults in the French championship element. You've got the Nippon cars, the Japanese machines out there. There are subclasses within those national divisions as well. And then you've got the Production 206 GTI series as well, the Production 206 GTI Cup. A very large grid of cars taking to the circuit, all sorts of shapes and sizes out there on track for that one. It is Japan versus Germany on the front row of the grid, with a Honda Civic Type R and a M3 engined BMW Compact also on the front row too. Very exciting to see how the rear wheel drive cars fare in these conditions. You'd give the edge to the front wheel drive cars in this weather, but of course you'd also give the rear-wheel drive cars the edge off the line. So what's going to happen when the Track Attack cars head out there? We'll have to wait and see. I can tell you that my marshals down here at post 21 have already gone back to their designated areas, so I suspect that we are maybe gearing up for a start a few minutes ahead of time, and I will soon be able to throw down as well to hear from some of the drivers. I know that cameraman John is getting himself suited and booted. I'm sure has been searching for some waterproofs if he didn't pack some. And Charles Boniface also down there, of course. Charles, one of our intrepid pit reporters here this weekend. And Charles Boniface, also a driver in his own right, previously in Mazda MX-5s, among other things. So as you may have heard earlier on the JSCC race, Charles can relate to the drivers as a driver himself, filling in admirably for Ian Waterhouse, who was with us yesterday. And you'll have just seen Ian as well, getting in amongst it with the JSCC drivers as well. Doesn't he look a bit like some of their dads, though? Ian Waterhouse not with us today, but I'm sure he'll be back on BARC TV before too long. Of course, also on the multimedia front for the BARC, there is also a podcast that has been introduced this year. You can find all the details about that on the BARC website as well, and that one is always a good listen. It gives a bit of an insight into the various different categories under the BARC umbrella. Of course, the Caterhams, in their 50th anniversary year, are for the first time on the BARC package. So it is interesting to see that a category as prestigious as the Caterhams moving into the BARC fold for this year. Certainly a big variety of cars we're going to see this afternoon. The CRCC FF2000's a primary example of that, of course. The Formula Ford 2000 cars. How to put them into modern context? Well, effectively, think Formula Regional, I suppose, in a modern context. The Formula Ford 1600s used to take the place that Formula 4 has currently on the single-seater ladder, the first step into a car after go-karts. Then you would move into Formula Ford 2000 and into Formula 3 from there. So it is kind of Formula 3.5 it was at the time, the Formula Ford 2000s category, through the 70s and the 80s. We look forward to seeing them out shortly. The Track Attack Saloons, though, are going to be out before them, and I understand we can now go down to Charles Boniface with some reactions from the drivers about to head out onto a very wet Thruxton circuit.
Hello, and I hope you're all having a wonderful lunchtime. We're a little bit away from actually going out on track, as people are still having their lunches. And as you can see, the British summertime weather is doing its job. Beautiful and sunny. No, of course it's not. It's pouring down with rain, which is why most of the drivers in these cars here ready for time attack are all hidden away. So shall we see if we can coax a couple of them out to talk to us? As you can see, a real mixed bag of cars, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, different levels of modification with these cars. I think we'll come to Kart 303 first, just purely because I recognise this Club Racing UK sticker.
How you doing?
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
So I've come over to you because I've realised you've got a giant Club Racing UK sticker on the side of your car.
Correct, yeah.
So do you want to tell us more about that? Or,
yeah, why not? Yeah. So I'm one of the 2023 ambassadors for Club Racing UK. So Nick and Steph obviously run the company, and I say they're supporting me this year. So it's my first season in the 206s, first season racing ever, first wet race, this race as well. So yeah, we'll see how we go. Looking forward to it. But yeah, so those guys are really supporting me, giving lots of advice, and yeah, doing a good job. So
yeah, I've known them for a few years. They are good guys. If you are watching, hello. All right. So a lot of firsts for you today, then. So how are you finding this first season, and how are you finding racing this car?
Fantastic, to be honest. I had some bad luck at Cadwell. I had an engine failure at Cadwell in qualifying, so I missed, unfortunately, the racing at Cadwell. But then we had a fantastic day at Pembury. Yeah, really good this year. Big change for me because I'm coming from rear wheel drive into front wheel drive, so totally different driving style. And I say, yeah, it's been really good. Super close racing. I think we're all within a second or so. All the 206s are within a second or so, even on a circuit as long as this. So yeah, the grid's growing. It's great.
Oh, that's fantastic. So with obviously, like you say, all the close racing and everything else, how do you feel like you're going to fare in the wet conditions today?
My main aim for this weekend, I say it's my first wet race. Main aim for this weekend is get to the finish. I'll be honest with you, just work out the wet lines, just bring it home. That's all my aim is to do. Obviously, when you get in the heat of the moment, things might be different. We'll see. I think I might have Ricey in the bag. So yeah, let's see what we can do.
Oh, fantastic. So we want to know as well, especially as it is currently lunchtime, have you had lunch before, or are you just not doing that and just going to wait till after the race before you have some lunch?
I'm waiting till afterwards, yeah. I'm a bit nervous, so yeah, we'll see how we go. I'll wait till afterwards, I think.
Oh, fantastic. Well, best of luck. And yeah, hope you bring it home in one piece.
Take care, bud.
So as you can see, 2 warm-up laps as it is wet conditions, which is the standard for wet conditions. They have been given the whistle, and they do have 30 seconds until they're going to go. So what I'll do is I'll keep talking to you guys just for a little bit. Yeah, it's going to be tricky to speak to somebody now, but what we can do is we can have a look at the different array of cars that we've got. Obviously 206s, as we've just mentioned, we've got some lovely Clios, some Saxos, some Mark III MX-5, obviously some BMWs as well, and the Honda Civics that seem to be going quite well. So they're heading out now for their green flag lap, or their 2 green flag laps I should say. As you can see them all pulling away. Now it's going to be interesting for a lot of these guys and girls in the fact that obviously, as we've mentioned, they've got a mixture of front and rear wheel drive cars. So getting off the line, it will be a little bit trickier for some than it will be for others. And then obviously once they are up and running, it will be a little bit trickier for the others rather than for the some. So you will see that as it's all happening and as they're all rolling out. Now do let us know as well if you have any comments, if you know any of the drivers, any questions. Make sure you drop some comments and and things like that in the body of the video. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it back over to commentary so that he can talk you through the race.
Thank you, Charles. As you can see, the cars are heading out onto the grid. The 19 car of Jack Riddell is our pole sitter, the number 19 on pole position in the hands of Jack Riddell. So the number 19 is one of the Honda Civic Type Rs, which we look forward to seeing further up the pack as the race goes on. But it is, yes indeed, the number 19 on pole of Riddell. Gareth Porter in the 46 is next. Row 2, David Sheed in the 13, alongside Adam Croft in the 73. Row 3 of the grid is Paul Roderson in the Volkswagen Scirocco, alongside Mike Bowman in the 62, the Renault Clio. Jamie Sturgis in his BMW E28, that's a 5 Series BMW, alongside the rather smaller Mazda MX-5, Ian Knight in that car. Adam Harding on row 5 in his Citroen Saxo, alongside the BMW E36 323i 2.3 litre engined BMW. That's on row 5. You see there Sheed in these shots. He's making his way back through the order to the second row of the grid after he struggled to get away from his position in assembly earlier on. Row 6, John Halliwell in the number 2, his Honda Civic, joined by David Curtis in the Renault Clio. Robert Buckland in the Renault Clio 172 alongside David Whedon of the BARC. He is on row 7 in the Saxo VTR. Row 8, Lewis Charlton, the first of the production GTI runners in row 8 alongside Martin Kayser, 31 and 888. Row 9, Matt Anderson in the 25 alongside Carl Powell in the 56. Andrew Mitchell in the 95 car is next, followed by Paul Rice rounding out row 10 of the grid in the number 42 car. That's another of the 206 production GTIs. Lots of the production GTIs all together on the rear end of the grid. Jake Richardson, the 303 car, we spoke to him, the Club Racing UK representative there in the paddock, alongside Kevin John Houghton in the 141. Paul Evans in the number 12 Renault Clio will round out the starting order. A very dynamic and varied 23 car grid for the Track Attack Race Club and their various categories. The Tricolor Trophy for the French cars, the Deutsche Marks cars, the German machinery, the Nippon Challenge cars are the Japanese machines, and then we have the amazing production GTIs as well. So the production GTI cars will be very interesting. So 23 cars in total on the grid across something like, I think, 10 classes, given the amount of different categories these cars run in. But the Track Attack Race Club always making room for various different types of car. Not so many Nippon Challenge cars at the moment, but it seems to ebb and flow almost weekend on weekend as to who enters and who brings what out to the circuit. Jack Riddell, though, in his Honda Civic, will be a favourite here. The front-wheel drive, as I alluded to earlier on, always handy in these wet conditions relative to the rear-wheel drive cars. The balance and the control a little bit more applicable to the wet conditions. So then 15 minutes of racing is due to begin this time by. The cars will form on the grid. First one there is the Honda Civic Type R of our pole sitter Jack Riddell. Then it's the Peugeot 205 of Gareth Porter. Two very different machines. I believe that 205 is one of the later 1.9 litre engine cars. Yes, it is. Of course, initially the 205 GTI offered as a 1.6. Although actually, it's listed as a 2-litre car on the entry list, which makes me think a more modern engine has been subbed in there somewhere. The production 206 GTIs forming a majority of the tail end of the order, of course. Car's the most standard of the bunch. Does make a lot of sense to run a series for the 206s, of course, because they're new enough to have not been completely culled with the scrappage scheme around 2008-2009, but old enough to be quite cheap to buy a donor car, so it is quite a sensible formula, the production 206 GTI Championship. So the cars are lining up now. BMWs, Renaults, Peugeots, Hondas, all in the first few rows of the grid. Which car will be leading? Keep an eye on the number 13. That could be a fast-starting machine in the hands of David Sheed. Rear-wheel drive, always quick off the line. The number 2 car of John Hallowell makes his way to the start line, and that is the final car lined up on the grid. We are now going to go racing. The lights will go out momentarily. They are on, and we go racing. It's a very good start indeed from David Sheed. Has he got the lead? No, he hasn't. That didn't mean to rhyme as much as it did, but there we are. The number 19 car, it is our race leader in the early stages of the race. Our pole sitter manages to hold the lead in the early going. The number 19 Honda Civic of Jack Riddell is your leader. One of the other 205s has come through from further back in the grid. I believe that's a 73 car of Adam Croft. Everybody else filing their way through. Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave for the first time. There's the 206 production GTI field getting in amongst the rest of the classes in the early going. Very, very different cars up and down the grid, but it is the Civic of Riddell, VTEC Power at the front of the order. Sheed in the BMW Compacts in 4th place then. Did get a good start initially. That car with a BMW M3 motor wedged into a BMW Compact. It's a very very small car. A lot of power in a small car, but it is tricky in these wet conditions. Short wheelbase and big power, big engine is always a interesting mixture. You've got the other BMW there of Sturgis leading the second pack, as it were, as well. Here comes one of the Scirocco's then. The Volkswagen Scirocco of Rodison, the 555 car. Oh, sorry, I should say I was right, the 555 car. There's a big moment there for one of the Clios, the 62. Going very, very wide indeed. That is one of the Renault Clio Cup Generation 4 cars. In the hands of Mike Bowman, having a big moment. And there's the production GTI front end of the order steaming through to the end of the first lap. Who's leading in the 206 GTIs? It looks to be the number 56 car in 9th place. That is in the hands of Carl Powell, but we have a red flag out on circuit. Red flag has been waved. Red flag has been declared out on track. I'm yet to see a reason why, but the red flag is out. We are missing one car that hasn't crossed the line, the number 12 machine of Paul Evans, one of the Renault Clios. But the red flag is out and the car is on screen there, just hidden behind a marshal post. But the number 12 Clio has come to a halt there. I believe that is just out of Goodwood and Village curve. It is fairly well hidden there behind the barriers that protect that marshal post. But a red flag out early. The race has been declared finished on the TSL screen, but that's just because they need to reset the race in order to restart it. So if you are also twin screening with a TSL timing screen, don't worry, I believe we will get this race back underway. Getting a look at what happened with the number 12 car, just running at the back of the order by the looks of it, and slowing down. I think it is just a mechanical more than anything. It looks like there may be there is a lot of... Is there anything other than spray coming off those rear wheels would be the question. But the number 12 Clio has come to an early halt. Unfortunately, that has created a red flag situation. Riddell in the number 19 was the leader. Had already built a 2-second advantage at the end of the first lap, and well, that's all going to be gone now. And one of his, I'd say, main potential competitors, the 555 car of Paul Roddison, had just made it through into second place. And I think Roddison, they'll probably reset the grid entirely. So unfortunately, Roddison, who just surged up to second place, is probably going to have to do all of that again, unfortunately. With the schedule as it is, we are expecting to end racing at 5 to 6. Curfew is at 6:30, so we've got to hope we don't get too much of these shenanigans before the end of the day to make sure that everything gets into the programme. I wonder if we do get the full 15 minutes or whether they will cut the time down. We'll have to wait and see on that front, but it's currently 15 minutes, so a full race restart that we look to be anticipating. Porter in the 46 will be going back to the front row, and actually that's one of the drivers that really struggled in these conditions in the early going, the Peugeot 205 GTI of Gareth Porter. He'd managed to drop down in amongst the Peugeot 206 production cars, so he'd fallen down the order, and he'll now get to go back to the front row. Quids in for him then. Of course, this is very much a power circuit, the Thruxton facility, under normal circumstances, but in the rain it's not just about power, it's about usability. A well-tuned chassis and actually a softer sprung car in general is often preferable in these conditions. One thing that definitely interests me is that David Whedon, the number 3 entry, that is one of the junior saloon car machines. I think he's inherited that from young Mr. Beecroft, actually. The number 3 car that's entered in this race, in the hands of the BARC's own David Whedon. Race clock now changed again to 12 minutes, so that would more or less include the 2 minutes and 20 seconds of running that came prior to the red flag. You can see the car being recovered at the moment. You can also see driver out of the car, of course. You can see the helmet in the hand there of our stricken machine, the number 12 of Paul Evans. So Paul is there and he's on his feet and okay. Just seems as though the car has let go, as the timing screen suggests. 12 minutes will be the new race distance here. Hopefully this recovery won't be too prolonged in nature. Certainly the crew here at Thruxton exceedingly well drilled. We do often schedule events here at Thruxton with a little bit of a buffer at the end of the day, and the bigger the buffer, the more incidents that tends to mean you have on a day. Hence the reason Cadwell Park usually is scheduled for 2.5 hours before curfew. That circuit is one that breeds mistakes, and you do have to allow for that kind of thing in the schedule. Of course, this circuit has gone pretty much unchanged over the years, which is interesting because that means you have very long and significant lap record histories. Obviously, when, for example, the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit was reconfigured a few years ago, you kind of lost that lap record train, if you will, and when Snetterton was reconfigured a few years ago, the same thing. But Thruxton remains steadfast in this configuration. And why change it? It is quite the challenge for the mechanics, for the engineers. You have to consider the amount of left side load around the right-handers of this circuit. It is largely a right-hand circuit. You very much have to consider the tyre wear. That was one of the themes of British touring cars in the 2000s here at Thruxton. There'd always be at least a couple of punctures, usually on the left front, before the end of a race. And one of the places to go if you want to test the structural rigidity of a tyre compound, that much is for sure. A bit of a tyre eater still, just by nature. There is the 13 car of Sheed. We've talked a little bit about this machine in the hands of David Sheed. I like David. He's one of those drivers that just kind of does everything the car is eligible for. Where can I go this weekend? Brilliant, there I am. Races for probably 3 or 4 different clubs around the country, and you can see a lot of the stickers for them there. And I note the Frankenstein livery on the car as well. It looks like he's actually got the Frankenstein cartoon on his bonnet, and he's got Frankenstein emblazoned on the side of the car, and that is very much because it owes its origins to several different beasts. So quite right to call it Frankenstein. It has, I believe it's a 3-litre straight 6 out of an M3 in the car. An E36 M3 engine in a compact. There's the 555 Scirocco, rather more modern, one of the Deutsche Marks Cup entries. Of course, the Scirocco for many years was a part of a single make series for Volkswagen, the Volkswagen Scirocco R Cup. The likes of Damon Hill guesting in the Scirocco R Cup in Brands Hatch many years ago. He and the rest of the Rat Pack as well. The likes of Perry McCarthy also taking to the track that weekend. I think Derek Warwick as well. They're also planning Nick Hamilton and his dad as well to join that weekend, but they didn't have the right international license. Didn't stop Nick Hamilton though from, of course, flourishing in their racing career later on. So cameraman John there, you can see him. Give us a wave, John. Hello, John. How are you doing? He's been very intrepid. He's been there for the pit lane interviews. He's getting gradually more sodden with the rain, but he's still there on the pit wall filming the cars for us, helping us tell the story of this championship and indeed these races. Alongside the Scirocco then you can see the Renault Clio as well, the Clio Mark IV. I believe that car's a regular entrant in the Brit Car Trophy, which you can also see here on BARC TV. And it looks like we are about to roll. I believe we are going to get a formation lap. I would think we're going to get a formation lap, but we'll have to wait and see on that front. And you see the cars now rolling. We are on a formation lap then before 12 minutes of racing. The various machines of the Track Attack Race Club once again roll out onto the circuit for an exploratory lap. Now, a lot of what they learn on this lap could be in regard to the red flag, because again we don't really know why the number 12 Clio slowed down. Paul Evans came to a halt, and my fear is maybe he's added some oil to the water, and if so, that means that Noble, Goodwood are going to be nothing short of ice skating rinks, and those are not corners you want to have to tiptoe around more than you already have to. And I'm just hearing in my ears director apologising to the cameramen for the conditions they're in at the moment. They are a hardy bunch, our camera people in the BARC TV crew, and we thank the boys and girls on the cameras for doing their best to stay dry, but that's not succeeding. But they are succeeding at giving us great pictures here at Thruxton today. So it will be the 19 car of Jack Riddell once again on pole position. I'm interested to see what Gareth Porter can do in the 46 Peugeot 205, because he's starting from the front row again. The grid has been reset. Last time he dropped through the order rather like a stone, I'm afraid to say. Is that going to happen again? Or no? We'll have to wait and see. The 13 car of Sheed, though, that will be one to watch. Can David Sheed get a launch again? He's got rear-wheel drive in his favour. That tends to be a big help off the line, of course. Some categories in touring car racing have to minimise the launch of a rear-wheel drive car to make sure they don't just completely disappear off ahead of the rest of the pack. So Sheed in that E36 could be a distinct advantage off the line, but then of course he's again driving a very powerful short wheelbase rear-wheel drive car on a wet circuit. So will that advantage last? Will he be leading into the first corner, or will it once again be the 19 of Jack Riddell that leads the way into the first turn? Looks like we are getting 2 formation laps again, so 2 green flag laps it is once again. I didn't think they'd do 2 twice over, but they have elected to do so. So the EP3 Honda Civic Type R continues to lead them around. Of course, that is an early 2000s car, debuted in 2001, did the Civic Type R EP3 generation. They're up to the FL5 now, which is some 120 brake horsepower more powerful than the EP3s of that era. Still one of the most revered Civic Type Rs though, the EP3. The first one to be sold officially on the UK market. Previous iterations though were of course imported over. It was importing cars over that created a lot of controversy in the British Touring Car Championship when Matt Neal and Team Dynamics showed up in 2005 with an Integra, a car that wasn't sold in this country, the DC5 Integra, and said, oh no, it's fine, they've imported so many over, it's, you know, it's a valid choice for a car in the British Championship. And others said, well, no. But they managed to win the day, and then went on to win 2 championships, of course, in 2005 and 2006 with the Integra, the car that replaced the EP3 Type R in the British Touring Car Championship paddock. So then the Peugeot 205 will be alongside the Civic of our pole sitter. So let's see what Gareth Porter can do. As I said, he didn't really seem to be gelling with the wet conditions prior to the red flag is what I mean. He wasn't doing well in these conditions prior to the halt, so can he use this reset as a lifeline, as a second opportunity to maybe challenge for an overall podium? He is, of course, also the first of the cars representing the Tricolor Trophy element of the race, the French element of the race. So it's all important that he gets a good launch. Of the 205s, it was definitely Adam Croft that did the best work off the line in that number 73 car. Adam Croft from Wellington. And you do need Wellingtons in this weather, don't you? Hopefully the cars will be lined up this time. Does look like the marshals are on the grid to line them up and go racing. It will be 12 minutes, which should be something in the margin, something in the region of 7 or 8 laps in these conditions. May just fall on the side of 7 laps, so it's going to be a short and sharp sprint race here. If you do make an error, you're probably not going to have time to rectify it. Keep an eye on that 555 Volkswagen Scirocco from the third row of the grid. Paul Rodison really did surge forth in the early stages earlier on. Managed to get his way up to second place before the red flag. He's once again on the third row of the grid. Can the Scirocco move its way forth once again? Will it be Riddell in the lead? What about Sheed from row 2? Can he use the rear-wheel drive start line advantage to take the lead, or will the wet conditions and the lack of traction rather hamper that attempt? All cars in position. We're about to find out. 5-second board has been displayed. Red lights will go on, and immediately they go off. We go racing, and it is a good start once again from the 13 car from the second row of the grid, but Sheed cannot lead. It is going to be the Civic of Jack Riddell that leads in the early stages. Everyone trying to find some grip, trying to find some adhesion in the wet conditions. It is Sheed in second place. In third position, it is the other of the 205s in the hands of Adam Croft. Once again, the 46 car has fallen through the order, and the little Renault Clio bouncing across the uneven surface on the exit of Campbell. The number 62 in the hands of Mike Bowman, having some issues there. Everyone else looks to be clean through the first few corners. And it is the top two that we somewhat expected in the early stages. Jack Riddell holding on to his lead, and David Sheed not too far back from him. What about the Scirocco? Well, it's actually still in 5th place, so it doesn't look as though we've had as good of a start this time around for Paul Roddison. They're in 5th position. The production 206 GTI field seemed to account for a lot of the spray there in the mid-pack among the 206s. It must be very difficult to sight your apexes, get to your preferred racing lines, and easily get lost in that spray. The top two cars head down into club for the first time under resumed racing conditions. And the Civic will be our leader at the end of the first lap. I'm again quite surprised that Roddison hasn't been showing his hand as much as he did in the earlier race, or rather in the first attempt at running this race before the red flag. Several cars falling through the order. Some of the production GTIs, however, are making hay while the sun definitely doesn't shine, very much including the car running 7th overall. That's the 888 of Martin Kayser, currently leading the production GTI element of this race. 7th overall for one of the production GTIs is a very, very commendable performance. There he is going through shot in the Haviline colours. One of the other production GTIs there, that's the number 25 car of Anderson, 3rd in class at the moment. As you heard in the Parc Fermé prior to going racing, the 206 GTIs usually very close together in terms of lap time. They're about a second separating them in quali. There's Sheed going through in 2nd place. Looks like Croft might be closing in a little bit, but if there's anywhere that benefits the BMW Compact of Sheed, it should be the straight line run from Church along Brooklands towards Club. Heading towards the final chicane of the lap, that should be where the 13 BMW makes up a little bit of time over the smaller, less powerful 205 GTI. There's the battle for 2nd among the production 206s. The 56 car of Powell just ahead of Anderson in the 25. Meanwhile, the battle for 2nd place heading into turn 1, and definitely Croft is on a mission. He's right behind Sheed for 2nd overall. So the E36 Compact number 13 could soon lose out to the much smaller Peugeot 205 of Croft. There's the 46 car in our front row starter. Gareth Porter withdrawing from the race. Battle for 2nd should be going out through Campbell and Cobb now, and I'm very curious to see whether Sheed still has that P2 or not, because he was just 0.4 of a second clear. He lost 1.6 seconds to 3rd place over the course of that previous lap. This is the overall battle I'm talking about, the BMW versus the 205 GTI. Riddell 5.6 seconds clear. They're going through shot in the Civic Type R. It is still the BMW in 2nd place in the hands of Sheed, but I think it's quite clear that he's under pressure. Adam Croft and indeed Bowman in the 62 are right there with him. Mike Bowman in the guest class of the Tricolor Trophy, his Clio Cup car, going to the inside line and taking 3rd position. The Mark IV Clio Cup machine, purpose-built race car, of course, where a lot of the cars here are converted road-going machinery. Riddell already surging past my commentary position, continues to extend his lead. The battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Rather too preoccupied with each other to notice, I'd imagine. Sheed in the BMW will actually conclude this lap with a slightly bigger advantage than he had last time by. Meanwhile, the leader among the 206 productions there, the Haviline backed car, still there in 5th position, or rather 6th position I should say. It's the 888 of Kaiser that continues to lead the production GTI, as we just saw a shot of him. Sheed, meanwhile, may well come under fire from Bowman going through Campbell and Cobb. Bowman trying to find room around the outside. Got a spinner here just rejoining at the chicane, but the side-by-side battle for second place takes precedent, and Sheed holds on to 2nd position for now. And look at the little 205 now looking to the inside on the run towards Noble. 3 very different cars battling for 2nd position. The Clio looks like it's got a little bit more grip through the corners. Again, purpose-built race car, will more than likely be a stiffer chassis than Sheed's BMW, or indeed the 205 of Croft. A much newer car as well, that's worth noting. The BMW Compact, a product of the mid-late 1990s. The 205, of course, production run until 1992 or so, but very much a design of the 1980s. So 3 very different eras of performance car on display there. Riddell in the race lead, almost 8 seconds clear last time, and that's going to be out to the best part of 10 seconds this time across the line. Meanwhile, the 333 car of Harding has gotten back past the leader among the 206 production cars. So that 333 Citroen Saxo in the hands of Adam Harding, who I think is celebrating his birthday here today. He's just ahead of the production 206s, and a big off there potentially for Bowman. Bowman was slow there and he's got damage. I wonder if he's been into the wall then at Allard, because that car is very clearly wounded, was fighting for 2nd place and is now limping its way towards Campbell and Cobb. 206 GTI lead is changing, because here comes the 56. However, inside line for Seagrave for Kaiser in the 888 machine. So Martin Kaiser and Carl Powell fighting for the lead in the production GTI element of this race. It was still just about Kaiser in that class lead as they left shot. They're still side by side as they come through Goodwood. Powell there on the outside line trying to find some traction off the traditional racing line, which is always advisable in these wet conditions, of course. Heading down towards Church. Powell definitely has the better run over Kaiser, but he's got the outside line for the Church Bend, which is absolutely not flat out in these conditions. Well, at least I really hope not. The 56 car, though, into the lead, powering past on the approach to Church, but here comes Kaiser. Kaiser now in the slipstream. The 333 car ahead of them, the Saxo of Harding, has rather dispatched itself from this battle, leaving the 2 production GTI leaders to focus on their own fight. Through the final sequence of bends they go, and it is a new leader in the production GTIs in the form of Powell in the 56 car. Some of the other runners going through there, that's the 42 of Paul Rice, the Total liveried machine. Red flag once again, however. Red flag on the circuit once more. Red flag is out. I'm hearing that somewhere a car has pulled over. However, with 2 minutes and 48 seconds to go. Now this is potentially part of the reason. After Bowman collided with the wall at Allard, there is the car parked. Remember, we saw the aftermath of the 62 car hitting that barrier. Tyre wall has been dislodged, and some damage to the front, significant damage to the rear, so that tyre barrier will need to be repaired, and with 2 minutes and 48 seconds left on the clock, I suspect that the race will not be resumed. Clock has been set now to 0, and we should, in theory, so in theory, one would suspect the race will end. That always comes up with finished on TSL anyway when they reset the clock, but one has to imagine that we're not going to get this race resumed again. As a rule, if you get to the final third of the race and you have a red flag, that's it. Hopefully Bowman is okay. I believe he's out of the car. He carried on driving the car after colliding with the wall on the outside of Allard, of course. And he should be all right. He continued driving the car to a safe space. There's the car. Where is that? I believe that is... There's our driver. So Bowman's okay. It does look like he's on the phone, doesn't it? Yes, I think he is actually on a phone. Maybe just informing some relatives that he's doing fine. The cars then have returned to assembly area, and it will be, one suspects, Riddell that is... Or have they returned to the assembly? Yes, they are returning. But Riddell should be declared the winner then. We just wait official TSL confirmation on that, but the understanding is that this will be the conclusion of this race. Riddell in the Civic was 11 seconds clear of the second place car Sheed in the BMW Compact at the time of the red flag. Croft and Rodison in third and fourth, and Harding in the Saxo VTR rounding out the top 5 on what looks to be the final order. And I believe we are, while we wait for official confirmation that this race has been wrapped, it sounds like we are now going to head down to Charles Boniface and the assembly area with the drivers.
I will try and grab a word with the race winner, who's currently already inundated with interviews, as is his popularity. But while we're waiting, feel free to take a nice look at the car that has started on pole. Hi. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Yeah, good. So pole position by a nice little margin, and now race win for race 1. How did you find it out there?
Super sketchy, I can't lie. I mean, I got a good start, pulled like a decent gap, but yeah, it was super sketchy. I mean, going down the back straight, I couldn't see anything. All over the windscreen, there's water just sitting there. Even though the windscreen, I was going crazy, but yeah, super happy to take the win.
Yeah, fantastic. And yeah, it's quite weird to hear that, just on the sense of, you know, you being out front, you'd think you'd have clean air, but even in these conditions, it's that bad for you out there.
Yeah, it was really bad. I mean, yeah, I literally couldn't see anything, I can't lie. Car was twitching all over the place, but yeah, just drove home, to be honest.
Well, fantastic result, and all the best for race 2.
Thank you.
Right. I'm not too sure where 2 and 3 are. They're not in their selected spaces. So what we'll do instead is we'll have a quick wander through, have a pan around of some of the cars, and while I'm trying to hunt down second and third.
13 was second.
13 was second.
73 was third.
Right, thank you very much. So we will go up and get second and third. It looks like 13 did manage to hold on to the second place, as he was being chased down there on the last few laps. Again, quite popular. Right. Hello. Can I grab a quick word with you?
You can, yeah.
Right, so second place, obviously being chased down there right at the end. How did you find these conditions out here?
Well, they were a little bit difficult. Obviously, you know, it's wet. It's actually raining harder on the other side of the circuit, so there's actually more puddles where it's fast.
and that means the car can skip and jump and stuff like that. Obviously, when you hit them, that's not very nice. But other than that, it's quite a lot of grip here. So it kind of wasn't as bad as it can be. I mean, it's not like Donington and that, which just slide everywhere. But yeah, no, I'm always up against it with front-wheel drive cars because they've got a slight advantage in the wet, putting their power down over their weight wheels and that. But it went well. I was quite pleased with that. Obviously, we had a bit of overtaking here and there. No problems with any of the drivers. Anything went very well. Really. It's great.
Oh, fantastic. That's what we like to hear. Nice, clean racing, and you're out there having a great time.
Yeah.
You made a really good start as well. Do you think that definitely helped where you finished?
Oh god, yeah, good start always helps. yeah, no, it does. Yeah, I mean that's the one place we've got the advantage on front-wheel drive cars is getting off the line. Not quite so much in the wet because we've got a light rear end. That's the issue. We're a bit light on the back for wet conditions. We can't use our power properly, so it's a bit of an equaliser with the front-wheel drive cars and that. Especially coming out of some of the corners, they can put their power down better and stuff like that. You know, so yeah. But as I say, it all just switches around. You're saying it could be either better or worse for the second race, couldn't it?
Yeah. Well, all the best and good luck for the second race. Do you reckon you can go one step higher?
I don't know. The Honda's really quick. I mean, in the dry, I'd like to chase him. I felt I possibly could have stayed with him. Seriously, if I was 2 or 3 lengths behind him, I couldn't see a thing. I couldn't see even access points at the edge of the circuit. Just nothing. Just blind. Couldn't tell what was on the circuit. So to try and go faster than him and pass him when I couldn't see a goddamn thing. I thought I'm never going to get past him. So just take it easy. Survival. Try and hold second place. Let him get away with it. Once he'd gone and I wasn't getting that spray, I got on bed with my drive. And it was a lot more fun when you can see where you're going.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again, and best of luck for race 2.
Lovely, thank you.
That's right. As you're saying, with all the spray and everything, it's very important that when you're racing in the rain, particularly, you're using your peripheral vision more than your main focal vision. Can I grab a quick word with the third place man? So how did you find that? Chased him down there at the end, not quite getting there.
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of reeling him in. I'm not sure we'd have been brave enough to make a move these conditions, but yeah, we certainly seemed to be struggling more than I was out round the back. It looked like he was having a whale of a time from where I was sat, and yeah, we were catching him up, but like I say, tricky conditions. So I looked a couple of times in the chicane and thought better of it, and then obviously the red flag came out and sort of cut it short. So it was a bit of a shame, but yeah, great fun.
Well, sorry to wrap it up quickly, but hopefully you'll have another good race in the second race this afternoon. I wish you the best of luck. And I'm going to throw back to commentary, ready for the FF2000s that's just about to start.
The Classic Car Racing Club's Formula Ford 2000 category is next. I'll tell you a little bit about them in a minute, but who better qualified than some of the drivers in the paddock? We caught up with a few of the faces of the Pinto Challenge a little earlier today.
Well, as you can see, it's relatively moist to say the least here at Thruxton. No, absolutely saturating wet is what it will be for race 1 for the Formula Ford 2000s. Now, I'm stood in front of quite a special car here, and I will grab a quick word with the driver. So the reason that this car is a little bit different is here on the Invitational class. It's an old Brabham, and it's actually an old Brabham F2 car. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about this car and its history?
Well, it's basically F2 Brabham. All the German hotshots drove it in period. Eiffeln, who was a caravan manufacturer, sponsored people like Stuck, Stolman, Dieter Quester, Marco Werner. So rich German history. So one day, if I ever get to learn to drive it properly, we hope to go to Germany and reunite it with some of the drivers and maybe have a couple of races out there. But Rob's been very helpful to let us come and join the Pinto Challenge here as an invitation car. So we're just glad to be here, but we'll just see how things go.
So as you said, just happy to be here, just going around and enjoying things.
I just wish it was a bit drier, but we'll go out and see how we go, and dare I say, take a rain check thereafter. So thank you very much.
No pun intended. I was going to say, how does this thing handle in the wet? Is there anything that...
It's a touch sketchy because we're not on proper wet tyres as opposed to the boys here. They're old-fashioned cut tyres. But we're going to go out and just see how it goes. We're not expecting any great shakes, so I think the boys up the front will be good to watch today, though.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, and thanks for bringing the car out for us all to see.
No problem at all.
Have a good one. Right, so yeah, very special car for that one. I think we'll grab a word with one or two more drivers potentially, as I've heard there is a red flag out on the race beforehand. So, Stephen, could you give us a little bit of information about your car and what your hopes are for the race today?
Well, we've done it as a tribute car to Ayrton Senna for last year's event because it was 40 years since he won the championship in one of these. I'm not claiming mine was ever driven by the great man, but I own this one and that one, and I'm sure they would have been on the grid with him, so it's our little tribute to him. And Luke there's having his first race, so we're just all quite looking forward to getting back round, having 4 corners still on the car, and be ready for the second race when perhaps we can go a little bit better.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I must admit the Senna looking livery was the thing that definitely stood out to me, and one of the reasons I wanted to come over and have a chat. So it's quite nice that it's such a nicely done tribute car and everything else.
Lots of people have told us, we've got pictures that we based this on and we've got them on display. They tell us that they remember seeing him here, and one of them is Senna in his car in that pit lane 41 years ago, looking just like this.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully you'll have a great race, bring her back in one piece and enjoy it. Right, so that is all we have time for. I will throw back to commentary.
So the classic racing car club Formula Ford 2000s are now heading around the circuit, and it is a nice full grid of very exciting small single-seater race cars. As I alluded to earlier on, these used to be the step before Formula 3 in racing in the 70s into the 80s. Jordan Harrison in the Lola T580 is your front row starter, alongside the Reynard driver Richard Coleman in his SF79, Ben Sims and Ben Stiles in Van Diemen RF82s on row 2 at the grid, Anthony Hancock in his Delta alongside the Nomad of Tom Smith on row 3. Ben Tilley's 48 car, that's another of the Deltas, alongside Roger Price in the 53, Anthony Denham in another Delta alongside Clive Wood in the Van Diemen RF82, car number 50. Row 6 of the grid should come up on screen in just a second, and that continues our way down the grid. It is Andrew Lancaster next on the grid in the 46 car, the Hawk DL16, alongside Gary Fletcher's Delta T79. George Fowler is next in another of the Reynards, car 28, alongside Stephen Connor in the Van Diemen RF82. Luke Myers, Simon Langman and David Jones round out the order in this pack. And just to cover the classes, these cars, Formula Ford 2000s cars, were built between 1975 and 1989. They were the first step into slicks and wings after the Formula Ford 1600s. Class A cars are for the later machines built between 84 and 89. Class B for the 82 and 83 models. Class C and D for some of the earlier cars. And then you've got the invitational class, which is where that wonderful Brabham BT30 sits. It is a Formula 2 car, ex-Rolf Stommelen car, the former factory Porsche driver from the Le Mans 24 Hours in years gone by. Also, funny enough, raced for Brabham in Formula 1 going into the 1970s, the famous martini-coloured Brabhams of the 70s. The late Rolf Stommelen. Also Dieter Quester, one of the more famed BMW drivers of all time, deep into the 2000s and 2010s, was entering BMW's endurance racing competition. So then the cars are lined up on the grid and we are about to go racing for 20 minutes. It's Jordan Harrison in the 80 car on pole position. Richard Coleman in the 6 is alongside him. Let's see who gets the best launch as they run towards turn 1. It is a good, very good getaway from our pole sitter. Jordan Harrison flies out of the blocks in the number 80 car. The Formula Ford 2000s head through the first corners. One of the older cars on the grid, the Lola T580 of Harrison. Oh, and a bit aggressive through the first corner there from Coleman. In fact, not Coleman, I believe that's one of the Van Diemen's, maybe Sims in the 82 car. It is, that was Sims in second place. So a move up the order there for Ben Sims, who started from P3. As you can see, the drivers very much exposed to the elements. This is going to be a less than pleasant race, I think, for some of these drivers. You can also see some slightly crooked wings as well. That seems to be a hallmark of some of the cars in this FF2000 grid. But we've had a change for the lead. 82 through. Ben Sims using his slightly newer car, Class B entry, so it's a 1982 car, the Van Diemen RF82, gets past the Lola T580. I do love the airbox on that number 80 car, very much in the vein of early mid-70s Formula One machinery like you may have seen in the Rush film covering the 1976 season. That gives you the first clue that the car is of a slightly older vintage. In third place then is Richard Coleman in the first of the Reynard chassis. Some more moving and shaking and shuffling further back in the field. There goes the 53 car in the hands of Roger Price in one of the Delta chassis. The Delta company, one of a few that will be less familiar to those who have followed racing in the 21st century. Of course, Van Diemen still very much alive and kicking into the 2000s and 2010s as a manufacturer of Formula Ford chassis. Lola recently put back into life after shutting down around 2012 and racing or building racing prototypes as well as single seaters all throughout the late 20th and early 21st century. But marks like Delta and Hawk maybe lost to history a little bit more, but certainly still alive and kicking within the FF2000 category. The entire purpose of this class is to get some of the older, or rather, sorry, to get some of the newer FF2000 cars out there, because there wasn't really a home for the Pinto engine cars of the later 80s until now. The Joch and Rindt Trophy has run here as a really crown jewel part of the Thruxton Festival over the last couple of years. The Joch and Rindt Trophy run by the Classic Racing Car Club. There's the 48 machine, Tilley at the wheel of that car. That is Ben Tilley's car that started in 7th place, and Tilley remains in 7th in the Delta T80. Some side-by-side further back as well. The Apple Computers livery on the number 10 car there, side by side. Another car just rejoining the track. I think may have had a little bit of a problem coming through the final chicane. But I do like the look of that that number 10 machine. Denham in the Delta T7980. Anthony Denham. Gap between the leaders of the top 3 is still very close. In fact, it's the top 5 are all covered within 5 seconds. So at the sharp end of the order, it is still looking like a very close motor race, and indeed further back here, as we can see in this battle for what is 9th overall. But the 82 car of Ben Sims is our leader after a very good getaway from the second row of the grid. This car, the 82 of Sims, is your race leader. The gap was 1.2 last time by. I think it's gone up this time. One thing you can see very clearly on these cars compared to everything else we're running is the amount of spray. You can see the vortexes coming off the car. Of course, they are bewinged single-seater racing cars. A Caterham, a saloon car won't give you those vortexes coming off in the spray. Even though this is very basic, rudimentary aerodynamics in the early years of Slicks and Wings cars, it's still quite obvious to see, isn't it? Harrison 3 seconds behind from Sims now, so he's losing time, and I think that's in part because Richard Coleman is all over the back of him. Coleman in the number 6 car has been aggressively closing in on the little Lola. Coleman taking a shallower run through Cobb to open up Seagrave. There's the 153, another of the Van Diemen's. In the hands of, sorry, that's a Nomad Mark IV, I should say, in the hands of Tom Smith. Currently running 4th overall, qualified for the race in 6th, so has made up a couple of positions thus far. Really incredible group of cars that we've got here at the sharp end of the order. The top 6 are covered by 6.3 seconds, so it really is a close race here. 2nd through 6th places are covered by something more like 3 seconds, as I believe that was potentially Styles to the inside of Smith there for 4th place. Styles in the 18 car. He had a bit of an off in qualifying, of course. We did see that on the live pictures, but he's recovered from it admirably. I almost said amicably. Well, I guess it's amicable as well. Both he and the car want to point in the right direction after all, but he continues to run in 5th position for now. He's also running 2nd within Class B, so that's for kind of mid-vintage cars, if you will. There's only one Class A car actually running, and that is the Reynard 84 of Fowler, George Fowler. But a great opportunity to see more of these Formula Ford 2000 cars out beyond the Jochen Rindt Trophy, which is a part of the historic Thruxton Festival in the current era. Oh, and we have a car slow. I think that's just a back marker. That is indeed the Brabham BT30, the Formula 2 car being put a lap down. Careful driving there by the number 30 of Simon Langman. Of course, we heard from Simon with Charles Boniface down in the paddock before the race. And definitely not running modern wet tyres, that car. Very much running old school 70s treaded tyres, the Brabham BT30. That is a 1969 vintage race car. There's our race leader coming towards the final chicane. 2nd place, the 80 car that we follow with the camera there as well. Harrison, who was our pole sitter. Oh, goodness me, what a snap from the 153 car there. Tom Smith is really having to fight that Nomad, and it does seem as though he's starting to lose touch with the battle for 2nd place. There is the F2 car running again, a lap down now, but listen to it. It's a very different sound from the 2-litre Pinto engines out there elsewhere. The leading cars continue on their way then, as we continue to look at this beautiful BT30 Brabham. Ex-Rolf Stommelen and Dieter Quester chassis. As you can see, the pre-Aero era of Formula 2. By this time, 1969, some of the Formula 1 cars had started sprouting wings, and that was starting to happen in Formula 2 as well. Back to the leading pack, and picking his way through the traffic is our race leader, Ben Sims. Ben Sims just going past the 47, the 46, no, I did mean the 47, I'll correct myself twice over. David Jones in the 47 car. That is the Senna Tribute liveried machine in the hands of David Jones, the Van Diemen RF82. Senna won the Formula Ford 2000 Championship before going on to British F3 in 1983. There's the 2nd place machine going through shot. Harrison has made up some time in the traffic. It seems as though Jordan Harrison may be a little bit wiser when it comes to getting through the back markers, because he's managed to massively distance himself from the 3rd place driver, Richard Coleman. And he's also just set his personal best lap of the race, actually, has Harrison, a 1:30.283. And also Hancock in 6th position. Anthony Hancock has set the fastest lap of anyone out there on circuit. He also runs 2nd in Class C behind Coleman, who is the class leader. But Hancock appears to be starting to go quicker, as a few of them are actually out there on circuit. I'm just wondering if it's starting to dry out slightly. The circuit may be starting to come back to the drivers a little bit. I'm just looking out there. It doesn't look like there's active rainfall at the moment. That said, I'm not sure this track is going to be dry before the end of the day. Here comes the 18 car of Styles alongside Smith in the 153. Looks like there was a bit of gesticulation there from Smith, as if to say, take the inside, mate. And we'll have to see whether that proves to be the case as they come to the chicane. There's the 82 car, your leader, in the hands of Ben Sims. Jordan Harrison through in second. Who is in fourth place? It is still Tom Smith in the 153 car. So Smith actually holding off Styles there. I thought that Styles had the run, but apparently not. Ben Styles in his Van Diemen RF82 trying to look to the inside through Campbell and Cobb. That's side by side for fourth place. Can Styles find his way through? Yes, he can. Very nicely done. Styles back to P4 then. He started fourth on the grid. Oh, and Smith with a big moment there. Still a lot of standing water. Limited traction. You can see quite skinny tyres on these Formula Ford 2000 machines. Although you don't necessarily want a fat contact patch in the wet conditions either, so it isn't too much of a detractor. 8 minutes and 20 seconds left to go, and you can see there that the battle for third place is increasingly fraught. That car a lap down, I believe that. Oh no, that's Hancock. Apologies. The 67 car also in amongst it, but third, fourth, fifth. Oh, and a spin in the background. That was Hancock in the 67. Had a spin there at Church. Spin for Hancock in the 67. That car was running in sixth place. So then Styles right there behind Coleman in the number 6. Harrison has really distanced himself in second place. He's now 4.5 seconds clear of Coleman in third place. Coleman was right on the back of the 80 car before. But in the lap traffic, Coleman has lost touch, and now it's Ben Styles who seems to be on surging form. Styles a little bit closer to the apex going through Seagrave, carried more speed and is now trying to look to the outside at Noble. That's brave in the dry. In the wet it's maniacally brave. Does that convert to the inside for Goodwood? No, he's not quite alongside him. The 67 car of Hancock did come across the line, incidentally, after that spin at Church a lap ago, but it did so 11 seconds slower. So Hancock was the car that spun in sixth place. And unfortunately, this means it's just, and I say that just in air quotes, a three-car battle for the third and final spot on the overall podium. These two cars are in different classes. I don't think they care. And the same applies to the leading two as well, because they're very close together. Harrison is closing in on Ben Sims. You saw that there as they left Club Chicane. In fact, I'd say they might even be a little bit closer than the battle for third and fourth now. Coleman and Styles are close together, as are our front two. The FF2000 cars really treating us to a fabulous race in these wet conditions. There is Jordan Harrison in the 80 car, the all-orange affair, once again lapping the F2 Brabham. But it's Ben Sims, your overall race leader, also leading in Class B. Jordan Harrison leading in Class D. However, there's an overall victory at stake here, and you can see how the gap has gone down there on that graphic. It's gone from 1.7 to just 7/10 over the last 3 laps. And Jordan Harrison continues to close in, but of course, as he gets closer, I'm not going to talk about aero wash because I don't think it's that big of a deal with these cars, but what is a big deal is the spray. It gets more difficult to sight the corners as well, and also Jordan Harrison seems to be particularly gifted at working his way through the lap traffic, and I think it's the lap traffic that's helped him in addition to his sheer speed. There is going to be some more lap traffic before the end of this race. 5 minutes and 5 seconds left to go. There are a few cars up the road. Harrison still very close by. Don't think there should be too much in it from a power standpoint. That Lola T580 really is a beautiful looking machine though. Lola in the 70s were producing all manner of glorious cars, be it Formula 5000 machines, Can-Am cars for American sports car racing, and of course cars like the Lola T282 as well, which was a sports car Group 6 machinery as well. But this Formula 4 2000 car in the hands of Jordan Harrison, currently putting on a show, once again closed in on the previous lap, another 3/10 taken out of the lead of Ben Sims, and it's also still close for third place as well. Coleman in the number 6 car, Styles in at the 18. Again, we alluded to it, Styles did have a moment in quali here at Club Chicane in much different conditions than these, but in the wet he really seems to have found his footing and is challenging for that overall podium. He runs second in class. His car is in the same class as the overall leader. In fact, they're both the same car, Van Diemen RF 82s, denoting they are 1982 built chassis. Harrison, don't think he's going to be close enough for a look into club. In the slipstream though, and closing, and I think a little bit braver on the brakes normally, but not close enough for a move. We're lapping in the 1 minute 30s. We've got 3 minutes and 25 seconds to go. I make it 3 laps to go this time by. As we saw there, Sims getting a little bit taily out of the last corner. It is a very close scrap for the lead. The classic racing car club, inaugurated and established to run the Jochen Rindt race for Formula 4 2000 cars here at the Thruxton Festival, and has been maybe creating something of a masterstroke here by running this Pinto challenge. We haven't got that many Pinto cars out there, the later 80s FF2000s, but that said, cars are really a sight to see, and any opportunity to get the FF2000s out around Thruxton is one that should be taken with both hands, and we're seeing exactly why out of this battle, not just for first and second but also for third and fourth. Styles looks notably closer to the number 6 of Richard Coleman this time as they go through Church Bend. I think Styles in the battle for third and fourth, I think Styles may well be closing in. You can see him there in the back of shot as they go through Brookland, up the Woodham Hill and towards Club. Styles having a look to the inside, can't quite get it done there. They race with immense respect and hand out the cockpit there from Styles. And going into the pits, that's a problem then for Styles. He was signalling that he's got an issue, and unfortunately Ben Styles has entered the pit lane with car problems. He was closing in on Coleman, but unfortunately the car that was challenging for third place has had to withdraw to the pits. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. This is the penultimate lap of the race, and it is Ben Sims that leads the way. Ben Sims, who started on the second row of the grid in the Van Diemen RF82, is once again closing in on some lap traffic, which seems to have traditionally benefited Jordan Harrison. They're just closing in again on the 47 car of David Jones as they approach Church, and Jones is very slow on the apex of the corner, and oh dear, Ben Sims just had to take a bit of evasive action there. It's another Van Diemen RF82, of course, David Jones's car, so the same specification as the number 82 of Sims. Less than 30 seconds left on the clock as our leaders head through the final corner to start what will be the final lap, and it's going to be neck and neck as they go on to the last lap of the race. It is a change of the lead for car number 80. It is Jordan Harrison who started on pole back to the lead, or is it because Sims around the outside? It's still side by side for second place. Third place being squeezed by lap traffic in the back of shot, but it is Sims back to the lead after a momentary lapse in his advantage. He has returned to the race lead, but look at him understeering there, trying to find a little bit of grip around this circuit. It's the last chance saloon then for Jordan Harrison. They once again go past the Formula 2 car, which stays well out of the way. Very heads up driving there by Simon Langman. The leading cars still have some lap traffic to contend with, and by my calculations, I think they're going to catch them at Club. That could be interesting. In fact, they might get them at Church. It's not over yet by any means. Yes, Sims is now back in the lead, but Ben Sims and Jordan Harrison are approaching more lap traffic. There is the lap traffic in question. There's another car ahead of them as well, which they might catch before the end. And here comes Harrison. He got a better uncompromised run through Church. And actually, side by side, he's got the lead by a fraction. He gets himself into the lead. Later on the brakes, around the outside, up Woodham Hill on the approach to Club. And it is going to be Harrison, unless Ben Sims can pull something out at the very last gasp. He cannot. It is a pole sitter that takes the win. Jordan Harrison certainly earned that one. It was a victory at the very end. Harrison managed to dive his way to the outside line, was later on the brakes, wasn't at all disrupted by the number 50 car of Clive Wood, which was the lap traffic they went past on the way past Brooklands and Woodham Hill, and was braver on the brakes going into Club. The Lola T580 of Jordan Harrison is your race winner. He and Ben Sims, I think, will give a handshake and a well done old chap at the end of that one. Third place and winning class as well. I should say all of those cars class winners on the overall podium. Class D winner Jordan Harrison, Class B winner Ben Sims, and Class C winner Richard Coleman. Fourth overall is the 153 car of Tom Smith. And running out the top five, the car that spun at Church at one point in the hands of Anthony Hancock, the Delta T81, still finishing the race in the overall top five, which is good going from him. Other cars coming across the line there. There was a good battle between Lancaster and Denham right at the end of the race there. That was for 7th and 8th overall. And the FF2000 cars will be back out later on, so we will get the opportunity to potentially see that battle back out there again later on. Jordan Harrison is our winner of that race then by 0.3 of a second. What a performance from Jordan Harrison to take the win from Ben Sims. Richard Coleman in third place. He will round out the overall podium. Tom Smith in the 153 in fourth, ahead of Anthony Hancock in fifth in the 67. The 53 of Roger Price, the Delta T78, is next. Andrew Lancaster taking 7th overall in the Hawk DL16. Anthony Denham, the last of the drivers on the lead lap in the car number 10, the Apple Computers liveried Delta T7980. Clive Wood in 9th position in the Van Diemen RF82, ahead of the 76 car of Gary Fletcher, who rounded out the top 10. Ben Stiles registered 2 laps down as a finisher in 11th place. Of course, that car withdrew from the battle for third place right at the end. The Van Diemen RF82 not able to see the flag. Stephen Connor in another of the Van Diemens, finishing 12th overall, ahead of David Jones in the Senna Tribute number 47, and George Fowler finishing in 14th place overall, the Reynard SF84, one of the newer Formula Ford 2000 chassis out there. 15th place finish for the beautiful Brabham BT30 Formula 2 car of Simon Langman. 16th place and the final finisher in that race, the number 63 car of Luke Myers. Well, after a stunning battle between some beautiful historic machinery, I think it's time that we head down to the assembly area and back down to Charles Boniface.
I thought it was the last lap, the lap before.
Wow, what a race that was, and right down to the wire as well. So if I could grab the winner, Jordan, if I could grab a word with you. Camera's this way.
Sorry, yeah.
That's all right. So pole and then victory, but anyone, including yourself that was watching, will know that it was nowhere near as easy as that sounds. Getting him right there at the very end. What was the race like from your perspective?
Well, I mean, Ben's a quality driver, so I followed him round for ages. But we had a bit more straight line speed, so when I got on the back of him after the traffic, I thought if I stay close enough, I'll probably tow past him up the hill. But no, it's good. I was lucky, I think. We'll take it.
Well, lucky or skill, regardless.
If it had been dry, I think we'd have won easily, but in the wet, I didn't think we'd had the speed, but I got the traffic well. So.
Well, you seem to, and like you say, especially in the straight lines all around the back, that's where you sort of mostly seem to catch him. Fantastic driving from yourself, and really brave on the brakes around the outside there at the end. I know there's a fine line between brave and stupid. I mean, I'm going to go with brave. How did you find it?
Well, I thought I'd won it the lap before, because my lap time said 20 minutes, so we were dragged across the line. I think we both thought it was the end, and it wasn't, so we had to go again. And I just passed him up the back straight, so it was pretty easy in the end. But
oh, fantastic! So with the weather slowly drying out and everything else, do you feel like even more confident now for race 2?
Yeah, we had less grip than Ben, so I think if we get a bit more grip from it drying out, we'll be better this afternoon.
Fantastic! Best of luck for then. See you later, hopefully. Right, if I can grab, I'll tell you what, I'll grab the third place man. So third overall and first in class. How was the race from your perspective?
Yeah, it's good. I just it's very tricky conditions out there, and I just lost touch with Jordan in the traffic. Other than that, I was kind of living with him, and at one point catching him, got a little bit alongside him coming out the hairpin, but then I just got a little bit unlucky in the traffic and kind of lost touch, and then it's quite difficult in those conditions just to keep your rhythm. So I think I could have had a different race if it wasn't for the traffic, but yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, well, fantastic drive to be where you are. Do you think you can go further forward in the second race later on?
Yeah, I do. I think I probably could have done with a little bit more wing on the car. And actually it dried up a little bit towards the end, so maybe we could have gone a little bit stiffer, but yeah, I just needed to get a cleaner run through the traffic. I got a couple of really bad bolts and cost me 5 or 6 seconds probably over the course of the race, so it's difficult for me to keep in touch after that.
Yeah, well, good drive, and best of luck later on.
Thanks very much.
That's all right. If I can grab the second place man. So led most of the race, doing brilliantly out there. Even Jordan was saying he's struggling to sort of keep with you. You're a very, very good peddler, and then got you there right at the end. What was it like from your perspective?
Yeah, it was a brilliant race. I mean, we got a nice little lead on it early days, got settled in, got into a rhythm, started to catch some back markers. I could see Jordan was closing. Jordan really sort of got his head into gear and started to get the times down. We could see that, and bit by bit he chipped away. Unfortunately for me, I caught back markers in a few awkward places, so that made it a bit easier for him, but what a cracking race.
Oh yeah, it was brilliant. For all of us round here were saying fantastic to see it go so close right to the very end. Like you were saying with the back markers, luck of the draw sometimes, isn't it? You come across them in the right place or the wrong place. What do you think you can do different for race 2? Do you reckon you can get that top spot? Obviously win in class, but overall do you reckon you can get back there?
We'll have a bit of a think about it. The straight line speed is the key, because the car's obviously an aero car rather than a straight wing car like Jordan's car. He's catching me about 8 car lengths on the back straight, so it's like I see him coming, but then I pull away through the faster part. So I think we might just need to tweak the wings a little bit, try and get a little bit more straight line speed, and we'll go again and have some more fun.
Awesome. Well, best of luck for later on, and hopefully I'll speak to you again soon.
Let's hope.
All right. Right. So the guys have just head out for Caterham's, and I'll throw back to commentary.
So the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship cars have already headed out onto the circuit. We're not quite sure yet as to whether we're getting 1 or 2 green flag laps out on the circuit, but what we are sure of is a resumption of some very exciting battling, of course, that we had earlier on. Taylor O'Flanagan just coming past our commentary position now to begin what will be his second green flag lap. So we are doing 2 green flag laps. Time then to tell you through the grid. Taylor O'Flanagan is your pole sitter. He's alongside Tom Willis who is on the front row with him. Dominic Mansberger, who came all the way from 31st earlier on. He doesn't have to do as much this time. He starts from 3rd. Jack Sales is 4th place on row 2 alongside him in the 35 car. Ben Lopez Appleton is next in the number 5 alongside the 22 of Hugo Bush. Alan Cooper in the 71 is next alongside Lars Alexander Hoffman in car number 30. Chris Fraser in the number 10 is on row 5 alongside Philip Bianchi in the number 92 car. Row 6 of the grid is Ryan Lovett in the number 28 car alongside Harry Eyre in the 55. Row 7, Andrew McGurtroyd alongside Graham McDonald. That's the 84 and the 19 cars. Row 8, Alan Curtis in the 43 alongside Steve Metcalf in the 16. Row 9, Kevin Cooper in the 77 alongside Darryl Cresswell in car number 8. Row 10 of the grid is Michael Curley in the 99 alongside Tim Steele in car number 53. Row 11, Jeff Price in the 38 alongside Christopher Welch in the 68. Row 12 is Robert Bullen alongside James Hall, that's the 85 and 98 cars. Pete Wales in the 52 in row 13 alongside Paul Herndon in the 64. And a few drivers a little bit displaced. Harry Cook starting 27th in the number 9 car alongside Wesley Payne in the 50. And Harry Landy is set to start from the back, although I think there are a few question marks in amongst those rear-enders.
Yeah, I think Harry Cook's not going to be able to take it. He has a twisted chassis after what looked like quite an innocuous accident. But yeah, the rest of them look like they're out there. I didn't see whether Harry got out there. We saw him in the barrier earlier on. But interesting, just in the background, while they get formed up, the academy drivers, we saw them yesterday. A lot of them are out on the banks today as marshals. They're gaining an extra signature and extra points in their championship. One of the things we do as part of the academy is teach them what it's like to be a marshal. So a lot of the flag people you'll see around the circuit today are actually academy drivers that we saw on track yesterday, as we see this 310R grid forming up.
Yeah, marshalling is a great activity. I've never done it at a circuit level, but auto solo events, off-road auto solo events on the Isle of Wight back in my younger days, I used to do a little bit of marshalling there. It's always a great way to get involved in the sport, and that's a really good initiative from Caterham to get the academy drivers to do it.
It's so eye-opening. As a driver, you wonder why the marshals can't call in all the things that have happened to you in your races, and it's often because there is, when you watch Caterham races from the outside, you'll see how confusing it all is. But yes, as we head round, thanks again to all our marshals out there, including the academy that have joined them today as volunteer marshals. But as this 310R grid, the third of their 3 20-minute races they've got this weekend. Taylor O'Flanagan we saw coming through late on, didn't we, in the race this morning. He lines up on that pole position. Tom Willis, who's been in the right place at the right time, we're taking a win and a second place. Dom Mansberg all the way from the back of the grid. What a fantastic set of races, but it's been so topsy-turvy. Jack Sales, our championship leader coming in, has improved that position over his main rival Lars Hoffman throughout the course of this weekend. Can he continue that in the white car on the right side of the screen there, the TN Accountancy sponsored car? So who's going to be making the moves this time? Who's going to be moving forward? It's the Motul 310R Championship coming next.
Predictable and processional. Doesn't describe the Caterham 310Rs at all. This race is going to be absolutely wonderful stuff. The Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship has had its 5-second board displayed. The lights will go on and they'll quickly go off. Will Taylor O'Flanagan from the inside of the front row get the start he needs, or will it be Tom Willis with a good launch from the outside of the corner? Well, the answer is both of them do okay, but Willis is quicker out the blocks. I think O'Flanagan may have missed a gear there, maybe going from first to second or second to third. Certainly had to wrestle with something. A couple of cars going extremely wide at Allard, one of them going too wide at Allard. The rest of the field cleanly through the first couple of corners, but Taylor O'Flanagan has been swallowed up down to 4th position. Dominic Mansberger in second, side by side for third between Sales and O'Flanagan. Taylor just didn't get that car off the line.
It's been significantly raining since they were last out on track. They had slightly damp occasional conditions, but it is properly, you can see all the spray being kicked up now with this fully wet circuit. It means they are like learning a little bit from this morning, but now this is the time they're going to have to deal with spray and that sort of no grip at all. I think it might have been Bianchi that was out on that grass, as we see them losing a little bit of a wider line, aren't they? So maybe are moving more to a wet line tradition. You remember, these are the 4th step of the Caterham ladder. These are experienced racers. multiple champions in here as well as they flow on through and down towards Church for the first time. Now, like you said earlier, unlikely to be flat out in these conditions. They got to figure out what's going on. There is Aspin. It might be Hall actually, but anyway, one of the drivers down the back. It is Tom Willisley that leads Flanagan, and then we've got Don Mansberger, Jack Sales, and then it's Lars Hoffman.
O'Flanagan righting the wrongs of the getaway then. He's back to the lead as they approach club, but here comes Lars Alexander Hoffman through the middle like a knife through butter, but far too late on the brakes. Can't get the car stopped. He will have to try and take second place. Really jams everybody up going through club, and that means it's advantage O'Flanagan at the end of the first lap. I wouldn't have predicted that as they went to turn one.
Absolute four-wheel drift on the way in. Did well to get that all stopped up and actually didn't lose out too much. Gained positions on the way in there, but gives O'Flanagan that run out of the corner. Hoffman now having to defend from Willis and Jack Sales, who are looking to see whether they can uncork that bottle, but it's Hoffman around the outside, then Willis on the inside. Jack Sales taking that wide line. That's a couple of times he's done that, the more the karting line, more traditional wet line that you might expect. Don Mansberger lost out a position or two on that last time through, but Hoffman was the gainer and he's managing to hold firm. Jack Sales and Tom Willis very close to the edge of the track there. That would have been slippy on the exit. Jack Sales just about keeps his foot in and carries that momentum.
That was a little bit hair-raising. I drew breath, certainly. Sales fully committed around the outside of Seagrave and is now still alongside, actually, isn't he? Willis in the 81 car as they go through Goodwood. The shallow line, not favoured by many, but working out there for Willis. He's still right in the back of Sales. Bush, I think, has made up a couple of places as well on this lap as well. Hugo Bush started in 6th, was 10th across the line at the end of the first lap, but I think he's making his way back through the top 10. Second versus everybody else as O'Flanagan continues to disappear up the road.
O'Flanagan has got that little run and they're all squabbling behind. That could give him a little benefit, and is that a fatal gap that he's got out front? But nevertheless, it's still Lars Hoffman alongside Willis, alongside Jack Sales. Graham McDonald had to get out the throttle there a little bit as he was chopped off by Don Mansberger, who drifts back just slightly, but nevertheless it is still Hoffman holding on. The rest of them all trying to get that position. Hoffman holding and Willis are going across the line side by side.
Side by side for P2 then. It is the 81 car in second place. Hoffman trying to carry the speed around the outside, does so very nicely indeed. The slicker surface in the wet conditions is the racing line, and I think that meant Willis just had to compromise his speed through the corner a little bit at Allard. We rejoin them now heading towards Campbell and Cobb. We should see the leading pack, or I should say the second backpack, because of course O'Flanagan has absolutely disappeared up the road.
3-second lead he had over the line, and not only that, the best lap was on the last lap for him, so he is not only in clear air, he's also gained all those positions as well. 3 seconds to the good of the rest of the pack, who are pretty much tripping over each other. Other big winners early on, Graham McDonald, we see him moving up through the field, and he made 6 places up, as did Hoffman from his starting position. There's a bit of a nose cone dislodged there a little bit further back. Was that the Dutch Barn vodka car? Chris Fraser maybe?
May well have been, yes. There was certainly someone with front bodywork askew, as up into second place from almost nowhere has come Graham McDonald. Started 14th on the grid. He's worked his way up to second, but he now loses out in the drag race against Lars Alexander Hoffman, who moves back into P2. McDonald, the ex-Caterham CEO, what I loved about him even during his tenure as CEO is that he'd get involved in the race and get his hands dirty. Very much embodies what Caterham's all about.
He lived the product that he was selling and absolutely enjoyed it, and is a very good racer and has decided to come back to run. Love it with an askew nose cone there. I can see a little bit further back as Jack Sales hounds, and we got 3 wide with Hugo Bush, and it looks like Willis and Mansberger have joined battle, and O'Flanagan out front is able to just take the lines he wanted to take. It didn't improve his time too much, but he's now 3.5 seconds in front. He's able to take the lines, work out where he wants to be, have a little bit of a breather on the way in, work out was that the latest I can break. He's not having to deal with anyone else right now.
Yes, it's much easier to figure out what's going on underneath you as the track surface evolves if you don't have to worry about what's on your left, your right, and coming up towards you 10 miles an hour quicker than you, quite frankly. And it does appear appear to be just, I mean, it's not dry, it won't be dry, but it is drying seemingly.
There are no more spots, well, a few tiny spots on the puddles I can see, but from the sort of sheeting rain earlier on, it's now eased off quite considerably, so it will be getting drier as they pound around, but I doubt we're going to get that to fully dry, and there's still a threat of rain all the way through until we finish racing this afternoon. Hoffman, though, takes them through Church in front. You can see McDonald's pinged off the front as well. We've had Flanagan ping off there, and now McDonald's trying to see if he can do the same. Hugo Bush coming fully into that battle with McDonald, and this little battle pack a little bit further back with Chris Fraser there still with Mansberger.
Yeah, Dominic Mansberger, after working from 31st to 3rd, he's not really found that same cutting edge in these more difficult, treacherous conditions, has he? He's falling through the order a little bit, just coming through behind Lopez Appleton, which I think puts him down to 10th place potentially, although he gets a very good run out of club and will surge back past Lopez Appleton. Mansberger is in 9th position, and actually only just set his personal best lap of the race, so he's in 9th. He is dropping, and he's struggling for speed relative to everybody else, as we have a spinner here at the final chicane. That's a 68 car in a spin of Christopher Welch, but this battle for 3rd place on screen, 4th place I should say on screen, Hugo Bush in 5th place, really making it difficult for Lars Alexander Hoffman.
Yep, Hoffman can't do anything about this battle pack that he's got around him. He watch like Landy back here in these sort of down in the 16th, 17th, 18th plate battle we're watching here with Lovett and that skew nose cone still clinging on in there, one of those C-clips still holding on that. I could see it rubbing on the tyre last time through. Mansberger is generally really happy in these kind of conditions, so I wonder whether he's just trying to get settled in on his setup. There was obviously setup decisions to make. Do you take your front bar off and loosen off the rear anti-roll bar, things like that? There's decisions to make, and he might just be working out where his car needs to be, as we see side by side Hall and Landy there. Landy we saw in the barrier earlier on. Nice to see the car back out there. Well done DPR for getting that all put together. Another DPR runner, Hugo Bush there, coming out nicely ahead of Willis there into, I think that's going to be sort of that 4th place, 3rd place in fact that was changed for.
Yeah, McDonald in 2nd place, who of course just slightly broken away from them, has now got Hugo Bush, the next closest man, in his mirrors. In fact, McDonald, it must be said, is now closing on O'Flanagan, 3.1 seconds versus 3.5 last time by. Let's see if the gap has gone down again on this occasion. The answer is yes, by another 4/10 or so. It's down to about 2.6 seconds by the looks of it. In fact, no, it's 2.9 seconds, my apologies. So it still is going down fractionally, but O'Flanagan, with the early stages of this race going as they did, is really...
Yeah, can he hold on to that 3 seconds any less than that? And I think we really will start seeing that toe start pulling the back. That's Hoffman with a skew nose cone as well. That's the second skew nose cone we've seen today, so as he just pinged the rear end of panel of someone else. Anyway, that's going to be awkward, and that will be upsetting his aerodynamics even further, although we've seen from Lovett it's not going to cause too many problems today. Hopefully if that does detach the car, it'll detach into a safe place.
So then O'Flanagan there in the lead, and look at Bush, he's just on the back of McDonald now. I think McDonald may not make this too difficult for Bush, because of course if Bush gets through and continues with his current surge 4th, then that only benefits both of them as they try, I emphasis on try, to catch up to O'Flanagan. Yes, he's on his own, he hasn't got to worry about the other cars around him, but of course that also means he doesn't get the slipstream benefit.
Let's see whether that logic carries under the race helmet. You don't always get the same logic when you're out there racing, and Bush has definitely got a head of steam, hasn't he? He came across that gap towards McDonald. His setup is clearly working really well for him at this stage of the race, but at the moment McDonald holds on to that position as they head into the club chicane, and he does have to sit in that position with Willis just trailing on. A little bit further back we see them launching themselves over the curve. That's Mansberger trying to get back through, I think, but ahead of Jack Sales now, so there's been some movement up in the back rear pack as well.
Hoffman in 70 has completely lost his front nose now, as you see there, just behind Jack Sales. So hopefully that body part hasn't gone awry in a place that's awkward in terms of safety. But of course that does also mean a lot of his car is now exposed to the elements, and while it shouldn't be too much of a bother, there is certain bits of that car that you just don't want the water getting into.
Generally speaking, the water's not a problem, but you do get it's like a sail with the wind going underneath that bonnet. Generally speaking, though, in the toe, he's not going to feel any difference to that car. But when he pulls out the toe, there is that nose cone. It looks like it's on the end, or the edge of Church. Yeah, so it's kind of in a place, I think, well off the racing line. Hopefully, the wind will take it further away. But he's late and wide out here, out of Church, and therefore I think he will lose the place this time to Hugo. But Hugo will lead onto the back straight. I say that, no, he's still got a head of steam, hasn't he, round the outside as they head towards Church.
McDonald trying to cling on around the outside, and of course on the outside there is some debris, so hopefully it is so far off the track that should be okay. But Bush is now up to second place then. Now, so does McDonald try and go back through? He surely will. Of course, these two are now battling, and they have indeed started to lose time to O'Flanagan again. It was 3.4 seconds last time by. You see them side by side there in the scrap for P2, and Bush should just about hold on to it. Yes, he does. McDonald has to wait his turn. Bush going a bit too deep into the final part of Club. That will cause him to lose speed, and it'll also hold up Willis and McDonald behind him. In fact, Willis has gotten through into third place there on the run down to turn 1 as McDonald checked up. Bush 3.8 seconds off of O'Flanagan. The lead is only building again.
Yeah, is that lead good enough? We've seen it once they settle down into an order, it does pull back. I also saw one of the Coopers, the younger Cooper brother there, Alan, I think, going across the escape road as they came through the club chicane. Graham McDonald absolutely clobbering the sausage curb on the inside there. You don't want to do that too many times, your suspension won't appreciate it. I did clock as they were going through the chicane here last time through. They've difference of opinion on the front anti-roll bars for sure, so there's definitely different setups out there working. But this track is only going to be drying up at the moment as we've stopped that sort of rain. In fact, the spray has significantly reduced from the start of this race.
And in effect, a softer car in these conditions, while it may not be faster in the dry, it's more compliant when it gets wet, isn't? That's basically the short of it.
It can be. It's completely condition dependent and track dependent. It changes per track. That's why it's really good for those that were out here on Wednesday. They could test and feel what it was like in the wet and actually get their own feel for what they wanted in their car. But in here, it's not going to be a setup that chooses the winner and loser here. The toe and positioning is going to be all key. Jack Sales has broken away, hasn't he, from Hoffman? That's the two championship rivals. Jack Sales definitely having a points advantage over Hoffman throughout it. Hugo Bush does survive. You can see in the background there in that second place. What's the gap as they go across the line this time? Hugo Bush having to slide through the second part of the chicane though, which means he's costing himself time as he comes out to this. He's still having to deal with the attentions of Graham McDonald, who's looking to the outside. They're kind of working together as they go through Allard, but it doesn't look like Graham McDonald is happy to sit there and take him through. The 3.03, so they brought it back half a second that lap.
And of course, with Sales and Hoffman in 5th and 6th position, they were only, 13 points between O'Flanagan and the lead coming into this weekend in the 310R Championship. With O'Flanagan's weekend going as it is, I don't know if he'll quite be championship leader coming out of this one if it were to finish as it is, but he's certainly bringing himself right back into championship contention.
Definitely close. Obviously the first race didn't go his way, but remember, drop scores, and he's got a win and a second out, coming. He's in the lead of this one, hasn't he? A little bit of a screech in somewhere around our commentary box as cars maybe trying to rejoin, but we see this battle as Hugo Bush has pulled away this time from Graham McDonald. So as soon as they started squabbling, it was actually so Ryan Lovett's lost his nose cone, as I can see as he goes through the chicane. But yeah, the squabbling stops, and Graham McDonald's now lost a little bit of his speed he had and momentum, and Willis is now looking to see whether he can pull them both back towards Hugo Bush.
I can tell you that Post 21 have almost built their own Caterham with all of the spares that they've gained over the course of the weekend. So expect Post 21 racing here next year at Thruxton in maybe the Caterham Academies. Bush and McDonald and Willis still very close quarters, of course. There's that big gaggle of cars from 5th backwards, much to the wincing of Chris here in the commentary box. It is still Bush in 2nd, McDonald 3rd, Willis 4th. Then it's Sales in 5th, Hoffman in 6th place. The number 10 car in the 25, Mansberger and Fraser arguing over track space there going through Club. Bianchi and Air rounding out your top 10, but Taylor O'Flanagan continues to be your race leader. The gap, however, is coming down again, 2.3 seconds. It was 3.8 about 2 laps ago.
Are there enough laps left in the 5 minutes or so we've got to the conclusion of this race for Bush to be able to bring it back? It looks like, given that he took about 7/10 out that time through, there probably are going to be enough laps. So keep an eye out for that gap continuing to come down as we watch Chris Fraser following along from Hoffman. He's done really well in that mid-pack this time, just quietly got on with the job and had some really consistent results. And then heads Mansberger at the moment. He's looking up the inside once more, but it is Jack Sales still leading over Hoffman. Remember, those two are sort of looking at each other left and right, but like you say, maybe they need to also keep an eye out for O'Flanagan, who's disappearing up the road. There's not much they can do about him at this stage though.
No, it's going to be a hard ask, isn't it, for Bush and Co to close in. We'll see though, it's well possible, that much is for sure. Willis, you heard how happy he was. He seemed pretty buoyant coming out of the second race earlier in the day. Another podium would certainly be a positive for him.
Yeah, he's not here for points. He's only here for cups, and therefore all he cares about is getting in that top 3 to make sure he takes one of those. He's not affecting anyone as far as the championship goes. But here comes that squabble again. The gap was coming down, but they're kind of in a disagreement about who's going to do it. It's Graham McDonald who once again leads Hugo Bush. That gap looks now down under 2 seconds. Let's see as they cross the line, as the battle pack behind. Still Hoffman now ahead of Jack Sales and Chris Fraser just following along, and then behind it's Mansberger just having to take avoiding action, losing the rear end of the car that time.
Yeah, lots of them bouncing over the sausage curb, lots of them really fighting for grip. The club has been resurfaced on the racing line rather recently, and that means that it is quite slick there by the looks of it. As you see there, Sales has got back to the front of that queue for 5th position, at least for the time being. Hugo Bush still in 2nd place. Gap is 2.2 seconds to O'Flanagan, 3.5 minutes left to go. Again, with each passing lap it becomes less and less likely, doesn't it? But for now he's holding on to 2nd place at least.
We've seen those gaps disappear, and it only takes one slight mistake, doesn't it? But at the moment, yep, that time is running down quickly, and that gap is gone up, or only came down very slightly that last time through. So Hugo Bush does seem like the person who can bring them back, but I don't think they're going to sort the argument out between themselves enough to do that as we watch the rest of the field coming through. But Hugo Bush in that 22 then holding that slightly wider line, but there is Graham McDonald seeing he's going to sit in that 2nd place, take the tow, and then make a move down into club once more.
And again, they've got to switch positions in some form of methodical fashion to take advantage of the slipstream, as you alluded to earlier on. The radiator's right there in the nose. You do not want to be trying to bump draft. This isn't NASCAR, friend. O'Flanagan still your race leader. Who's in 2nd now? Well, it's still just about... it's Graham McDonald now in 2nd place. Bush demoted to 4th position, so Willis has gotten through into 3rd there as well. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. That means this is the penultimate lap of the race. Taylor O'Flanagan has a lead of 1.6 seconds. It's possible they'll be right there at the end. It's going to depend on some collaboration rather than confrontation in the battle for 2nd.
Another 7 or 8 tenths of his lead disappearing. You can see them all in the same shot now. Graham McDonald taken to that wide line. Whether he outbreaks himself, losing the rear of the car as he turned through there, that's not what they need right now. They need to be able to be absolutely under control, as the gap behind is we've got some cars in the barrier. You can see down here at club. We'll keep an eye on that. Marshall's attending to them. I can see Darrell Cresswell is in the barrier as this battle continues. Jack Sales just losing out now to Mansberger. That's a couple of cars between him and his championship rival. Doesn't want to go any further. We got a red flag in here, so the accident down at the club chicane. Got a drivers getting out, but we are in a red flag with only 1:50 to go. I think they probably will classify that one.
That is a huge shame, of course, because it was just starting to look like McDonald, Willis and Bush might get there at the end. I can tell you that both drivers there are out of the car, which is great to see down here at the hairpin. At the chicane, club chicane, and that is of course the first concern.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see the rescue units going over to check on them as well, but the marshals are now checking to the cars and working out what they're going to do. You can see in the right side of your screen there, just the corner of the car there. So Darrell Creswell, I can see his car's kind of embedded in that tyre barrier, but nevertheless, he is out and wandering around. And as we watch then some of the cars, that's Lovett and Chris Welch just coming down through the field. Yeah, a shame it was really building that race and kind of curtailed a bit prematurely. Let's see what the actual classified results are, because they'll go back to the last completed by the whole field, and therefore the order that we saw them last time through does not necessarily mean that will be the order. And Jack Sales, I think, will be hoping it isn't, because he lost out a couple as we were looking at him last lap through.
Yes, I think it was Cresswell and Metcalf, the two in that collision by the looks of it. The 16 car of Metcalf as well as the number 8. So that is the situation there. So they are both out of the cars. Hopefully they're not too sore. Darrell Cresswell and Steve Metcalf. The results provisionally, we are expecting them to count back a lap, but what we've got on screen at the moment suggests Taylor O'Flanagan, well, we know he's going to have been classified as the winner. Graham McDonald was second last time across the line. We'll see if that remains the case. It was Hugo Bush the lap prior in P2, so a question mark there over who will be second in the ultimate classification. Tom Willis third, Hugo Bush fourth, as we see on this screen. I'll go with what we've got for now. Philip Bianchi in fifth position. Quite the workup, the order from him from the fifth row of the grid. Sixth place for Lars Alexander Hoffman, Jack Sales seventh, Dominic Mansberger eighth, Chris Fraser in 9th place ahead of Harry Eyre in 10th, Ben Lopez Appleton 11th, Andrew Murgatroyd in P12, Alan Cooper and Harry Landy rounding out your top 14 there. Again, we aren't too sure of anything in regard to the rest of the podium. We know that Taylor O'Flanagan will have taken the race win because he was leading the way all throughout, unless there's a post-race penalty or something of that nature. In all regards except finality, Taylor O'Flanagan would have won. It will either be Hugo Bush or Graham McDonald in second.
Yeah, and like you say, it just takes a little time for the clerk and the timers to work together just to press the right buttons to actually then declare the correct result.
They've just changed on screen, actually, so it was 11 laps on the screen previously. It's now changed to 10 laps. They've done the count back on screen, so it's O'Flanagan, McDonald and Bush looks to be the top 3. They've just changed it to be O'Flanagan first, McDonald second and Bush in third.
And for Jack Sales, that's it, puts him ahead of his championship rival by a point.
There you go.
And he had lost out a couple, like I said, so he'll be happy to see that. And Willis just losing out on that podium would have been the perfect weekend for him, wouldn't it? But it does look like O'Flanagan, McDonald and then Bush is the classified order for now. We'll get that confirmed, but I think that's the early news is that's going to be the case. A great result then for the third Battery 10. Shame it was building to another great crescendo. We've got another 270R race a bit later to in a few minutes time actually, so we can go more Caterham racing, but at the moment let's hope that their drivers are all okay. Certainly early indications are everyone is good.
And we can now go down to Sam. She is in the assembly area with our drivers from the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship.
Sorry. Well, that was not the end we wanted for that race, but still great racing from these guys. Taylor obviously got his lead, which is quite unusual for this race, or for here at Thruxton. But I think he's definitely the winner. So he's been placed in first place. They're just trying to figure out who is in second and third. So it's either, we think, it's just thinking, Graham is second, and then it's either between Tom Willis and Hugo Bush for third place. So we're just waiting for those results to come in now. So as soon as we know, they will move those cars forward into their positions for 1, 2 and 3, and then we can get an interview with these drivers. So they're all just trying to, I think the guys are out of the car that have had the accident, so we believe they're okay. Obviously medical team is on scene just to check them over, so we hope they're all okay. So we're just waiting to find out. But obviously it's very tricky with the red flag because they have to go back a lap and figure out what position they were in at that moment. So we're all just waiting at this moment. I think Taylor's family are congratulating him because I believe that is a win for him. That was quite a clear result for him. So in fact, what I might do is go and grab Taylor now whilst we're waiting. Taylor, I thought I may as well come and speak to you because you are the clear winner. Congratulations. I mean, you had quite a lead, which is quite astonishing here at Thruxton.
Yeah, I just managed to, terrible start, and all of a sudden I was in like 5th or something, but I felt like I had good grip straight away, so battled my way through and then managed to just get a gap, and then it was just kind of managing that gap all the way through, not pushing too hard, not doing anything silly. But they started to catch me towards the end, so I started to push a bit, but super chuffed, felt really good, and just like both drivers are okay, but yeah.
It was about a 3-second gap at one point. It dropped down to just under 3, or 2.5 to 3, and then we were thinking, oh gosh, they're catching you. You could see it. Yeah. We thought, oh no, they're going to, cause a bit of grief for you, but no, you managed to keep out there.
Yeah, I've had it before in the wet when you just start pushing a little bit too hard and then all of a sudden you have a lock up and you're off the track, so I was just trying to manage it and not do anything silly, but yeah, I saw them catching me at the end, so I was having to push on a little bit, but yeah, super happy.
Have you got some advice for the Graham did get second, he's happy. We'll come to Graham in a second, but yes, how was the track out there for the 270 drivers going out in a little bit?
Surprising amount of grip actually. It is sliding around a little bit, but I don't think it's sort of super wet lines or anything like that. So yeah, go for it, have some fun. But it is slippery, so be careful.
Yeah, thank you very much. Wise words. Congratulations. Right, I will move forward and speak to Graham in a moment. He's just talking to the circuit radio, and then we're just waiting to find out who third is. Oh, here we go. I think we've got confirmation. Hugo Bush is in third place. So hopefully we can grab a quick word with Hugo in a moment as well. In fact, I will go through and speak to him now because Graham is not ready yet. Hugo, fantastic. Well done. I bet you were hoping for that finish, weren't you?
Well, it's always nice to come away with a trophy. You know, first race yesterday didn't quite go according to plan, so yeah, apologies again to Dom and Taylor, but I think the three of us are happy today, all three of us taking a trophy home.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was great fun. Yeah, thought we were wheeling Taylor in, but not quite.
You were nearly. We could see the gap closing.
Not quite.
Yeah. Race wasn't long enough, was it?
Exactly.
Well, congratulations. Thank you, Hugo. Right, I'm going to go and move forward to Graham now. Graham, come over here. Congratulations! That's fantastic. First podium of this year.
It is, and you know, a long time coming. I felt, you know, these boys at the front are really quick, and I've been just behind them, and I felt a bit of rain, and I might have a chance. And I got a cracking start, as I said. I like the rain. Got a cracking start. Got up there, and then was fighting for the top 3 places. And you know, sadly, a red flag with a lap to go. Who knows what might have happened? But yeah, I'm just delighted with where I am, Sam.
Yeah. I'm so pleased for you.
Thank you. I think everyone else is, to be fair. Finally, yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you.
There we go. We might go and have a quick word with a few guys, actually, whilst they're taking some time on track to repair the barriers. So let's move on down and have a word with a few guys. I'm just trying to think who we can speak to. Let's have a go down here. Hello, guys.
Hello.
How was the race from your side of things?
It was brilliant.
Yeah?
It was great fun.
Really good.
Yeah, racing around the fast boys, which was nice. And that's my last 3:10 race because I'm going up 4:20 now, so I'm quite pleased to finish in top 10. Yeah, so a good way to go out in the wet.
So you're not going to continue for the other 2 races this season?
No, I'm going to do the final 3 rounds in 4:20, so I can get a bit more practice before next year in the full 4:20. So
good idea.
Yeah, good to get up top 10 and show hopefully I'm not a crap driver. But it's good racing with these. We had good battles. Yeah.
Same as him really, except I'm staying in 310. So
for the rest of this year.
Yeah, probably next year too. So, but it was good. Rain is always fun. Brings things closer, makes things more interesting. So good fun.
Excellent. Well done. Thanks, guys. Right, let's go and have a word with some of these guys down here. Hello, chaps. Sorry to butt in. How was your races?
Well, I deserve a Girl Guide badge for that one. This gentleman did far better.
Yes, how was yours?
Yeah, felt all right, yeah. 20th, improvement.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, improving each time you go out, isn't it?
Yeah, I love the wet, yeah. Enjoyed it then.
It amazes me how many people do like the wet, actually.
Yeah, it's just a bit more challenging and a bit sketchier.
Yeah, exactly. Well done, guys. See you soon. I've got a whole collection of drivers here, so I've got to have your input. Collective decision, how was the race for you guys?
That was good, really enjoyed it. Didn't crash, so massive bonus. I wasn't quite fast enough really to catch the front pack. I was nearly there, so next time hopefully I can do better in the wet again.
I wasn't fast enough at all. I don't like those conditions, not me.
No, some people really like the wet and want it to rain, and some people just it doesn't suit their driving.
Yeah, I know. I seem to start off okay and then don't seem to learn. Other people seem to learn quicker than me, so I get distanced. Nah. Did I enjoy it? No.
Give you a dry track next time.
No, dry was better, much better.
Yeah, excellent. And then James Hall, how are you doing?
Oh, I really enjoyed that. That was great. Yeah, I think I got a fair few places. Managed to get some people on the outside, which is always a treat. And yeah, it was great fun. Lots of concentration, but would love to do it again. So yeah, can't really complain.
Your mum's in academy. She was racing yesterday. How was she? How did she enjoy her race?
Oh, she got on. She got someone straight off the line. I think she was very happy with her progress. She's really pushing it now. So yeah, she came back with a beaming smile on her face, which is all that you can really ask for at the end of
100%.
Of course, yeah.
Excellent. Well done. Thank you. Right, I think we're all right. I think the next category is going out on the track very shortly, so we'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box.
So the Junior Saloon Car Championship is what we are going to see out next on circuit. Recovery and rebuild of barriers still ongoing here at the Club Chicane. Shouldn't be too long before the cars are released, but in the meantime we'll throw to some interviews recorded a few moments ago.
Right, so here for the final race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and what a race it should be. It's going to be mixed conditions, so it should be very interesting for the drivers. Speaking of, shall we go and talk to a couple of them? So if I get between you two lads, right, so if you want to speak to the guys at home, tell us who you are and how you're finding the championship so far.
Yeah, I'm Will Cruton. This is my first year in the Junior Saloon Car Championship and I'm really enjoying it so far. This is my third round, I think, so I'm just building up the pace as we go and learning more and more as we keep going.
Oh, fantastic. And yourself?
I'm Elliot Fuse. I did 2 rounds last year and I think I did pretty well. I was with Oryx, but now I'm with TMS. And today this weekend we've not qualified very well, but hoping to gain lots of places in the actual race and hopefully turn out good.
Oh, brilliant. So what is it that you guys have learned since, I don't know whether you did any karting beforehand, but what have you learned since you've been in the championship that's quite new or unique to driving cars?
Well, I hadn't done much karting prior to this, so it's really like taking it up from ground level. So obviously learning how to drive a manual, how to drive on a much bigger circuit and much faster cars. It's like really important that you know how to do that and do it safely, and especially when all the cars are evenly matched. You've got to have good racecraft to keep it away from each other and keep it going.
Oh, brilliant. And yourself?
I think, to drive Saxons it's a privilege, and to learn into juniors and step into a big car, it's good to sort of know how an actual car drives like, and it's good for people that want to get into it.
You guys finding it relatively challenging being in such a tight series with loads of really good people?
Well, it's very competitive and everyone's so close, even from the front to the back, so especially when all the cars are the same, so it's really challenging.
Yeah, like what Will said, it's competitive and challenging, and same as last year.
Brilliant. So what I'll do before I sign off, guys, do you guys have any sponsors or shout outs that you want to do, people that you need to say thank you to or raise any awareness for or anything? Obviously we can see that you've got the autism jigsaw piece on your car.
Well, I think that's across the whole championship, so it's the National Autistic Society, and then a massive shout out to the team who run the car so well and keep us going all weekend.
And any from yourself?
Yeah, I've got Thompson and Son, which is to do with hearing aids and stuff like that, so people need to work on the hearing and get better. Big shout out to them for helping me race this year, and also shout out to TMS, Thruxton Motorsport, for running me.
So we'll brilliant. Well, thank you very much, person, for today. Before we start to wrap things up, we've got a nice little dad and lad team and outfit over here. If I could grab the both of you, just been told obviously you guys run the car yourselves, you're on your own. So what sort of challenges do you find going up against teams and things like that?
I think it's just the amount of people to fix the car, the spares availability. We've gone through 3 headlights and 2 wing mirrors this weekend alone, and a couple of bumpers. Had a bit of damage in the first race, a lot more in the second race, but the boys over there have sort of pulled it back together. We don't know if it's straight or not. It seems okay, but it's just a case of go out and get some points, get a finish, and drive the best he can. He's a novice still. This is his 5th weekend racing, so we're happy with what he's doing. He's getting up the grid now, sort of 28th place down to 15th, 14th place, and he's doing well.
Oh, fantastic. I was just about to say, it's really good to see that even obviously running sort of like a smaller team or a smaller outfit, I should say, you're still quite far up the grid, which is really promising.
With another family, the Butlers, from day one we sort of got on with them, we're helping each other, and it's working well. It's nice to have some pals in the paddock. Most people get on okay, but up against the teams, there's a lot of quicker drivers, better prepared cars, I don't know, but a lot more experience, learning the little niches in the cars, the things we've got to find out for ourselves to get him quicker. But he's doing good.
It's fantastic, and I think it's good to show everyone at home as well that you can do it on a reasonable budget, just by yourself, with obviously a nice paddock that can help you out and get you out and racing.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we run a garage ourselves, so we know we've got ramps and equipment to do it with. I think to outsource it to a team is very expensive. As much help as you can get is appreciated, and the staff at work all sort of muddle in and help us out. So it's a good sort of little team in the paddock, I suppose.
Awesome. I'll quickly grab a word with the driver then. So been told that you're a rookie. This is your first year racing racing cars. How are you finding it?
Yeah, it's been good so far. This is my best qualifying yesterday, starting 9th today. So hopefully I can get up the grid.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, well, obviously just talking to your dad there, saying how well you're doing in this first season and how far up the grid you have come. How much further forward are you looking to go today, or are you not setting targets, you're just sort of seeing how you go?
Top 10 for me would be good, but it's wet, so my first wet race, so I'll see what happens.
All right, okay. So it's going to be a lot of fun for you out there then?
Yeah, it will be. I had a bit of an incident in the second race, so they've sorted the car out and got me out, so just need to finish really.
Oh, brilliant. Well, yeah, obviously bringing it home is always one of the most important things, to finish first. First you have to finish, I'm sure you've heard that before.
Yeah, that's always the main thing, just getting the car across the line.
Have you had any previous experience before racing this year in karting or anything?
I've done a bit of karting, I've not raced, I've just tested, so this is my first proper season.
All right, and how are you finding racing in the Junior Saloon Championship?
Yeah, it's really good, everyone's competitive, fair, so yeah, it's a really good championship.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to wish you the best of luck and let you get into the right headspace ready for the race, okay?
Thank you.
Right, so that was lovely to hear from them, and what I'll do is I'll wrap this up and send it back to commentary.
Thank you so much, Charles, for talking us through some of the stories there in the JSCC paddock. It is Dare Flock who will be on pole position for this, their third and final race of the weekend. Jack James is going to be alongside him on the front row of the grid, 22 and 53 on the front row. The 37 Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who's already got a win to his name this weekend, he will line up in third place. Sorry, he doesn't have a win to his name, apologies. He might do after today, after this one. Jonathan Moore alongside him, the 37 and the 12 on row 2. Oliver Kerr in the 222 car in row 3 with Kieran Roberts alongside him in the 78. CJ Morgan, now he did have a win, but I understand that got taken away from him after Saturday's race. He will line up in 7th alongside Will Fallon, in the scholarship winner for the JSCC on row 4 of the grid. He's in full National Autistic Society colours, as you may have seen earlier in the broadcast. Jude Cooper, who we heard from there, on row 5 alongside Harry Smith in the 10 car. That rounds out our top 10. From there, row 6, Oscar Dix in the 11 car alongside Wilf Butler in the 70. Charlie Constable is next in the number 6 car, followed by Alexander Bergbaum in the 29. Row 8, Caleb McDuff in the 38 alongside Kyle Wells in the 448. Row 9, Alfie Briggs in the 47 alongside Jack Harrison in the 317. Row 10, Harvey Kersley in the 88 alongside Elliot Fuster in the number 7. Of course, we heard from Elliot in an interview just there as well. Row 11 is Will Crewston in the 17 alongside Jacob Baldry in the 33. Row 12, Josh Salvadori and Alexander Mosthav, 110 and 888 respectively. So that is the 12 rows of this grid, and we are expecting a full quota of cars back out there once again. Just to say as well, the charitable causes of the JSCC very much worth lauding and spotlighting. The NAS National Autistic Society livery on the 30 car, on the scholarship car of Will Fallon. There it is going through shot there, the black and multicoloured machine. They also, just this morning, ran a cake sale here in the paddock for the Chestnut Tree House, the National Autistic Society and the Teenage Cancer Trust. And jolly nice of them, they bought some of their own cakes to give to some of the marshals down here at our end of the circuit on post 21 as well. So the Junior Saloon Car Championship certainly doing their bit for charity, and that's always wonderful to see as well. Spotlighting causes, raising awareness with their spotlight. So 15 minutes of racing for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and an opportunity potentially for Dare Flock to make it 3 from 3. Again, we haven't, I don't think this has been updated on TSL yet, but as we heard in the post-race 2 classifications, Dare Flock did inherit the race 1 victory, and that has now been confirmed on the TSL timing website as well. But Dare Flock in the 22 car with 2 wins so far then, or rather a win in race 1 and a second place in race 2 to Cameron Pratt-Thompson. I was right the first time earlier on during my grid read. Cameron did of course take the win earlier today, but my little brain got that a bit wrong. Cameron Thompson will be working from the 4th row of the grid. Dare Flock will be looking for his second win from pole position. So Dare Flock is in a good position. I see the marshals, the photographers warming up alongside me. They're getting back into the swing of things after a little bit of a break, of course, after that Caterham race. And so the driver's now heading towards the grid. Let's see what Jack James can do as well. Jack has always been in amongst the top 5 so far this weekend. He's been quite impressive with some of his racecraft as well. I think we've seen a couple of moves around the outside from the 53 car so far this weekend. Pratt Thompson, who, again, I apologise, did take a win earlier today, lining up 3rd on that grid. That is, of course, the middle of the 2nd row, and we've seen drivers storm into the lead from the middle of the 2nd row a couple of times yesterday. Let's see if he can do it in these wet conditions. Jonathan Moore, I think he's waiting for his opportunity to claim a win. He hasn't done so far this weekend, but he's been fairly speedy, and also, again, always in the top 5. There have been a kind of repeat set of protagonists up there at the sharp end. Another driver who'll be looking to improve from the 3rd row of the grid, Kieran Roberts. You can't miss his car, it's the one that's painted like a lime. He, of course, was in a collision on the 1st lap in the 2nd race earlier today. Bit of damage to that car, limped it home. I think he'll be looking for bigger and better things, better fortune in the race that is about to get started. Five-second board has been displayed. Lights are on and the lights are off. We are racing for the final time this weekend in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. It is a very good start indeed from Pratt Thompson from the 2nd row of the grid. He took his very first win, of course, in JSCC earlier today. He's looking to try and make it 2 in the same day. He's right there behind Dare Flock as they run through the first couple of corners. Flock still your leader though. Once again the pole sitter managing to execute a good start. He leads the way. James around the outside there. Jack James in 2nd position. Jonathan Moore has managed to get himself, or remain I should say, in 4th position. Jack James is actually down in 3rd place. Cameron Pratt Thompson is there in P2. Everyone else goes funneling through the first corners, and one of them very, very off the circuit there, I believe. That might have been Wilf Butler. It was Wilf Butler, and we've got another spinner further back in the pack. Oh, goodness me, that's Cooper in the number 4 car. Jude Cooper having quite the moment there. Big spin for Jude Cooper. And thankfully, while the car is pointing the wrong way, all of the wheels are still pointing the right way after that collision. Not sure who hooked him into a spin, but certainly a spin he found himself in. Thankfully, nobody else collided with that car. There is a change for the lead though, because Cameron Pratt Thompson is now your race leader, so he's managed to get through while we're looking at all of that drama further back in the pack. They're fanning out 3 and 4 wide on the latter half of the top 10. Will Fallon is certainly one of the cars up there. Will Fallon just following CJ Morgan there. I think this is for 5th, 6th, 7th. It is indeed for 5th, 6th and 7th places. The top 4 rounded out by Jonathan Moore, just getting 2 or 3 car lengths over the chasing pack in the early going. Kieran Roberts, who was 6th place on the grid, is unfortunately down in 9th at the moment. Here's Wilf Butler's moment. Now keep an eye on the left hand of screen. Oh yeah, so it was, I think, was that Ferguson I saw on the back of that car? But what we can see is that the number 4 car of Jude Cooper was sent into a spin. There isn't a Ferguson out there. Fuster, it would be Elliot Fuster who sent Jude Cooper into that spin then. The 2 meeting in the middle. And unfortunately Jude Cooper is into pit lane. That car of course also came to a halt. Oh, a big spin for the 22 car. Boot lid lifts on Flock's car. He somehow keeps it in the right direction. Front wheel drive, saviour of all. He must have punched that throttle and hoped for the best, and Thankfully, it swung back his way. Brilliant car control from Der Flock. However, as you see there, did you notice that? James in the 53 car, Jack James, making it abundantly clear that he wants to work with Jonathan Moore. Unlike the Caterhams, these can bump draft. So maybe wanting to work together here. Jonathan Moore looking to the outside of Jack James nonetheless as they go through club. But I think Jack makes a valid point because, well, Pratt Thompson is getting away. The gap was half a second last time by, but with Der Flock holding or losing time spinning out of that second place, the gap is going to be more like 1.5 seconds now between Pratt Thompson and a chasing pack. It's 1.7 seconds between our race leader and Jack James in second. Der Flock has crossed the line in 12th place, and this is the reason why, spinning out of second, coming out of Goodwood and through Village Curve. And you see there the impromptu rear spoiler there of Flock lifting just slightly. He did very well to keep hold of that. Last thing he wanted to do was be broadside there and stationary. There's the number 4 car with the exhaust falling off the car. We did hear something scraping along a floor on one of the camera mics, and it was Cooper's exhaust that came loose after the spin on the first lap. Pratt Thompson comes around comes towards the Church Bend. His first win earlier today. Be looking for race win number 2 in this one. And that's a gap that seems to be increasing between himself and Jack James. Here comes the battle for 5th place, because Fallon is there in 5th. In the number 30 car, and I think that might be Wells and Constable going past. Yes, it's Wells in the 448 car getting through into 5th place there. Kyle Wells, who started in 16th place, is now there just behind CJ Morgan in 5th. However, getting a little bit loose there as Constable now looks to the inside. Charlie Constable gets alongside and should, in theory, get through. I think he does get through into 5th place there. 7th place now for the recovering Kieran Roberts. He lost a few places early on, but he's back up to 7th place now, just ahead of Will Fallon, the scholarship winner, in 8th position. There is Jonathan Moore's machine. CJ Morgan just behind him. There is the recovering Der Flock as well. He's up to 10th place in the 22 car after his spin earlier on. If he can salvage a top 5 or something out of this, that would be very well done indeed. There is a bit of an interval, 2.6 seconds between 9th place and 10th. The 9th place car being the number 10 Harry Smith. So there is a bit of work for Flock to do to make up many more positions in this race. It's still a real ding-dong battle between the 6 and the 448 cars. Still side-by-side action here between Constable and Wells. Very exciting racing between the pair of them. It is Wells with the advantage as they run up towards club, but that's inevitably going to reshuffle, isn't it, in the next few moments. And it is a change for second place as well. While I was just looking at some notes there, Jonathan Moore has got up into P2. Jack James in 3rd position, CJ Morgan 4th, and then in 5th place it is still just about Wells in the 448 car in 5th, Constable 6th, Fallon 7th, Roberts 8th. But this battle for second place is heating up. Jonathan Moore says, no, I can lead you to the leader, I promise. But I don't think Jack James agrees. He's going to probably fire back as they go through Gamble and Cobb. In fact, no, he doesn't. But, oh, goodness me, Jonathan Moore, that was a little bit of a sideways moment there. Doesn't take much to get these cars loose coming through the mid part of a corner, of course. The rear on a hot hatch is often set up quite stiff for exactly that kind of fun, and that can sometimes that can sometimes work against you in a racing scenario. Cameron Pratt Thompson there in the lead. We just saw him through shot, 3.3 seconds clear from Moore in second place. The battle for second, third and fourth appears to be merging with the battle for fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth at the moment. It looks as though, with Wells leading them, the battle for fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth is closing in. Fallon just moved up to sixth position there. He got through just before Church Bend on the 6 of Constable, so Fallon on his way back up. Will Fallon in the 30. There's Dare Flock as well. He's still in 10th place just behind Smith and closing. James up to second place once again. Jack James with a lot of oversteer though, just about managing to hold on to it. Will Fallon in the 30, he went grass tracking there. I think he may have got into it a little bit with Constable because they held each other up rather going through club. Meanwhile, Wells in the 448 car has joined the battle for second. He's now firmly in there. He's paid for his membership and he showed up to the first meeting as they head towards turn 3 of the lap. Campbell, for what is the 6th time in the race, 6 minutes of this race left to go. And can Wells maybe move himself up into a podium position? We'll wait and see. Oh, meanwhile, the 317 car going very, very far off track and unfortunately just locking the front axle. Does he get that thing stopped? I'm not sure he would have done. Very far into the runoff area there, going out of Goodwood and Village. 317 in the hands of Jack Harrison. But just locking up the front axle there. Obviously wanted to slow down, needed to slow down, but when you've got wet grass, it's very difficult to make that happen. Jonathan Moore, side by side there momentarily with Wells. I think Wells was having a look to the inside, then realised there were yellow flags. Wells now just tucking in behind Jonathan Moore then. And now it's side by side, and it looks to me as though Moore is under pressure, not just from Wells, but also from CJ Morgan. Morgan now with Wells alongside him. And CJ Morgan on the curbs there, tried to take the curb, and in these wet conditions that's never going to work out, to be honest. You don't want that amount of suspension travel, wet or dry, and it really bucked against him there. Pratt Thompson in the 37 car, 4.5 seconds clear of Jack James, who has just about given himself a second's worth of advantage over the battle for third place, so Jack James might be able to start to move away from them now. So Jack James in second place, Moore in third, Wells, then Fallon, then Morgan, your top 6. There's Dare Flock just going to the inside of Kieran Roberts for 8th place. Didn't leave much room for Kieran Roberts there, but Roberts tried to carry too much speed, I think was probably the bigger issue. Grass tracking is Kieran Roberts. And thought for a moment that right front tyre was down, but it did stay up. Often you can just snag it in a grass runoff area and puncture the tyre, but thankfully that wasn't the case for Kieran Roberts. The battle for 4th and 3rd place has switched again since the line. It's Wells to 3rd place once again, and Jonathan Moore in 4th place. We got a brief look at Pratt Thompson in the lead. He is still there, 4.5 seconds clear of the chasing pack, but Jonathan Moore is contesting a podium here. This has been a brilliant drive from Kyle Wells, who came from 16th on the grid to be here in 3rd position. We get a replay now of some incidents down at Church. That was Baldry in the 33 car getting into it with Elliot Fuster. Elliot Fuster, second time we've seen him in the wars a little bit. Jacob Baldry this time involved as well, as it's going 2, maybe even 3 wide in the battle for, I believe that is 7th place. Constable, Flock, Morgan and Dix, your cars involved in this one. There's the battle for 2nd place. Jack James has been reeled in. And Smith very, very sideways turning in. It's a battle for 6th place because Smith is there at the head of it. Harry Smith making his car extra wide with a bit of sideways action. Don't think that's an intentional strategy, but it kind of worked for him. Constable 7th, Flock there in 8th as well. Dare Flock, who of course was in 2nd place before that sideways moment at Goodwood earlier on in the race. Here is that 6th place battle funneling through now. This is the 2nd place battle. The 55, or I should say the 53 car of Jack James under pressure from Jonathan Moore and Kyle Wells. And it's going to be Moore to the inside of James. He's going to be in 2nd place as they run through Church. Oh, Wells getting on a bump there, I think, a bit on the inside of the corner. Unsettled him slightly. There's a drag race now between Wells and James. I think James has a bit of a tow from Moore ahead of him. Meanwhile, Pratt Thompson will start the final lap this time by. So Cameron Pratt Thompson is beginning the final lap of the race. He's fairly ironclad there at the front of the order, but who's going to follow him and who will join him on the podium? Those are questions I would not like to put money on right now. It's Moore across the line in 2nd place, but once again Kyle Wells looks to the inside and reclaims 2nd place. I thought for a minute there was going to be a bit of a hip check between the two. Thankfully not. They managed to go side by side through Allard. Rather splendid racing between Jonathan Moore and Kyle Wells there. Moore still around the outside as they go through Campbell. That of course becomes the inside line for Cobb, and he squeezes Wells out. Wells though tries to stick it right back in through Seagrave. They're still side by side coming out to the corner. And there is Jack James involved now as well. Jack James has struck back again from 4th place. Cameron Pratt Thompson on his own island, 6 seconds clear. There's Jonathan Moore now in 2nd place. Wells on his inside as they go through Goodwood. Can Wells get the run? What about Jack James? What about sneaking towards them? Will Fallon in the 30 car? He's not too far away either. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in one long queue, and just behind them is the number 10 car in 6th place, Harry Smith. Cameron Pratt Thompson will head towards the final corner with a comfortable lead, but who's going to follow him in 2nd place? This is our leader coming through the final chicane now. Clock should hit 0 just before the checkered flag is displayed to Pratt Thompson. There is the flag, and it is a victory for Pratt Thompson, and it's all kicked off for 2nd place. Jonathan Moore has had a spin. Jonathan Moore's had a spin. Wells was involved with that. Jack James had to take evasive action as well. I believe that's Fallon across the line for 2nd. Yes, it is. Fallon manages to inherit a wonderful 2nd place there right at the end. Will Fallon takes 2nd. Harry Smith takes 3rd place. 4th place for CJ Morgan, 5th for Jack James, 6th place for Charlie Constable, and the 448 car there of Kyle Wells, who sensationally came from 16th position, does not take the checkered flag. And we also had Dare Flock falling through the order there, and we've just seen him, and you'll see him on screen now, coming towards us with a front, or with his boot lid open. That's in the pit lane, his boot lid is open. He didn't cross the finish line on the circuit, he came into the pits instead. But Dare Flock with his boot lid open there. A lot of things I think went down on that final lap. I think the race stewards might have something to say about that afterwards. Replay then of what happened in 2nd. Jonathan Moore and Kyle Wells seemingly got into each other. That sent Moore into a spin. Wells then had damage already. You can see the suspension isn't quite right on that car. He gets a further knock from Jack James, which then sends him slowly edging into the Armco barrier because the car simply will not turn anymore. And in amongst all of the chaos, Will Fallon, who was running I think in 5th place going into Club Chicane, came out of it in P2, and a brilliant podium as well for Harry Smith, who was running in 6th place for much of the race. He was nowhere near a podium position, but there he is in 3rd place. Cameron Pratt Thompson is your race winner by 8.8 seconds. One of the more dominant performances you could ever wish to see in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. 2nd win in a day, of course, for him. Will Fallon taking 2nd place right there at the final post. Harry Smith taking P3 ahead of CJ Morgan. Jack James in 5th position. Charlie Constable in at P6 in car number 6. That's happened more than once for Charlie this weekend. Oliver Kerr in the 222 in 7th. Wilf Butler, who you may remember was rally crossing at the first lap of the race, he managed to take 8th position. Oscar Dix in the 11 car in 9th. Kieran Roberts rounding out the top 10 in the 78 car. 11th place for Jonathan Moore in the number 12. Caleb McDuff in the 38 taking 12th. Alexander Bergbaum in 13th. And Alexander Mosthav taking the 14th position in his 888 car. In 15th place it was Fuster in the 7. Alfie Briggs went to 16th place in the 47 car. 17th place was Dare Flock in the pit lane with an open boot in 17th. Baldry 18th in the 33. Crudson 19th in the 17 car. Kersley taking 20th place. And the last car to take the checkered flag on circuit. Well, dramatic racing once again in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and we can now head down to the BARC TV crew once again to get some reactions from the JSCC drivers and our race winner, Cameron Pratt-Thompson.
Well, what a thrilling and chaotic end to that race. What we're going to do is we're going to talk to the 3rd place man first. So, 3rd place, podium to end the weekend. Yeah. How did you find that?
To be honest, I've got no idea. I mean, we started 10th and I got off the line all right. And I think I was about 8th or 9th for the most of it. And then I caught up with CJ, and me and him both just got our heads down and worked together, and we managed to catch a pack up in like 2 laps. And then obviously everything went down at the last corner. I managed to avoid it all and just scraped 3rd place.
Oh, fantastic driving. Obviously you need to put yourself in that position to be able to make the most of it, so brilliant work from you two to be able to work through that. Do you find that working and probably a little bit of bump drafting going on there in the slipstream?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, slipstream's worth so much around this track. If you can both work together and catch people battling in front, you catch them like that, it's ridiculous around here.
Fantastic. Well, congrats on the 3rd place. Any sponsor or anything you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, the team and my sponsor and family. None of this would have been possible without the team. They've put so much effort in this weekend. I can't thank them enough.
Congrats, all the best for the next round.
Thank you.
Right, I want to grab the race winner. How are we? I spoke to you earlier on today, and I said, you know, how do you think about being able to do this again? And you were like, yeah, I think we can do it. Now you absolutely smashed it with a dominant win. Yeah, how was it from where you were sitting?
Yeah, it was good. I wasn't expecting to be have such a good gap, but I think something must have happened behind. But from the start, we had quite a good pace. We had a really good initial start, but got held up a little bit, having to overtake. But from there on out, we were really quick, and yeah, good race.
Yeah, well, from where we were sitting, you sort of made it look a little bit easy. Like you said, there was things that happened behind, a spin from Flock, I believe, and then the others sort of coming together right there at the end. But still, you drove pretty much brilliantly all the way throughout, and yeah, pulled a really big gap. Is there anything you want to say to anyone at home?
I'd like to thank Callum McLeod for the best coaching, my coach Nessie for making sure my head's straight, my dad for paying for it all, and also Ross for setting up the car perfectly every single time.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations again on 2 wins today. All the best for the next round.
Thank you.
Right. So if I can grab the 2nd place man. So, wow. How was that?
Shocked, to be honest. Completely over the moon. It was not expecting that at all. It was main aim was just keep it on the track and keep it consistent, and it paid off with a gap opening up on the last corner that I wasn't expecting. I mean, it looked like it was going to be going to my teammate Kyle, and then a little coming together on the last corner, and the gap just opened up. But yeah, absolutely ecstatic going from last yesterday to 2nd today.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Obviously, we spoke to you earlier on, and you were like, yeah, well, you know, got some good laps in, and sort of got my feel around the track, and I could work on using that to then go forward. And here we are 2 races later, and you've picked up 2nd place.
Yeah, exactly. It was just that's the thing. It's just always learning and taking. Even if you've had a terrible race, there'll always be some benefit, and take it away and apply it. And that's what we did. And yeah, me and the team Oryx are just completely over the moon with it.
Yeah, I'm really not surprised at all. I mean, you're really in the fight as well. It's not like you lucked into it or anything else like that. Like, you're really in that fight for 2nd place with the other 3 guys, you know, for those last few laps.
Yeah, it was. We were all close together. It looked like it could be anyone's game, and it looked like they were closely battling, caused them to slow down, and me and Jack James to catch up, and then went for Jack James coming up to the last corner, and then the gap opened up on the exit of it, and came through there and got second place.
Awesome. Is there anything you want to say to anyone at home, or sponsors, or anything else you want to give a shout out to?
Massive thank you to Orex and the JSCC. Obviously wouldn't be here without them, and obviously they're funding my season, and looks like it's going well, and obviously my family there who've been there supporting me for my birthday weekend, and yeah, just a massive thank you to the Team Orex Championship and my family.
Well, happy birthday. Seems like you've had a pretty decent present from today.
Yeah, good birthday wish came true.
Fantastic. Well, all the best for the next round and the rest of the season.
Cheers. See you later.
See you. So that's all from the Junior Saloon Car Championship running this weekend, but obviously stay tuned. We've got Caterham's heading out next, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw back to commentary.
Clearing still ongoing, of course, on track, so while we wait for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship cars to take to the circuit, we'll listen in to some of the interviews we caught a little earlier on.
So I'm in assembly area for our final Caterham race of the weekend. I'm with Mark Kendall. So Mark, it's been a bit of a tricky weekend, isn't it? And I've noticed you got some damage on your exhaust. Was that from this weekend?
No, I think that was from, I can't remember when that was from, but been clean racing this weekend, but just unfortunate with the weather and losing the toes, and I think this track is just all about luck at the end of the day with the toes and whatnot, so I hope to do better this time. So
it's a good position where you are at the moment, so hopefully cling on to the front guys.
That's it, I'd rather try and I want to try and get on the podium, so yeah.
Well, we're used to seeing you on the podium, aren't we?
We have been this year, so I need to keep it up.
That's it.
yeah.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Thanks, Mark. So I'm now with Joe Priday. We were discussing earlier about the setup, weren't we, for this race? What did you go for?
Bar's still in, drying track, so hopefully it will come together a bit, but yeah, it was pretty difficult last race, so yeah, just trying to ease it home now. No damage, keep it on the track.
That's it. End on a good note for today's race, last race of the day. But the whole weekend has been quite enjoyable.
Oh yeah, good. Had a few little incidents. Had a miss spinning car first race, and second race had a spin myself. So yeah, but overall, I mean, yeah, great quick circuit.
Yeah.
Eating the tyres though, it's like unbelievable car eater, but no, overall really good.
Is this the first time you've been here and tested here?
Yeah, first time. So I think we're supposed to be here academy year, but COVID, etc. So yeah, first time here, and yeah, so far so good.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best for the race. Thank you, Joe. So I'm now down here with Lydia Gould. Lydia, so what made you get into Caterham racing?
What made me do for Caterham racing?
What made you get into Caterham racing?
I always loved driving cars. I just wanted to get into motorsport, and I couldn't afford any other form, and Caterham was the best way to get in, and the academy is the best thing you can possibly do for novice drivers, and I worked my way up from the academy to where I am now, and no, it's absolutely great. It's super. I really enjoy it.
Excellent. Well, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yeah. I had a stupid off just now, and I've ended up last on the grid, and but there you go, made a silly mistake. Too much adrenaline, trying too hard, locked it up and straight into the barrier.
Oh.
But car's all right now, we've mended it, all done, so see what it's like this time around.
That's it.
Can't do it again though, can I? It'd be really embarrassing.
No, I've got faith in you won't do it again.
No, I'll be careful. I'll take a better line into that last corner.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Lydia. Have a good race.
Yeah.
The Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship is going to be out on circuit in a very short moment. I think they're still just making sure there are no obstacles on the circuit at this stage. The grid, Charlie Lower, I'm going to talk about him again in a little moment. Charlie Lower and Freddie Chiddicks on the front row of the grid. David Rook and Raj Patki on row 2. Row 3, Mark Jones and Matt Larby. Row 4, number 4 car of Duncan Mallet alongside Mark Kendall in the 35. James Cook in the 15 is alongside Gareth Lucas in the 10. The 10 car rounding out the top 10. Row 6, Toby Boys in the 99 alongside Giles Perry in the 71. Row 7 is Stephen Merritt in the 11 car alongside Peter Mott in the 96. Row 8, James Empson in the 20 car alongside Joe Priday in the 84. Row 9, Louise Deason in the 22 car alongside Theo Theato in the 72. And the 10th row of the grid, Andy Palmer in the 63 and Lydia Gould in the 65 car, who of course we just heard from. But Charlie Lower, of course, we saw one of the VTs that you shot earlier in the day. Chris, at the time the team were replacing a gearbox on the car. He only went and won race 2 earlier on today. He's already paid the team back for their efforts.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not an insignificant job. I think it was the clutch they were replacing in there, but obviously that involves taking everything out and including the gearbox, putting the new clutch in, and yeah, they clearly put a good one in because he took that other win. So off the Freddie Chiddicks, taking 3 wins from 3 at Silverstone. It's Charlie Lower coming good here at Thruxton. He's so far got the 2 from 2. Can he make that 3 from 3 to bring himself right back into that championship? Chiddicks currently heads that championship coming in here, but right now that gap's down. Interestingly, also behind, David Rook's been making moves on Mark Kendall. We heard from him briefly before the race started, and he's losing out points this weekend to David Rook, who's having a great old run through. So lots of championship moves as we head into the tail end of this season.
And of course, the title sponsor championship, Mission Motorsport, that is always worth bringing up. Mission Motorsport, a wonderful charity that primarily helps ex-service people come into motor racing. I remember, I think their first proper event was the 2012 Brick Car 24 Hours back in 2012. They actually cannibalised one of the team boss's cars to get the Nissan back out on circuit that day. For over a decade now, they have been helping drivers, or helping ex-service people rehabilitate through motorsport, and that is an incredible cause and something that they've been doing now for over a decade.
Indeed, and we're incredibly proud to carry their sponsorship on this Caterham 7 270R Championship, and have been for a few years now. Steve McCulley from a little while back was part of our championship, and a very strong driver there, and so yeah, we love to support them and carry all that sponsorship through our race series. But thank you to all of our sponsors, actually. It's coming towards the end of the Caterham action for today, but Vertex, we've got Adrian Flux, Bill Steam, we've got Mission Motorsport, as we've seen, and also Motul going on as well. So thanks to all of our sponsors, including Avon. Obviously, we Avon that supply everything, all the tyres out there. And there we go. We've got some nice shot of some marshals out there, and maybe we've got some trainee marshals, because we've said already that the academy drivers that we saw yesterday are out there on the banks somewhere. But thanks ever so much to all the marshals that help us out all weekend long. And they've just got out of their rainstorm and looking like they're actually wringing out their coats. So it's good to see them there.
Yeah, we have a few trainee marshals actually. Andrea here on post 21 is having his very first day of marshalling here. If you're interested in getting involved with marshalling, go to the British Motorsport Marshals Club website, BMMC, and you can find out how to become a marshal. Marshals always celebrated and lauded, because without marshals it would not be possible to go racing. The backbone of British and international motorsport is the marshals. As you can see, the cars are running out now onto the circuit, and the Caterham 7 270R Championship entries are heading out onto the track. We've already shown the grid, of course, and we are expecting 2 green flag laps as anticipated. There are some more of the marshals and some of the other posts around the circuit. I think there are 22 posts total around the circuit, and it's 20, 21 and 22 that are probably the most intensive posts, because that octane, and that has been a talking point all weekend long. Absolutely, it's been incredible racing here from the Caterhams and all the series through, and certainly the Club Chicane's seen its fair share of action, hasn't it, with absolute cars virtually on top of each other. And yeah, really good to see everybody out there and having a lot of fun now that the rain has stopped. And in fact, the rain stopped for a while now. We could start seeing a dry-ing line. I'm not going to say we're going to see a dry line, but a dry-ing line by the end of this race. So again, what decision have these drivers made? Tyres and roll bars and all those kind of decisions they've got to make. This is the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, so they are experienced. It looks like they are going to get 2 laps, or is Charlie Lowe just taking a... Yeah, they had 2 laps earlier, didn't they? So they will just do, I think, just the one this time through. And but carrying plenty of speed round, just again seeing where that speed lies in these cars. You only have one opportunity to see all the corners, and Charlie Lowe there making absolute maximum use, seeing how much grip there was through this Club Chicane. But they're all slowing down now as they approach for their third, final Caterham action today, third 20-minute race for the Caterham 7 270R Championship. To briefly reiterate the top 10 then, it's Charlie Lowe on pole position on the inside of the front row, with Freddie Chiddicks alongside him on that front row in the 66 car. David Rook and Raj Patki on row 2. Patki had a really good drive earlier on today, I must say. Mark Jones on row 3 in the number 2 car alongside Matt Larby in the 73. Duncan Mallet on row 4 in the number 4 car alongside Mark Kendall in the 35. Row 5 is James Cook in the 15 alongside Gareth Lucas in the number 10. There is Freddie Chiddicks in the 66 car lining up alongside Charlie Lowe. The marshals are vacating the grid. That means the green flag will now wave in just a few moments if it hasn't already, and we will go racing. It's going to be a drag race between Lowe and Chiddicks. The last car's just getting into position now, as a matter of fact. Now the green flag will wave. It's Charlie Lowe versus Freddie Chiddicks, round 3 here at Thruxton. It's scheduled for one fall, and let's see what happens between Charlie Lowe and Freddie Chiddicks this time. 20 minutes of racing begins, and the best start of all comes from David Rook on row 2. He really fired away as they got started. Where is he? I think he may well be in the lead. Yes, he is. It is David Rook in the race lead in the early going then. He was the third component in the lead battle earlier today. Freddie Chiddicks comes through in second place. Charlie Lowe in third. It is Raj Patki in fourth place. Fifth place for Mark Kendall, who started in 8th. Another quick starter.
Yeah, absolutely great start from Rook. He's hooked that all up, and he'll be looking to see whether he can take his revenge after having been demoted in the last corner, wasn't it, as he lost out last time through. He's had a great weekend so far. Can he end it with a win? Can he stop that 3 from 3 from Charlie Lowe, his teammate, as we watch Louise Deason there side by side as they head through Noble, the left-hander.
Yeah, they head through Goodwood for the first time then. Everyone pretty much in single file in the early doors, but what a start from David Rook in that number 45 car. He leads them towards Church now. He was very modest in his post-race interview earlier on. I'm not as quick as these two, not as quick as Chiddicks, not as quick as Lowe. Side by side there, I think, involving Lewis Deason further back as well, but it is David Rook in the lead. Oh, well, never mind. It's Freddie Chiddicks in the lead. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I think it might soon be Charlie Lowe in the lead. He's got the inside line heading into club. He strides ahead, and it is Charlie Lowe into the lead. Chiddicks takes second, Patki up into third place, and David Rook showing the bad side. Oh, that's a big impact into the tyre wall there from one of the cars further back in the pack.
I think it might be Joe Priday in the paddle up car, I'm not 100% sure, but a big impact there into the tyre wall, just locked the car up and couldn't get that slowed, so we'll keep an eye out for him in that as we watch the rest of the field flowing on up and through into the complex. That's maybe at least a safety car, if not a red flag, just as we're early in this race, just to get that car looked up and check on the driver. You can see Rog Patki up there into that third place then. There's Duncan Mallet also recovering back through as he heads around this left, and it's Giles Perry just behind him as well, so lots of drivers still making some good progress up here in the field. We're just waiting to see that driver is okay and jumping out of the car, keeping an eye out. Looks like he is, so yeah, big impact, but the driver is out of the car as we watch them then up through Goodwood.
Priday is out of the car. That is great to see. but we've also seen confirmation of the extraction. The marshal has given the sign saying we need a tow for this car, and sure enough the safety car has been deployed as a result of that. You just see at the back of shot there, Friday, once you're on the grass after the rain we've had today, that thing doesn't slow up. If anything, it accelerates.
It feels like it accelerates just because that lack of adhesion. As soon as you hit that grass, there's no grip. He will be checked over for concussion and everything else, but he did hit the tyre barrier rather than anything more solid. So yeah, we've got a safety car now, just while they manoeuvre that car away from where it is and maybe repair the barrier as well. But with 17 odd minutes of this race to go, I think they'll still have time to get that race underway. But it was Lower who came across the line first as they crossed under safety car conditions. Chiddick's Packy in that third place, and Rooks just dropped that one place. Kendall making the biggest move, 3 places up on the first lap. In fact, no, Theato 7 places on that opening lap, and in fact he's up there, can see him in his orange bit cat as he's going past that commentary, because he's right up behind James Cook. So great start from Theo.
Yeah, Theato is one of those drivers who just goes for it, doesn't he, more often than not. The marshals are pushing away the car there for the 84 of Friday. So thankfully we haven't had to perform and tow away or anything of that nature. Obviously, if we need heavy machinery, it takes longer to get the race restarted. However, we are of course going to need to repair that tyre wall.
Yep, they've got to get that conveyor belt back in place, put the full strength, and obviously that has made significant contact with the actual barrier, which will need to be checked to confirm that it is safe for the racing to continue, or whether they have to replace some posts. But a great job by the marshals there, pushing that car. Caterham's only weigh about half a tonne-ish, but nevertheless, if they're damaged like that, it's not an easy job to push it, but they did a great job to put that into a position of safety, as the barrier team are now there looking at the barrier and checking to see what will happen. You can see some of the tyres have been pushed to the other side of the marshal post there, so again shows how important the marshals are here for us to go racing, and why they're here in their job, and why we have so many of them as well.
Yep, no, absolutely. You need to have well-manned posts, that much is for sure. And, well, safety car has been declared, and we are 5 minutes, near as makes no difference, into this race. I'd expect at least one more lap of safety car. The safety car slowly going around Goodwood Bend at the moment. I'd say 1 to maybe 2 more laps of safety car before we can get this one back underway. I was going to say, benefits Charlie Lower, but I don't think this really benefits many drivers at all, because there aren't many out of position as such. And of course, drivers who end up in 8th could be in 1st the next lap, so I don't think there's really much dampening or helping effect of the safety car.
No, it just reduces the time available, doesn't it? So it actually makes things a little bit more frantic. I mean, there's no way Charlie Lower is going to be able to do anything off a restart that's not going to leave them inside of tow distance. So by the time they get round to the second lap after the restart, they're all going to be back together again. So no, it just takes away some of the opportunity for someone further back to move back through, or someone who's feeling like they need to make a bit of a recovery drive. They just lose some of the opportunity to do that. They get a bit more chance to get the conditions, but to be honest, it's amazing how quick this track is sort of drying out, and out the back there's no spray, and it looks like they're able to take that full speed out through the back section again.
Yes, no, it is practically dry at parts of this circuit now. You have to be brave, though, I imagine, knowing what it was like earlier on, to go commit to flat out through Church, for example, or indeed, Goodwood, where usually there's a minimal lift, I think, in these cars anyway.
Absolutely, you really do have to convince your brain that it's okay again after it's been going through that corner and sliding out wide, and now you've got to convince it that I promise it's not going to do that. And I tell you what, it's not always easy to do that. Your brain says yes, but your right foot just wavers off of the throttle just as it's still questioning. So yeah, it's very much a case of making sure the brain is controlling it and your feet's not doing its own thing.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? You often see in racing series where there are slicks and full wets, you have one school of drivers that's like, no, I need these wets, as you hit the crossover point, and you've got another school of drivers that wants to be the first one on the slicks, the first one to go faster than anybody else around the track. There's a lot of different types of driver mentality out there.
It's the gambling mentality, isn't it? And then how you feel confident knowing that the slicks is going to be the car, the tyre, the sooner you get on them. We see it, obviously the 7 Championship UK, we don't have change of tyres, but we do sometimes have a decision about whether you go out on the slicks or not. They'll be back with us at Snetterton, which is our next race. So if you're enjoying all this action you're seeing, we're going to be doing it all again on the 19th and 20th of August at Snetterton on BARC TV, and if you can join us on the banks, even better. And that's going to be the Academy Roadsport 270, 310 and the Caterham 7 Championship UK. So all of the steps of the ladder with us on the 19th and 20th of August.
Yeah, what a trifecta of events remaining. Snetterton, Donington, Silverstone, all very good circuits for Caterham action. I think I've covered them at all three venues and had a jolly good time, as I have here at Thruxton this weekend.
And the Snetterton and Donington, that's for all of our championships, and the final one at Silverstone National is the 7 Championship UK, sporting the British Touring Car Championship. So a fantastic opportunity for the 7 Championship at the end of their season to support that Silverstone National track, and that's going to be epic racing.
That is going to be brilliant. That's a circuit that suits them very well, and obviously that is the bright lights of ITV among other things there. That will be very exciting for the sponsors, for the drivers in equal measure. 11 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. All cars and vehicles have been removed from the barrier recovery scene, as have any marshals. So I would expect, and it's usually somewhere around Church that the lights do go out on the safety car, I am expecting the lights to go out on the safety car this time by. So if that is the case, we will still get a solid half a race in.
Absolutely, yep. And let's see what they can do off the restart then. Again, Charlie Lowe is still in that key position to try and take 3 from 3. Can he do that? Chiddick's still in that erstwhile second place. It's between these two. It has been all year. But can Patke or Rook just interfere? Kendall's come back and recovered some of those positions that he's lost out, and he's right behind his own championship rival for that kind of final place on the podium, and looking good. And Emson here, we've seen having a bit of a topsy-turvy race weekend, but let's say everyone comes back with their own stories.
Yeah, absolutely the case. 10 minutes and 45 seconds to go, and Charlie Lower is backing away from the safety car. I believe the lights are out on that safety car. Yes, they are. So Charlie Lower now managing the stream of Caterham 7s once again. He will once again, as is often the case, just pull the pin there halfway through club, punch the throttle down. Obviously the intention is always to put the throttle down and not have to lift it back off the floor.
Absolutely, but again, like I say, this isn't the most crucial restart, because as long as you get one, I think that's as much as you can do and see whether you survive half a lap or not. He does put the throttle down a little bit later than maybe expecting. Chiddick's hanging back there, so Chiddick's will have Patke for company as they exit, and Charlie Lowe does have a little gap, but again, that'll just protect him for the first couple of corners. There is a bigger gap though back to, it looks like Kendall is dropped away a little bit from the other padlock car there. I think it's Mark Jones, so in that fourth place. He's having a sort of a mixed weekend, but he's back up there in the battle in the 5th place as he crossed the line that time through.
Jones did get by there before the start-finish line, so I don't know whether that would be looked at in any form. The top 4 nonetheless have broken away. It's Lower from Chiddick's, from Patke, from Rook in this early going of the second half of the race. We basically got that race started with exactly 10 minutes to go, so we have half the length, but the Caterham 270R battling will continue in earnest from here. Lower has survived that half a lap, but as he turns through Church and now makes the long pilgrimage up towards Club Chicane in just a few moments, I think we can expect him to be overhauled.
It's not the length of your race, it's what you do with it, and they've got 10 minutes to enjoy themselves as they're heading down towards the Club Chicane this time through. Charlie Lower does lead them through. Freddie Chiddicks is going to join in on his rear panel again as they head up towards the Club Chicane then. A little bit further back there's also battles. Kendall looking to get his revenge on Mark Jones as they come down through, and then we've got Mallet as well, firmly ensconced in that battle. A great opening weekend for him in this 270R. I remember he was in the Academy last year. This is opening race weekend. Chiddicks does go around the outside, doesn't give Lower any room at all. So he didn't have anywhere to go, and that means that Kendall now is right up with that battle once more.
8 minutes and 30 seconds left to go as they cross the line then, and it is Chiddick's just ahead of Lower, Rook there in 3rd place, Patke, Kendall, Jones, Mallet, Larby, Cook and Theato, your top 10. Theato working his way up there nicely. Looked like Lower was to the inside of Chiddick's there. Yes, he is. The 66 car, I should say, holding on to that lead for the time being, though, of course, all immaterial at this stage, because we know they all pack together again with the effect of the slipstream running through the fast second half of this lap, particularly on the run from Church through Brooklands, Woodham Hill and Club. The 270R category really is a story in terms of championship points between Lower and Chiddix. And each time they seem to be right there on the podium, and it's slight swings each time, each race.
But they've not always been out front, whilst they have done the majority of the out front running, and they clearly have a lot of pace. The other drivers have been there or thereabouts. They've still managed it through, and it's an incredibly difficult task. And they've got to manage each other as well. You know, we saw last time out, Chiddix had that little bit of a benefit and actually took that win, but it seemed Lower to return the favour this time out, and it just keeps the championship ever so close as we come into the tail end. There's Thea Theato having a go down in 10th place currently. He was fighting with Cook and Larby. I think it was Larby he was trying to overtake there. Lower back to the front. His teammate Rook is in second place. Chiddix demoted to third. Patke, Kendall. Then we've got Mark Jones and Duncan Mallet is still holding on. Then comes that Thea Theato battle.
Yeah, Theato back up into 8th place then. He started all the way down in 18th. Hey, remember that whole thing about 9th row starters towards the beginning of the day? Well, he's a 9th row starter and he's already worked his way up to P8.
You've got 7 minutes to see how far further up through the order he can go, as Rook still maintains his lead over Chiddix in that 2nd to 3rd place. Patke still maintains his position there, so he'll be seeing whether he can get Larby back into that battle and have his academy buddies all around him, with Mallet just off the back of him. But at the moment, Larby's drifted a little bit further back. He'll want to move a bit further forward towards the end of this race.
So then Lower, Rook and Chiddick, your top 3 at this stage. Charlie Lower, who again, I remind you, the team replacing a gearbox earlier in the day to get the car out for the 2nd race. He only went and won it. Race 3 is currently going in the same direction, although Rook, Chiddix and Patke, as well as the others, will all be closing in on him now as they go through Church and onward towards Club. Let's see if there's a big pendulum moment here for Patke. We've rarely seen him in the top 3, but he's now got 3 cars worth of slipstream. He could really slingshot forward.
Yeah, looks like he has got that head of steam. Can he use it anywhere? I think he's a bit blocked on the track, isn't he? They've got nowhere to use that extra few miles an hour, and at the moment he's going to see whether he can go around the outside of Lower for 3rd. That's not going to be an easy task, and in fact he drops back into line. Mallet's taking that position over Mark Jones, and Kendall's lost out in that last sequence, and in fact Thea Theater also dropping behind Larby on that lap.
Yeah, Matt Larby just went straight on though at the Club chicane, and I think he may have gained a position by those means, which is not necessarily thought of in high regard. Theato has dropped position to 10th on that lap from 8th actually as well, because Cook got by also. Meanwhile, it is Chiddix back to the lead. Rook, Lower and Patke, your top 4. This would be a mighty if he can get there. Raj Patke would love a podium, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think he's been on the podium at least once this year. Incredible start to his 270R campaign, having been in the academy last year. Chiddix did take the fastest lap on the last one, and we've not really mentioned it today, but you get an extra point for fastest lap, and you've seen how hard fought these positions are. Well, that's the equivalent of taking a position, so it's an important one, especially in this championship fight, to separate the 2 leaders.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's down under 10 points, the championship lead between the 2 of them, isn't it? So it all matters, it all counts, and we've seen points. I have seen fastest lap points determine the championship before.
Last year we separated 2 championships, I think, with that fastest. And wouldn't you know, Freddie Chiddix and Charlie Lower both have currently 2 fastest laps to their name. So it continues on as we've got 3 wide. Charlie Lower down the inside. Rook still lost his nose cone there. Maybe just a bit of contact. He's going to go on that wet grass. Can he get it stopped? He can't. He's going to make contact with that barrier. Again, unfortunate end to his race. It's a little bit slower contact that time through. He looks like he's moving around to rip that barrier to bits. So are we going to have another safety car with only 4 minutes to go? I think that's touch and go whether they can get this race back up and running.
I think a safety car is inevitable, and if a safety car is scrambled, I can't see the race resuming, but let's wait and see what the decisions are. Certainly the scene currently covered by local yellows. I think potentially his nose cone is still in the middle of the track there. I can see it resting just beyond the first apex of Club. I'm not sure if that's on the grass or on the track, but with 3.5 minutes to go, we are still currently under green flags. It is still Lower in the lead. This is what happened then to Rook, I think a little bit of a nudge there between himself and Lower, and that dislodged the front end, and easy as that once you're on the grass again, no stopping.
Yeah, just clipped him during that braking zone, took off the nose cone, and then also, I don't know if it actually upset that right front suspension, but he was a passenger at that point because the car hadn't slowed down enough and it was the grass, and we have got a red flag being given with 3 minutes to go. Again, they may try and get it up and running, but I fear that might be a classified result.
I think given race will not be restarted, so that is the end of that. Of course, what this means is we could see the order shuffled because the count back 1 lap. I would suggest that would be potentially a win for Chiddix, because Chiddix lost 2 places on that last lap.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought it was Lower that went across the line, but you're right to give those positions. Yeah, maybe that is correct, that Chiddix may be given that and awarded that win. That'd be a bit frustrating. And he's also, we said earlier, in fact, Lower took the fastest lap on that last lap, and again, I wonder whether that will be counted back, and therefore he'll lose that. That's potentially like a 3 or 4 point swing, and that could be extremely crucial. So there was a bit of contact with Lower and his teammate there, David Rook, and that's a sad end to David Rook's race weekend as well. He'd be very disappointed. He's had such a good one so far, but yeah, absolutely. We'll see. In fact, they have reversed the results then, and Chiddix has been put to the top. So yeah, it looks like the results have been confirmed back to lap 7. That puts Chiddix on top, with Rook in second place, although he may be discounted because he wasn't rolling and moving at the time of the red flag. So because he's the cause of it, they often get removed from that result. And then Lower and Packy would therefore take the 2nd and 3rd places.
Yeah, that is true. I'm just there you go, back on now. But Chiddix with.
Yeah, Chiddix has been given that, and also given back again the fastest lap. So again, what a point swing in that tail end of that bit. Yeah, Chiddix taking now the fastest lap, and the Rook and Lower taking. In fact, like I say, I think we'll see Rook disappear from the results, and Lower and Packy taking those. Duncan Mallet comes home in 5th. We'll give him 4th, I think, and then we'll have 5th for Jones, Kendall, Cook, Larby, and Thea Theato will give him the top 10.
There you go. So Freddie Chiddix taking the win. David Rook, again, as we've suggested, he might be discounted from the results because he was the cause of the red flag. Charlie Lower 3rd, Raj Packy 4th, Duncan Mallet 5th. You've already covered this, of course. But Mark Jones in the number 2 car taking 6th. Mark Kendall 7th. James Cook in 8th position in the 15 car. Matt Larby 9th in the 73. Theo Theato 10th. Good recovery to 10th place with Theo Theato. Toby Boys in 11th place. Stephen Merritt in the 11 car taking 12th place. Gareth Lucas lost a few places to take 13th position. 14th for Peter Mott in the 96. 15th position for Emson in the number 20 car. 71 of Perry in 16th. Deason taking the 22 car 17th. Gould in the 65 in 18th, and Palmer in 19th place. Our last finisher, of course, we saw Priday into the wall at the conclusion of the first lap of racing. And that is the conclusion of our Caterham racing for the day. We are about to have our last Caterham session. I don't think the cars are quite ready just yet. But for now then, we think about the championship to come. As we've alluded to, some great circuits awaiting us. Chris, of course, this is it for you as the last Caterham race, but you're going to be there for some more exciting racing before year's end.
If you've enjoyed the coverage today, then it's absolutely, yeah, we're ready to go for Snetterton on 19th and 20th, and we've got Donington Park on the 2nd and 3rd as well. And like I said, Silverstone 23rd, 24th of September. But on behalf of Caterham, we'll hear from our drivers in a bit, but on behalf of our drivers, and thank you to all of our marshals, the organising clubs, committees, BARC, and we look forward to being back on BARC TV at Snetterton on 19th, 20th of August.
Yeah, the Caterham day is completed, but of course we've still got races to come from Track Attack and from the Classic Car Racing Club, or the Classic Racing Car Club Championship, I should say. The Formula Ford 2000 cars heading out onto the circuit. It's been great to share the Caterham races with you, Chris Hutchinson. Thank you for your efforts this weekend. Some driver insight is always wonderful, and I think soon we will be able to head down to Sam and the cruise, but we're just waiting to hear, of course. I think the main thing, of course, as Chris comes back in for a little bit, I just collared him on his way out. Of course, the main thing is they want to be sure down there that everyone knows the result in the paddock.
It just, it takes a little while to get it all sorted. Like we say, we were expecting to see Rook removed from the ordering, and that just all has to happen in the timing office. And we can see Rook's car just being dragged back, and he'll be taken back into the pit lane. And obviously we've got Mark Jones, so a little bit of clear up to do just while we're waiting for them. But it looks like they are well underway and nearly complete with all of that. But yeah, they need to get it all right before we can go and chat to the drivers and make sure they all know exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, that's the thing, as the results have now been taken off the results page on TSL. In theory, given Rook, as you said, was the cause of that red flag, he should not be included in the final results, but they will be having that argument potentially long into the evening. It is difficult, isn't it? And there's always hearsay as well, because people often have different interpretations. There are 2 or 3 different arguments, 2 or 3 different precedents. It's all very difficult.
I know that Simon Lambert and Kirsty will be running up and down those stairs to the thing, but it does sound like we've maybe got the paperwork through now. So why don't we try and head then down into Parc Fermé to see whether they've resolved everything. So let's go down to Sam Parker and let's hear those results.
Well, that was quite an eventful race, wasn't it? You know, hopefully the guys are all okay that came off. Joe Priday and David Rook, both in the same corner. The grass, you're a passenger when you come off there. But anyway, back to the winners. We got Freddie. Congratulations, first place. I mean, you know, it was a bit of a tricky one. How many racing laps did you get? 3 or 4?
Yeah, didn't get many racing laps at all. When we all came in, no one knew where we finished. I couldn't believe how dry it was out there. We thought we were going out onto a completely wet track. I think everyone went out with wet set-up-y stuff, and it was pretty much dry. But yeah, lovely to get a win at the end of the race, and I think all the guys are okay that were involved.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Well done. Right, I'm going to move on to Charlie now. Charlie, can we have a quick word, please? Obviously, a bit of confusion there over who would, you know, where everyone finished. It was a bit of a nightmare, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, absolute nightmare, really. Yeah, just hope David's all right and the car's not in too bad of a state. But I'm sure Dan will get it sorted for the next race, so it's all good.
Yeah, he will do. All right, lovely. Well done.
Thank you very much.
And Rog, here he is. He's right down here. He will be pleased with this podium. Let's move down and just interrupt these guys. Sorry, Rog, can we have a quick word? Congratulations on 3rd place.
Thank you very much.
I mean, you were really, you know, doing well, battling with the top guys there, weren't you?
Yeah, it's been good actually, and I think that's been the story of the season. Get to race 3 and I get out to the front and actually battle at the front, which is really good fun, really good for the experience. And I started at the back of the grid or halfway up the grid quite a lot this season, which has actually taught me a lot, to be honest. And it's been, in terms of learning, fantastic season. And as you know, for me, jumping to 270, that's what it's all about. And we only have 7 races in the academy, right? So yeah, it's been fantastic, and it's been really good racing with the guys up and down the grid. Just really enjoyable, really fair, really close, great Caterham racing.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. Right, there we go. We've got podium celebrations in a moment, but that is all from the Caterham racing this weekend. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've still got more racing to come, and Charles will cover that for you, but from me, that's it, and hope you've all enjoyed it as much as I have. Thank you for watching.
So then our Caterham team is clear for the afternoon. Chris Hutchinson will depart our broadcast, as will Sam Parker, but the racing absolutely has not stopped at all, because we do have 2 more races to come today. That in the form of the Track Attack Race Club and their various saloon cars, and then the JSCC Formula Ford 2000 category as well. So the cars are still not out of assembly. I think they're still repairing and reorganising after the incident of the previous race. So let's have some interviews from the Track Attack Race Club drivers.
Well, welcome to the second race of the time attack. Can we? Yeah. Take 2. Well, welcome to the second race for the track attack of the weekend. Obviously, we had a thrilling race earlier in the wet. It is starting to dry out now, so it'd be interesting to get some take of some of the drivers, especially some of those that we haven't had a chance to speak to yet. So, Paul, can we have a quick chat with you?
Yeah, certainly.
So it's drying out now. It almost seems like it would potentially be a dry track. Do you feel like that's going to fare better for you?
Well, this car is a car that I've only recently bought it, and I've probably had less than an hour's track time of it. So it was a bit of a baptism fire with the last race. So hopefully, if it's drier this time, we might be able to make some progress.
Oh, brilliant. So do you reckon podium's on the cards for you then?
Well, first time out in it, we got one 15-minute race at Alton Park, and I finished second. That was the only race because the race after got cancelled, and then obviously the race earlier on today. So yeah, it'd be nice to finish somewhere in the top 3.
Perfect. Well, I'm going to wish you the best of luck with that. All right, and hopefully I'll be speaking to you in a little bit.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Right. So that should be definitely one to watch then. I think. Let's see if we can grab another front-wheel drive car. Driver with this Civic. Hello. How's your day going so far?
First race I couldn't see, so it wasn't that the best of races really. But no, it's good fun. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I can see now.
Well, it always helps if you can see around the circuit, doesn't it?
Well, the last race you saw how wet it was,
Yeah.
and I came in because I nearly actually drove off the circuit. So I thought I'd best come in and get the window cleaned.
Yeah, better safe than sorry on that one.
Yeah.
So, do you feel like you can go further forward in this one?
I think so. Yeah, possibly. I think the guy who's in one in front of me is now not in the race, so definitely one place I can go up. So it might be 6.
Well, take it however it comes. A place gain is a place gain.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I just have to have fun, really. That's it. So yeah.
Do you find you're really enjoying this kind of championship with like different cars and different styles and everything?
It makes a difference because you've got like this car next to me, complete opposite of this, and we're like half a second apart in time, and it's just nice to have that sort of mix of different sorts of cars. Yeah, it's definitely good fun.
Yeah, it probably makes you have to think a little bit more when you're out there as well, because you've got to think about where they're quick or where they're strong and where you're strong, and where's the best place to get people and be able to then pull away if you can.
Yeah, I mean something like that car there, he's like in the wet, we're going to be naturally a bit quicker. But in the dry, we'll see what happens now, because obviously we've got a dryish track, so yeah, it'd be good fun.
All right, well, best of luck, and see you later on. Right, so I think what we will do is we will grab a quick word with this BMW driver. Hello, how are you?
Very good, thank you. Yeah, looking forward to a nice fun race.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's dry now, so it should hopefully suit you guys a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the wet conditions with it's a big heavy car, quite torquey, so we're kind of right on the edge of traction all the time in the first race. We went for some wetter tyres, but I think doesn't matter what we'd have gone with, we'd have been tiptoeing all the way around, and the little front wheel drive cars were straight past me. So it's just going to be a lot more fun this time. Now it's dry. I just want to beat Ian. So we turn up together and we want to race together. So it's that'll be the fun bit.
Oh, brilliant! Well, he's just told me that he's going to do the opposite. He's going to beat you.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's probably about right. We'll see. We're close.
Yeah,
it's just remarkable how two cars that are so different and that are like sort of 16 years apart, just different in every single way, can be quite so close, performance-wise, which makes it great fun, because you just sort of play to your strengths and play to the other person's weaknesses and try and compromise them somewhere so they can't come back at you. So, thinking man's game this one's going to be as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what we've literally just been talking about over there, about how you've got to think about strengths and weaknesses.
Game plan.
Well, hopefully opposite game plans, because you're in opposite cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we've known each other too long to be able to outwit each other. You know exactly what the other person's thinking.
Oh, well, fantastic. I'm not going to damage your door, so I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Right, so there is one more driver. We'll I'll come over and apologise to this young man by calling him Luke earlier on when his name's actually Adam. That's right now, isn't it?
It's all right. I'm too kind.
That's all right. I just wanted to get that one nicely corrected off.
No problem. Thank you very much.
No worries. Have a good one, Adam.
It's all right. See you later.
Right. So we will we'll grab one more driver, which is the I'll grab a Mark III driver. It's been a little while since I've been next to an MX-5, and it's quite rare that I'm not driving one. So, out in an MX-5 today, how are you finding things?
Bit tricky on the first race. Actually, very tricky on the first race. Couldn't see a thing. So, schoolboy error. Didn't do my bonnet pins up before I went out. So yes, a little bit annoyed with myself. But we'll see how we get on this next one.
Yeah, I mean, things like that generally help, especially if you want to see. It's bad enough with just water, but having a bonnet in your way probably wasn't easy.
Well, there is that as well, yes. I did put it back down, but as I say, the rain, the spray, just, yeah, very tricky.
Oh, okay, so we know that you don't like making life easy for yourself then?
Nope, never, but we'll see how we get on in the next one.
So with it being dry now, do you feel a little bit more confident? Think maybe you could go a bit further forward?
Hopefully, but if there's a dry line, then that's fine. If there's not, then it's going to be quite greasy out there.
Yeah, it's true, and I think, to be fair, it is starting to look like it might grip up a bit, obviously, with all the running and things out there. Something I've just noticed about your car is you've got a sort of much smaller, almost single-seater-esque steering wheel. Can we hear a little bit more about why you've decided to go a little bit smaller with that?
Well, if you get it all wrong, little steering wheel allows you to get it all right again. Bigger steering wheel, it's a bit more effort. So yeah, it's quite good fun.
You still running power steering with that?
Yes.
Okay, so
yeah, it's easier with these. Just keep the power steering pumps with all the belts.
Okay, all right, nice. It's just something a little bit different and unique. We don't always see things like that. So, is there anything else that you think would be good for us to know, or good for the guys and girls at home to know?
Well, this is the first time I brought the Mark III out in years. I mean, we've been running the Mark IVs for years in the MX-5 Championship, but yeah, we've just decided to do a couple of rounds in this, and I decided to dust the cobwebs off on this. I think this is the first time this has been raced since 2016, so it's been a long time, but so far, touch wood, it's not missed a beat.
Awesome, and as long as you're having fun, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters indeed, yes.
Brilliant. I wish you the best of luck. Have a good one.
Take care. Thank you.
Cool. Right, we're going to leave it there, and I'm going to sign off and head straight back to commentary.
And as the birds make themselves familiar with the grass, we can move to the grid itself. The number 19 car on pole position for this one. It is Jack Rodell in the Honda Civic, David Sheed in the BMW Compact alongside him. Gareth Porter is next in the Peugeot 205 alongside Paul Rodison in his Volkswagen Scirocco. Adam Croft on row 3 in the 73 Peugeot 205. Mike Bowman in his Clio rounding out row 3. Ian Knight in the 666 Mazda MX-5 is alongside Jamie Sturgis in his BMW 5 Series E28, the 87 car. Adam Harding in the first of the Citroen Saxos, the 333 car, is next alongside Stuart Cheeseman in his BMW E36 2.3. Moving on to the rest of the grid briefly, there's not too much time, but row 6, John Hallowell in the number 2 Mazda MX-5, we just heard from him. David Curtis in the number 4 car is next. The 75 of Robert Buckland on row 7, and David Whedon is on row 7 alongside him in 14th place. The green flag is flying, and we are about to go racing then for 15 minutes of the Track Attack Race Club Deutsche Marks Nippon Challenge and Tricolor Trophy, along with the production GTIs, all get started in unison. Not a good start at all from Gareth Porter, but a brilliant start from David Sheed, using that rear-wheel drive to his advantage once again. Oh, and a spin from Porter. Porter in the 46 car getting loose there, just about manages to avoid the barrier. Nicely done from Gareth Porter to avoid that barrier on that occasion. It is David Sheed in the BMW Compact that leads the way side by side, I believe, between Rodell and potentially Adam Croft. I think he's had a mega start to get up there into the top 3 at the very beginning of this race. And there you see the 205s picking their way through. Sorry, the 205s, the 206s picking their way through, the production GTI 206s, but it's Sheed in the lead. He's also leading the Deutsche Marks element of this race, of course, in his BMW Compact. Just trying to pick up the first of the production GTIs. Not quite sure I can tell which car that is. I'll see if I can spot the number on the first of the production GTIs on this shot. Oh, 2 of 3, 4 of them all go off circuit there, including the 888 car of Martin Kayser, the 56 machine, and 56 car involved in that as well, Carl Powell. But there's going to be a red flag, I imagine, because 4 cars there. It's Sheed in first position, but I'm expecting a red flag momentarily because there are 4 cars off there, as we saw. Green flag still on my timing screen for now as they continue to race, but I have to imagine safety car is out for now. So they have neutralised the race as expected. And red flag now, as I'm seeing red flag panels around the circuit as well. I believe we are going to reds. Yes, red flag is out now. So with 12 minutes and 59 seconds left on the clock, we do have a red flag again after just 1 lap of racing. The Track Attack Race Club race has been brought to an early halt. But of course, for now, with 4 cars off there and drivers to tend to, we need to worry about the drivers first and foremost. And I'm just wondering whether we'll see the race start at all. I'm hearing some talk that maybe we might not get this race restarted, but I'll wait for confirmation on the timing screen of that. Where are we getting that? Where are we getting that information about no restart? So then cars coming into pit lane for the time being. We will bring you any information we can as and when we can, but for now the car's heading back into the pit lane, and we'll bring you any updates we can as and when we have solid information.
We've got 4 cars on down there they've got sorted out yet, and I think they're calling in some medical as well for one of the cars. Nothing to do with it, I don't think, but they're calling for that. So it's going to be another 5-10 minutes perhaps before we get underway with the Formula 4 now. In which case, I'm going to go over here and we'll come back to Formula 4 2000 for an update of what's going on very shortly.
forward through here, out there. Because, I know we can go down the run, but take it down the direction of the car. So I think we're nearly clear up down the hot end, so it probably won't be long before we're on the way. Have you got your Formula 4 2000 with your assembly area yet? Yeah, I think they're probably obviously waiting to see what tyre choice. So your claim to fame is great, Harry. Look behind us, it's quite cloudy in here, quite grey. Yeah, we did, but it only lasted 3 or 4 minutes, didn't it? It was gone. Right. My tyre choice was be at the minute. You're a gambling man, you'd probably put intermediates on. There's an out-and-out chance you put wets on. Or rather, you're an out-and-out chance you probably put slicks on. Yeah. I think wet might be the answer. Track itself down here doesn't look too wet, believe it or not. I mean, it is wet, but it's not got any layered puddles or any layered water.
So then, as we continue to await any further racing action, one of the drivers we spoke to earlier on was Adam Harding, and as I understand it, he did want to deliver a special message to a family member back home. This was earlier on, recorded in the day. Let's listen in on Adam Harding.
So we're here with Luke Harding, racing 333s, a former Junior Saxo Championship driver who's racing in Time Attack today. And I've been told that you've got a special shout out to a special lady that's watching at home.
I do. There is a lot of sacrifices with motorsport, and obviously one of them today is it's my nan's 75th birthday, so I'd just like to say very happy birthday to you, Nan. I'll see you later.
Right. Well, we're going to shoot on back. Thanks. Thank you very much, Luke.
Welcome.
Best of luck.
Ta-ra.
So a very happy birthday indeed. Again, we await any further information regarding more racing. We will more than likely get the final race for the Formula Ford 2000s before the end of this broadcast, but we await any further information as to when that will be. So for now, stick with us on BARC TV. We will have more action to bring you in a few moments.
Well, it's just got a little bit of a cloud coming across this in the next sort of during the course of this race, for sure.
Okay then, so we are now going to head down live to some of the drivers in assembly area from the FF2000 Pinto Challenge.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance we could miss this race when it comes, looking at the radar on the phone, yeah.
And thanks for joining us down here in assembly. I know there's been a little bit of controversy and everything on track. While that's getting sorted out, we will bring you some live interviews down here in the Formula 4 2000 paddock. So we've got Luke here. You're right, Luke, do you mind quickly asking a few questions?
Yeah, that's fine.
So I've been told that this is your first ever race weekend, is that right?
Yes, yeah, first one, so definitely interesting track for the first one. It's a track that requires some testicles.
Yeah, you've not picked an easy one. Old school, very high speed, lots of flat out bits.
And then just a bit of rain to mix it up a bit more.
Yeah, well, you don't like making life easy for yourself, do you?
No, never. Always learn by trying the hard way.
Yeah, it's the best way to learn, I think, sometimes. So with this car then, how are you getting to grips with that? How are you finding it?
Luckily, I've actually had quite a lot of testing practice in it, so it's not like completely amateur, but it's mainly under race circumstances that it's all very new to me. So it's definitely completely different to what I expected. I don't think I was expecting it to be quite as chaotic, especially with the rain and visibility issues as well. But I must admit, I've had a hell of a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it. Came back in with a great smile on my face.
And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, isn't it? So.
Smiles for miles.
Exactly.
Every day.
Smiles per gallon, as they say.
Not that it gets many of that.
Brilliant. Well, have a good second race. Hopefully it doesn't rain too hard for you, as you are still on slicks. So I hope that's a smart move.
Yeah, we'll see.
If it makes you feel any better, my favourite conditions is a wet track on slick tyres, so I'm sure you'll have great times.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm starting to wonder when I watch them all coming on wets if we have made the right choice here.
Well, trust me, you're going to enjoy this one. Alright, have fun. Right, who else can we go and find? I want to try and find, if you want to follow me, John, I want to see if I can find Styles, who was doing really quite well earlier on even. I think I've seen him around. Happens to be up the other end, doesn't it? Hello. How are we doing?
Yeah, not too bad. It's perhaps not the ideal conditions, but makes it all the more fun. So it's going to be a bit of an interesting race.
Yeah, it sure is. And obviously after such a good one first time out, obviously getting second, how are you feeling about this one now?
Well, all of the adjustments we've done to improve the car are now out the window. So we're just going to play this one by ear. We usually go quite well at the start, so we'll see what happens. I think it's going to be more a case of when the track dries out. The tyres are going to start to overheat, and then we're going to struggle. But yeah, same for everybody. We'll have some fun, I'm sure.
Well, not everybody. There are a couple of people out on slicks.
Oh, bless them. I wish I was that brave.
I wish I was out there on slicks, trust me.
Absolutely that. Good for them.
Yeah. Right, well, have a good one, Ben. All right, and hopefully I'll see the other side of it.
With a bit of luck.
Right, so that was Ben Sims there. I do still want to see if I can grab Styles, if I can find who it is I'm looking for. Sorry about this, I'm just trying to do it based on number more than anything else. I might have to take a quick... Well, you guys take a quick look at the cars, and while they're all getting ready, I'm going to see if I can find the number of the car that I'm looking for. Obviously a few different chassis in this championship as well, and that will always make things really quite entertaining. So it looks like I'm looking for a car that isn't here yet, which is probably why I've not found it. I think we'll randomly grab one more interview, as we do have one more minute. So, Clive, can I grab you quickly?
Yeah, sure.
So, how did you find race 1, and how are you looking forward to race 2?
Well, I found it very slippery. I'm not sure this is much better because it's at no standing water. So hopefully we'll go a bit better.
Yeah, it's almost worse in these conditions, I find.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
That's okay. I'll let you get on with it. Okay, best of luck.
Thank you.
Cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fire back to commentary. Okay.
I think Charles likes to stay as long as possible, just in case he gets a chance to hop in a car. He is a racing driver, after all, just to see whether anyone donates a seat to him. The CRCC FF2000 Pinto Challenge is heading out now on to the circuit again for Formula Ford 2000 cars of a 70s and 80s vintage. Expecting just the one green flag lap as well for this one, so we will fire through the grid momentarily. This event spawning from the CRCC Jochen Trophy, which runs for F2, F3 and all sorts of different single-seaters, Formula Atlantic cars and FF2000s. This field solely for the FF2000s. Jordan Harrison is your pole sitter for this one. Remember, he just pipped Ben Sims at the end of the previous race for these cars. Richard Coleman, he'll be one to watch as well from third place alongside Tom Smith in the 153, the Nomad Mark IV. Anthony Hancock in the Delta T81 is alongside Roger Price in the Delta T78. Row 4 of the grid, Andrew Lancaster in the Hawk DL16, row 4 alongside Anthony Denham. Clive Wood on row 5 in the Van Diemen RF82 alongside Gary Fletcher in the 76 car. Row 6 of the grid is Stephen Connor in the number 11. He's joined by David Jones, who is in the Senna Tribute livery. George Fowler on row 7 in the 28, to be joined by Simon Langman in the 30. Ben Stiles in the 18 car, joined alongside Luke Myers in the 63, and Ben Tilley rounds out the order in his Delta T80 on the final row of the grid. Did I just hear that they're going to rerun Track Attack? So then we now go to a replay of a significant moment there. That was one of the orange cars. I'm not sure whom that was, but one of the cars exiting stage right there. That was the 53 car of Roger Price. Roger Price losing his wheel there. His right rear just disappeared off. And that was not good for him. So we are losing Roger Price from the third row of the grid. You see the gap in the grid for him. His car already vacated. So we're down one car. There are a couple of other gaps potentially on this grid as well. But still, we are expecting a very exciting race here. Jordan Harrison, Ben Sims, Richard Coleman, Tom Smith, all drivers who looked very quick earlier on, as did Anthony Hancock before his spin earlier on in the day. I think at least 5 cars could be fighting for this victory. The 5-second board has been displayed. And we now... In fact, is that 2-minute board? No, we should be getting going. Wait to see the red lights. We should go racing in just a few moments. We are now racing. Green flag rather than a red light. That implies to me that we're not racing. I think we are on another green flag lap instead. But the time has started on TSL timing, but it looks as though we are running under a safety car condition here. And I think the reason why is because they want to make sure that everything off the 53 car, including the miscellaneous wheel, is, you know, sorted. And I'm now, I'm understanding as well that we may well get the Track Attack Race Club race in as well before the end of the day. So they're going to try and rerun that race by the sounds of it. Therefore, the clerk of the course deciding to get this race started under safety car conditions. So everyone cruising around for now. But we are running. Still says green flag on my timing screen, but they are driving around sedately as if it were a formation lap. So I don't know if they're maybe going to stop and do a start now. This time by. Usually they just do a formation lap and that's it, but I think we are going to get them lined up on the grid again this time by the looks of it. Did we see cam 1? So then the 80 car leading them to what I believe will be a starting grid this time. And they do seemingly slow now towards the grid. They are gridding up, so even though the clock is running, we are going to go this time by the looks of it. Quite a strange circumstance that we're under here, to be honest. I'm not sure I've seen this exact procedure play out before. However, with what should be somewhere around 17 minutes on the clock, we are expecting to go racing. Green flag is now waved at the back of the grid, so I think we are going to get the lights. Revs rise, and we are now rolling and racing. It's a good start once more from Harrison. Harrison who leads into the first corner. Very nice start from him. Ben Sims it is in second place. So Sims, who was leading much of the race earlier on, he's in P2. In third place is the Nomad, I believe. In fact, no, it's not the Nomad. It is the Nomad. Sorry, 153 car of Smith. Tom Smith there in third position. Coleman falling through the order a little bit in the number 6 car. So Richard Coleman, who was third on the grid, I think he's down to 4th, if not 5th place, as everybody else picks their way through the first corners. A couple of cars running slicks, as we alluded to in the interviews. One of them is Simon Langman in that number 11 car, the Senna, or 47 car, I should say, the Senna Tribute. Certainly a difficult condition for slicks. Our understanding that Coleman may well be on slicks as well, I think I'm hearing through my ear in the 6 car. Is he on slick tyres? My screen a bit small for me to tell, but side by side for 3rd place nonetheless, Smith and Coleman. 80 car through in the lead, then it's Sims. Coleman in 3rd place with Smith really hounding him. We've got a spinner further back, the 46 car off track out of what was 7th place, I believe. Lancaster in the Hawk, Andrew Lancaster with a spin. Lancaster has regathered the car and continued on his way, but he does so down in 9th place overall. So we continue to watch this battle for 3rd place. Coleman has managed to get back past Tom Smith, but Smith really pressuring the back of him. And then you've also got that number 67 Anthony Hancock in his Delta T81 right there with them as well. Coleman and Hancock are in the same class as well, Class C for the late 70s cars. Great battle here as Hancock looks to the inside, has a good run on Smith in the 153, has the inside line for Church. Precarious conditions, and Smith there. Coleman spins. Smith was going wide and Coleman fully spinning out there. I think I heard in my ear that Coleman was one of the ones on slick tyres, and if that's the case, maybe a little bit too early. So Jordan Harrison in the 80 car comes across the line as your race leader, and the main beneficiary, the profiteer from this lap, is going to be Hancock in 3rd position now. Anthony Hancock making up 2 places at once, and 2 incidents simultaneously there as Coleman spun out and Smith went wide. The seas very much parted there for Anthony Hancock. And a car stopped further around. That's Fowler's 28 car, and you see the steering wheel on the side pod, rather implying that he has abandoned ship there. So George Fowler's car is stationary. Not sure where on the track that is. And that is somewhere around, potentially just before Noble. There's Sims in 2nd place, so Sims in P2 still. It is Harrison, Jordan Harrison in the lead. Of course, Harrison was our pole sitter and our race winner earlier on. However, it was anything but a simple run to the flag for him. Safety car has been deployed. I imagine that is to collect the stricken number 28 car. So then Harrison will lead the isolated race now under safety car. Safety car conditions with 12 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So Harrison will now meet the Ford Focus between Allard and Campbell. And of course he lost the lead in that first race. Had to work his way back towards Ben Sims. And a lot of where Jordan Harrison found his time earlier on was in the traffic. He really could pick his way through the back markers with a lot of efficiency that Ben Sims seemed to lack. Of course, with this race being isolated now, that may slightly dampen the factor of back markers, because everyone is still on the lead lap currently, and they will be pressed together once more in one big pack. And also, of course, this helps Coleman as well. Coleman, who spun a couple of laps ago going through Church, the number 6 car. Coleman is going to keep himself, he's already back up to 8th place. He's back into the top 10, and he's now going to draw far closer to the rest of the field, including those he was fighting with previously. Of course, he was in a great battle with the 67 car Anthony Hancock, and also in a good battle with the 153 of Tom Smith. before. So now that he's in 8th place and everyone is behind the safety car, he might be able to resume that scrap. But unfortunate conclusion to the race for George Fowler in the 28 car. He pulled over to one side. I think some form of mechanical issue for him. So that is a sad end to his day. These Pinto engined cars tend to be fairly reliable. Of course, the Ford Pinto motor with a lot of history and has been very well developed over the years too, much like the Kent engine in Formula Ford 1600 previous. Those were the days, of course. The Kent engine now rather replaced by Duratec. So then Jordan Harrison in the 80 car, I think, is going to lead them for one more lap, because it doesn't look like we're going back to green flag conditions this time by. With the car stationary on the infield, the number 28, of course, that does mean it will take a little while to get it out of harm's way. Harm's way is typically the inside, rather typically the outside of the circuit. So another lap potentially under safety car, because the lights have not gone out as we thought, not going to be resuming this time by. And this is going to be not in favour of Coleman, of course. Yes, he's being brought back into the fray, but with each passing lap he loses time to make his way back into the top 5 and start battling for positions again. He's not on slick tyres. I understood he might have been one of the ones that was, but just looking out my commentary box window as he came past me that time, he is not on the slicks. A couple of others, though, towards the back end of the field are, and I don't think they're really enjoying their choice. I think the conditions not quite slick yet. And obviously the next category, we are expecting to see the Track Attack Race Club out there again before the end of play here. That is not a category that has slick tyres, so they won't need to worry about that. And the cars continue on around as we wait to see whether they come in this time by. So then the cars head towards Noble, and we are hopefully going to see the the yellow lights out on the car this time by, so we can go racing once again. Usually towards Church Bend is when we see the yellow lights out on the safety car, but that remains to be seen. Jordan Harrison then in his fabulous Lola T580 is your race leader right now. One of the older FF2000 cars on the grid. Of course, the Classic Racing Car Club spawned to run the Jochen Rindt Trophy event for Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula Atlantic cars, and much more in between here at Thruxton at the festival weekend. And also the Classic Racing Car Club now expanding to this category. The Pinto Challenge in its first weekend here, and it's provided us brilliant racing so far. I suspect you're going to get more of it momentarily, because Jordan Harrison in the 80 car has backed off. The safety car is coming in. We've got 6.5 minutes left to go. Ben Sims and Jordan Harrison have been trading barbs so far today on circuit. It's been very exciting fighting between them, and look at how early Harrison has gone there. He's caught everyone napping. Very, very well executed there by Jordan Harrison. That's also going to be a kick in the teeth to a few of the drivers that are in the safety car queue, because they can't overtake until the line. So if you are Richard Coleman. You've now got to wait to make any overtakes, although a few of them look dangerously close to going side by side through club. They've got to be very careful about that. So then, less than 6 minutes to go. Can Jordan Harrison sustain the pressure? That is the big question. Jordan Harrison is your leader. Meanwhile, side by side for third and fourth places, Hancock and Smith dueling. It is Tom Smith in fourth position, make it third position because he got himself past Hancock there. Coleman around the outside of the number 50 of Wood, so that puts him up to sixth. Clive Wood demoted a position there by Coleman. I think Wood losing out to another of the cars there. I think that may have been the 46 of Lancaster as well, and here's Hawk. Of course, that car was in a spin a little earlier on off camera. Alluded to that in the broadcast earlier on. There is Coleman through, there is Lancaster behind, then Clive Wood. There's the 76 car of Gary Fletcher as well, running in P9. But what's going on with the leading pair then? It is still the 80 car coming out of the final corner now in the lead, and the gap was 1.2 last time by. Look at Ben Sims there, didn't look like he was too happy with the car through club. Harrison looks back in his rearview mirrors and realises that his gap has increased. It's increased to 2.2 seconds. It's 2.2 seconds now. Smith in third, Hancock fourth, Denham fifth, and Coleman in sixth. Certain parts of this circuit look almost dry, other parts don't look that way at all. It's very much the slick, greasy conditions that no driver likes out there at the moment. Coleman there, you see the car wiggling underneath him on power. He of course has already had a spin in this race. Would dearly like to at least get back into the overall top five. He's 1.6 seconds off the fifth place man of Anthony Denham, that is. Anthony Denham in fifth at the moment. He's also running second in Class C. Coleman also in Class C, running third in the category. The first of the cars in Class C is Hancock, Anthony Hancock in the 67. There's the number 10 of Denham. So Denham under pressure here for fifth overall and second in class. The number 6 car carrying more speed. Coleman has been quicker than Denham all weekend long, and I think we're going to see an illustration of that here. Sure enough, Coleman pulls to the inside line. And easily done there. Coleman makes it look easy. Fifth position is his. 3 minutes and 5 seconds to go, so it's going to be a hard fight now to get any further up the order. He'd have to make up a good 4 or 5 seconds to close in on Hancock. Hancock, of course, has also not proven himself infallible. In fact, Hancock, much like Coleman in this race, in the previous race, it was Hancock having a spin down at Church. A couple of drivers have had moments at Church so far this weekend in the FF2000 category. I think Harrison may have made a little bit of a mistake somewhere, because I think he lost a bit of time in the first sector there to Sims. He did. He lost 3/10 in the first sector to Sims in second place. 2.4 seconds was the gap at the start of the lap. Sector split 2 is somewhere here on the run towards Church, I believe. So let's see if the gap has shrunk again. It has. Sims is really pushing the pace now. He has gone half a second quicker through the first 2 sectors of this lap alone. So Sims in the 82 car is really pressing on. There's Smith in third. We now switch focus to that 82 car. The gap was 2.4 at the start of the lap. I'm fairly sure it'll be down under 2 seconds by the time they get to the start-finish stripe. Maybe just slightly over 2. It does look like Sims is a bit cautious there through club chicane in particular. That might be where he's losing a bit of time. The gap across the line has actually gone out to 2.5 seconds. So yes, he lost it all in the final sector. He was half a second up through the first 2 sectors and then lost all of that time and a bit more through the final sector of the lap. So I think it's Harrison with more confidence in club more than anything that is continuing to swing the race in his favour over Harrison. This is the penultimate lap of the race, of course, with 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. We are also approaching curfew time as well, of course, at 18:12, so they may actually throw the flag this time, depending on their time situation. They are hoping to run the track attack race after this, from what I understand. So we may see the checkered flag this time. We'll have to wait and see. Harrison in the Lola T580, running in the race lead for now. 35 seconds left on the clock. There's Hancock in 4th position. Our leader should be approaching the checkered flag now. Potentially the checkered flag. Let's see if they are waving it this time or whether he's going to get one more lap. By the clock, it should be one more lap. Is it going to be, though? Yes, it is. Last lap board is shown, so he is going to get the full 15 minutes or full 20 minutes of racing, as is everybody in the FF2000 Pinto Challenge. Harrison and Sims, your top two. 3.6 seconds is now the gap. And I think that short of disaster, Harrison has got this one. And Smith in 3rd place overall will also take 2nd in Class D. Clock has hit 0 then, and Harrison will be going through the final sequence of corners for the final time here. His last chance to take the FF2000 car flying around Church Bend. And next up be going towards Club for the final time. It's been a fairly straightforward race, safety car notwithstanding. And whereas Jordan Harrison had to fight tooth and nail to claim the win against Ben Sims earlier on, this one has been a lot more lights to flag. Jordan Harrison has dominated this one. The 80 car crosses the line to take the win. Very good drive from Jordan Harrison, who has been a cut above in his Lola T580. Sims takes 2nd place in the Van Diemen. 3rd place, the Nomad Mark IV of Tom Smith. 4th place and the Class C win for the Delta T81 of Hancock. 5th position for Coleman in the number 6, I believe. Yes, he's just crossing the line now, Coleman, to take 5th place. 6th position coming up now for Lancaster and Denham in 7th place. So Lancaster got through and passed Denham right at the end of the race. Clive Wood takes 8th overall. Fletcher in the 76 will be in 9th place once he crosses the line, and rounding out the overall top 10 will be Jones in the 47, David Jones. So the checkered flag is out there, a couple more cars yet to take it, but Jordan Harrison has claimed another victory in the FF2000 category, the JSCC FF2000 Pinto Challenge, with their first run this weekend, continuing to prove the interest in Formula Ford 2000 racing of historic nature. These cars used to sit between Formula Ford 1600 and F3 in the single-seater pyramid, and he takes the checkered flag twice, interestingly, does Jordan Harrison. Once, twice a winner, Jordan Harrison then. He will head now to pit lane. Jordan has been a cut above here today at Thruxton. I understand that we are intending to try and get the Track Attack Race Club drivers out there for something of a rerun of the earlier race. And it was Harrison that took the win. Ben Sims taking 2nd place, Tom Smith taking 3rd, Anthony Hancock in 4th, and Richard Coleman rounding out the top 5 of that one. But we are now anticipating the Track Attack cars out there. So Charles, I believe, is down there with an interview, so let's go down to him.
It's definitely a tricky one for all the drivers out there, wasn't it? First place has decided he wanted to take the checkered flag twice, so a nice little victory lap for him after two races wins on the bounce today. So what I'll do is I'm going to grab second place man Ben Sims. Sadly, I've had to say that twice for you today, Ben. This time though, look like you have to work a little bit harder, you know, to even try to get to that first place.
Yeah, I mean, I just haven't got the pace. The setup was sort of a medium setup, which I'm sure Jordan was, but with a slightly drier track, the advantage, his straight line speed advantage was even higher. So it was a case of wave bye-bye to him and let him go off and play, and I'll do my best to keep the rest behind me.
Yeah, sadly I thought that would potentially be the case, but yeah, I think you've done, you know, pretty well today though. 2 seconds, I think you can be quite happy with that.
Yeah, more than happy with that, to be quite honest. I mean, in a car that we've barely driven, fantastic result, really pleased.
Oh, in that case, yeah, even more impressive. Well, sadly I don't have a lot of time because the track attacks do have to get started, so thank you very much for speaking to us, congrats again, and I'm going to throw back to commentary.
Cheers.
So Jordan Harrison just sneaking into the Parc Ferme area there just as we cut away, because he decided to do 2 of his outlaps there at the very end of the race. That's the grid for the race just gone. This is the Track Attack Race Club coming out on circuit now. Jack Riddell on pole position for this one. Second place, David Sheed at the number 13 car. Gareth Porter in the 46 on row 2. Paul Hodderson on row 2 alongside him, 46 and 555. Hodderson, of course, in that Scirocco. Adam Croft in the 73 is next alongside Mike Bowman in the 62. Ian Knight in the 666 on row 4 alongside Jamie Sturgis in the 87. Next up, Adam Harding in the 333 alongside Stuart Cheeseman in the 27. John Hallowell should be next on the grid. David Curtis in the 4. Robert Buckland in the 75. David Whedon in the number 3, also on row 7. From there, with the 206 GTIs, I'm not sure how many are running, because 4 of them, of course, were involved in that incident earlier on. So we'll leave that because we're not sure how many are actually going to take the start in terms of the 206s. But what we can say is that it's going to be, once again, Jack Riddell versus David Sheed here at the sharp end of the order. And of course, Sheed with the rear-wheel drive BMW should be quicker off the line. There's a few different questions at play here, one of which is, how long is this race going to be? Curfew tends to be 6:30 here, from my understanding. So they will have to have the cars in by 6:30. Cars need to be completely off the circuit by 6:30. So this is probably going to be a 5-6 minute dash at best. They're showing, I'm hearing 11 minutes, but we've got less time than that, 9 minutes left until curfew. This could be something like a 2 or 3 lap race at best. We'll have to wait and see. The green flag is now waved, and racing gets underway. We are now racing, and it was a really poor start there from our pole sitter. That was not the start that was wanted at all for Riddell and his Civic. It's Sheed, though, in the lead. There's the little 205. Hicks coming in hot there. The 73 car of Croft, the Peugeot 205 GTI. I think maybe going for the lead. No, not quite. Sheed just about controls it for now. So David Sheed always losing out there. The Peugeot really is quick. Adam Croft has that car very well sorted. The 27 there, the BMW further back in the pack. Now where in the pack is our pole sitter? I think that the 19 of Jack Riddell. Oh, a car off there, car off and sideways. Continues on in a straight line. That's Croft. That's Croft in the 205 on the grass. He's managed to keep the car going. I don't think he hit anything, but he had a big moment there at Noble. Went across the grass on the inside. Clock's still not giving us a time, so we'll have to keep an eye for the checkered flag every lap here. Sheed in the 13 is your leader. and I'm hearing that the checkered flag is in a hand of a marshal, so we might see the checkered this time. It could literally be a one-lap dash. We'll wait to see visual confirmation of that as they come across the line. It's Sheed who crosses the line, or comes towards the line. Does he come to the line and see a checkered flag? We'll have to see. No, they've kept it going. They're just keeping themselves ready because, of course, the cars have to be off the circuit by 6:30 because of the curfew. So an interesting scrap that we've got here at the front of the order in the track attack. It's 2 cars in the Deutschmarks Championship. It is the very much newer 2010 or so Volkswagen Scirocco in the hands of Rodison up against Sheed in his 90s Frankenstein BMW, the BMW Compact with the M3 engine. And I say Frankenstein because he says Frankenstein. It's literally painted on the side of the car. Riddell is there in 3rd place. In 4th position, in 5th position is Porter, just ahead of Sturgis there. The big BMW 5 Series hunting the little 205 GTI in the battle for 5th overall. Our race leaders, the race leaders coming through Goodwood for the 2nd time in this resumed race. Can Sheed hold on? I think the Scirocco might have a little bit of legs in a straight line. I'm not sure. They're very closely matched. Riddell is also closing in. If we get a 3rd lap of this race, and again, I'm not sure, we may well see a comeback from the Civic driver who got a shocking start off the line at the beginning of this race. Here comes the Scirocco of Rodison, the 555 car. In 2nd place. Can he get to the inside of Sheed going into club? Doesn't look like he can. Will the flag wave this time? We'll need to see that. Sheed getting really loose there coming through club. Manages to keep the car in the right direction. And is there a checkered flag waiting? No, but last lap board is being displayed. So this is now the last lap of the race. They've shown the last lap board. This is a 3-lap dash then, we have determined. And it is going to be Sheed who's trying to hold off Rodison. And here comes Riddell as well. I wouldn't rule him out of victory. Meanwhile, in the 206 GTIs, it is Mitchell leading the way in the 95 car. So Andrew Mitchell leading the way among the production 206 GTI category. It's Sheed in the lead overall though. Riddell, who started on pole position in his Civic, got a terrible launch. He's now knocking on the door of Paul Rodison. Can he get to Rodison before the end of this race? And what about Sheed? Can he hold on? David Sheed in the compact is still leading the way. He took advantage of that rear-wheel drive launch off the line. The drying conditions, I think, also working out in his favour. The drier it gets, the less sketchy that car is. The top 3 come through church for the final time. Sheed there looked like he may have even been on the grass as well as the curbs, and I think Sheed is just about going to do enough here to take the win in the Track Attack Race Club race, also the Deutsche Marks category. Riddell, of course, will win the Nippon Challenge race in 3rd, but he was looking at the overall order and he'll be bitterly disappointed that he hasn't been able to dispatch the Scirocco ahead of him. For Sheed, though, he should see a checkered flag this time. They displayed the last lap board 1 lap ago, and sure enough, the checkered flag waves for Sheed. Rodison in the Scirocco takes 2nd ahead of Riddell in 3rd place. In 4th place, it's another of the Civics. It's Knight in his Honda Civic. It was displayed as a Mazda MX-5 on timing, but I'm sure that is a Civic EP3. Porter in the 46 car takes 5th overall ahead of Sturgis in the 87 car, the BMW 5 Series. Croft in the 73 behind him. Harding in the 333 car, the Citroen Saxo VTR of Adam Harding, taking the 8th position. And it will be Mitchell that wins the production GTI element of the race. There he comes across the line in the 95 car. Very nicely done by Andrew Mitchell. He takes the win in the production 206 GTI race. The rest of the cars just making their way through now, a depleted grid after that incident earlier on. But a great win nonetheless for Mitchell, Andrew Mitchell in the 95. And David Sheed taking the overall win in the BMW Compact. Just a 3-lap dash there ultimately, winning against 2 much newer cars in the Volkswagen Scirocco of Paul Rodison and Jack Riddell's Honda Civic. Ian Knight taking 4th, as we mentioned. Gareth Porter in 5th place as well. Jamie Sturgis in 6th. Adam Croft 7th. Adam Harding in 8th position. Stuart Cheeseman, Andrew Mitchell rounding out the top 10. Mitchell winning in the production GTIs as well. David Whedon in the Saxo VTR was next. Lewis Charlton, Paul Rice and Matt Anderson rounding out the top 14. The only other finisher was Richardson in his 206 GTI. That is Jake Richardson. Just to say as well, Sheed winning the Deutsche Marks, Jack Bradell winning in Nippon Challenge. The first of the Tricolor Trophy cars home, the French cars, Peugeot 205 of Gareth Porter. And then in the 206s, of course, as I mentioned, it was Mitchell in the 95 car. So our final race of the day, not the one that was originally scheduled, and not as long as originally scheduled, but a nice 3-lap dash there. Of course, these drivers paid for their track time, and we just managed to get them in there before curfew. And that does conclude our final race, and that means for the final time I can hand down to Charles, who I think in just a few moments will interview our winning drivers in the Track Attack Race Club event.
Well, that was a short but sweet one, I think. We can all agree on that. Sheard here was driving so fast that his brakes are smoking. Let's see if we can get a quick chat with him. Do you mind if I quickly jump in and have a quick chat with you? Obviously, we had a chat earlier, and you said obviously the drier it gets, the better it is for you.
It was good for me out there, yeah. It was good for me. Yeah.
It seems to have worked out quite well, I think.
Well, it's kind of the starts were getting better and better. I'd never started this car in the wet. I'd never started this car with this gearbox at all and things like that. So I was kind of, the first couple of starts, a bit of a learning process, and I made a couple of minor errors. Yeah, practice makes perfect. And they were giving us a lot of practice, weren't they? So, which is really good. I like starts, so it's great for me. And it meant I could get the starts better and better, and that helped me. And of course, as you probably saw, the other guys were really slowing each other up. I mean, I don't actually know what happened at the end. All of a sudden, I couldn't see anyone behind me. At first, I had a red and black Peugeot behind me. Then it was the white and green Scirocco, and I don't know where the Peugeot went. And then the Scirocco was gone. I'm thinking, what's happened? And then they stopped the race anyway. So I don't know, but yeah, it was good. I was enjoying it. You know, I was working quite hard, obviously, to make sure I did stay in front. And it is picking your corners, and the grip levels vary quite a lot around the circuit.
Yeah.
So that was part of the secret of it. I'm a great blocker though. I can, you know, it's a really wide car. Catching me is one thing, getting past me is always another. They say elbows out. So, and of course, being rear drive, it's quicker in some places, and other places the front drives are better, especially in the wet. But and it's all mixed out there at the moment. I don't know if it favours anyone's car, quite frankly. But yeah, it's quite grippy. It's not bad, but some bits of it are slippery, and you have to really be careful. And I was being careful in braking. I was losing under me braking every time, so I just thought I'm not going to go straight on and just throw it all away. I'd rather give a place up that I might take. In fact, the red and black Peugeot got past me at one point, but he got past me because he'd gone in a bit fast and came out slow, and I passed him back. It was lovely. It was like a little dance. Like, here he goes, yeah, and I just take him in. It was lovely, yeah. So it was good, but all good, clean driving, no issues with anybody. It's lovely, yeah.
Fantastic, that's what we like to hear, isn't it? And 2 podiums for yourself today. Well, obviously you've got 2 wins in class, and you've got a second.
About having 3.
And yeah.
Well, shouldn't I have 3? Because I mean, wasn't that 1 lap race a 1 lap race win? I mean, really, I think we should have 3. I think I'd like to have won a 1 lap race, quite frankly.
I mean, I don't think that's going to count. You have to argue with the organisers.
We don't get points. It doesn't matter. It would just be nice if we could have done it. It would have just thought. When I thought, well, only 1 lap, and I managed to win a 1 lap race, I thought, well, okay, give us that, and we'll be happy. And then they've thrown this one in as well. So I'm going to ask and say, can we have it just so I can put on the record I had a 1 lap race?
I think they'll use this one to oversee the last one, sadly. So I don't think you're going to get that. But I see what you mean. It's quite an impressive achievement.
I expected to. It was fun anyway. It was good. That 1 lap was good, but this was even better, obviously. And it's nice to come back. No damage. Hopefully, no one else has got too much damage. Not like the last race. Unfortunately, some cars were reasonably badly damaged. Do we know if that guy was okay? The one that we saw.
I've not heard anything to confirm either or. So I can't say on stream, sadly.
We don't know. I'm sure that let us know. Hopefully he's all right. Hopefully it's just a bit of over adrenaline or something rather than anything serious. Yeah, we're all wishing him well anyway.
Yeah. definitely. We can all agree with those thoughts. Anyway, congratulations on 2 podiums, 2 class wins, and 1 win on the road. So well done.
Lovely, thank you.
That's all right. Right, so I'm going to see if I can grab second as well now. Hello. So I had a little chat with you before you went out the first time, and you said, yeah, maybe we can go forward. Second.
Yeah, I'm pleased with that. Very pleased with it. As I said, very little time in the seat. So to finish second in not the best conditions, it's a bit challenging out there. It's a bit slimy. So yeah, very pleased with it.
Yeah, and of course first in class as well. So
yeah, it can only get better, can't it? That's the theory. Yeah,
exactly. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much. See you again.
See you again soon. Right, I'm going to grab the 3rd place man if I can find him. Where is he? There we go. So, not the ideal race that you would have wanted, I can imagine. Obviously, still first in class, but 3rd on the road. So, talk us through how things were from where you were sitting.
Yeah, so I kind of didn't judge the conditions exactly right. So I kind of started like I would in the dry. So the wheels were just spinning, crazy amount. Dropped back to 4th. Then I think one of the Peugeots spun it, and I got up to 3rd. And these guys were quite far in the distance, but I managed to catch them up. But obviously, it's too late. But yeah, they've got so much more power down the straight, pulling on me properly. But through the corners, I'm properly on them. But
yeah, they were saying, like, even the other drivers were saying, like, how the conditions weren't really favouring anyone at the moment. It was sort of like a really tricky one between, who was best where, and I think even to keep it on the road is probably a bit of a good one. So, I mean, to recover the 3rd after a bad start, I think you could still take that.
Yeah, I'll take that, to be honest. I kind of wanted to keep the car in one piece because I've got another race in 2 weeks. But yeah, super happy with the result. Can't thank the team enough, but yeah.
Cool. Well done for this weekend. Two podiums and obviously 1 win in there as well. So congrats and see you at the next one.
Yeah, see you in the next one. Cheers.
So thank you all very much. That's the last race today. I'm going to head straight back to commentary and they can wrap it up for us.
Thank you, Charles, for your efforts there in the paddock, and to Sam Parker as well. To Chris Hutchinson, who was with me in the Caterham box as well. It's been a great weekend of racing. July is now in the rearview mirrors for BARC TV, and as we get into August, championships start to get decided and the action starts to get more intense. So make sure you join us for our August output and the remainder of the season across all of the BARC's categories. If you've been watching us this weekend, all weekend long at Thruxton, we thank you so much for doing so, and we hope to see you again very soon here on BARC TV.